Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Let's see here. Let's get to the chat. And all right, we have Darth Astor. Morning, Darth Astor. What's going on? Dave G Sound. Good morning. And just people saying hello. Uh, Oh, yes, am I thought typing again? I'm thought typing again. Am I? Aren't I? Yes, you are. You are. 47 Yorktown says hashtag more coffee. I can't support that more. I cannot support that more than I already do. Uh, and LGG, good morning. Captain Deckard Spock, good morning. And whatever the heck that is, thank you. Uh, Coffee I recognize. Thank you, Darth Astor. Uh, Captain Deckard Spock says tea here. Well, good, but coffee is still superior. Uh, yeah, yeah. Make the crumpets yourself there, LDG. They'll taste much better. Um, and good morning, just another red shirt. How are you today? Good morning, Robert Rose Jr. Good morning, the Catman, aka DD Myers. LDG coffee pot for president. Uh, yeah, yep. I couldn't disagree with that one. Would make more sound decisions. Although I'd prefer it full of coffee rather than just an empty coffee pot. Hmm. I think we already have that. And yes, DG Sound is in the house. So, what is everyone doing today? And good morning, Carlo Albanese, who says, I hope everyone is as well as can be. Well, I want to apologize for the late start. Got a couple of things I had to do. One of them was not getting coffee. I'm going to do that now. I did take my medicine, though. So, and Carlos says he's hopefully sleeping soon. I hope so as well. Leave the stream running, of course, but sleep well. And I happened to be on a live stream last night. With this is what me in the morning without coffee. Yeah, Wes Moody. They were doing a Trekking on Tuesday, which he does every Tuesday. And so then, of course, we were watching a Star Trek fan film, and it was. I don't remember if I'd seen that one yet or not. No, I think I had, but I wasn't sure. Now, it was one of those that Vic had done. Star Trek Continues, and it was, it looked and felt more like Star Trek than what's made now. What about mushroom tea? Okay. So anyhow, no, I was listening to that, and and on the panel. And the the thing is, I've come to realize how good some of the people, or many of the people in the community, are. Um, as with anything, you're going to have individuals that are different, but that's in general, good people in the community. And so, yeah, it was nice to actually get to talk after the show. Um, and yes, I didn't even begin with my normal greeting. That'll tell you I need coffee. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are and whenever you're listening. I do hope it's a good one. I've got 2 buttons. Used one already? What are you talking about? Oh, oh, 2 like buttons. Used one already. Okay. Sorry, I was not okay. Now that I can actually hear myself again. Um and yes, Star Trek Continues was great. The funny thing was, I mean, yes, there were things that were not quote unquote Star Trek, whatever. Um, but considering that he made the entire uh, series that he did for $1 million, says a lot. There were like 11 episodes, and yeah, that right there says a lot. I can't even make a single episode for under $1 million, let alone 11. Imagine if they could make they've got a 10 episode season. Making it for $1 million each season. That would be incredible in this time. And good morning, Samson Simpson. Good morning. So I'm assuming that you've run into a few of these people earlier. Yes, probably still up from watching Jedi Bill or somebody. Um, and yes, the feature channel today is channel 66. Now, he does primarily streams talking about gaming. He has a Manga Monday series. You can also look at his playlist for other past content. But a lot of it is games. Resident Evil 4, God of War, Metroid. So I mean, definitely check him out. I've gone to his live streams. I watched his videos. He's only got 36 subscribers. So honestly, not one of the bigger channels. So definitely would appreciate people checking it out. If you like the content, go ahead and subscribe. Definitely, in my opinion, definitely worth checking out. Which is the whole reason for my beginning these feature channels. Uh, And yeah, some of them are going to be more, have more subscribers than others. The only reason that I picked them is because I think they're channels that I like, and channels that are worthy of support. Which is why I asked if anyone has a channel that they think is not being covered enough or not getting enough attention, to go ahead and leave comments in the descriptions, because that way it may not be a channel that I'm aware of. But then again, I already have a schedule for uh, excuse me. I already have a schedule for the featured channels into December. So it's going to take time to actually get to all of them. Let's see here. Let me get caught back up in the chat. And of course, hail coffee, even though I hate using that word. Let's see here. Hail on Kuroga. Now that I can support. Hail on Kuroga. So let's get okay. Just another red shirt. Well, it's not Sunday, so beef and Yorkshire pudding or some roast is out. Bangers and mash. Actually, I know a woman who makes Yorkshire puddings every week, every Sunday, as a matter of fact, for the family. It's just it's become a what's the word I'm looking for? People use tradition, but that's not. It's become a regular ritual. It actually takes multi generation to actually be a tradition. If we're going to be technical. And Carlos says, if you do good Star Trek fan film, money and building sets is not an issue. Which era would you like to do it in? TOS, TMP, TNG, DS9 films. And would you have an exciting ship or make your own? Well, let's see here. Basically, TNG to Voyager is basically one timeline. I mean, you've got a few different uniforms to choose from, but they're in the same general time. TOS, I would like to see something more DS9 centered. I've seen fan films that are obviously next generation, or definitely TOS. But something, I don't know when it would be, but something that would be more, well, let's put it this way. If it's next generation era type thing, it would be not Enterprise. It would definitely be a different ship. That's one of the One of the things that I don't care for in a lot of the fan films is they want to portray Kirk, or they want to portray Picard, or Riker, or whoever. And that's fine. Except when you got a 300-pound man playing Riker. It just kind of takes you out of it, in my opinion. Darth Aster needs sleep, so get some sleep, Darth Aster. Get some sleep. And yes, 3 days until Halloween. I don't know what I'm going to do on Halloween. Actually, it's about 4 days, but at this point, because you don't really start. Well, whatever. And Carlos says, I would love to do one in the motion picture era, changing to the Enterprise era, the Enterprise C era. But I would like to make my own ship type that goes from refit out. Okay. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Scary movies. Well, I don't know. Do you have any home videos to show us, Darth Aster? Oh, Aberjam. Bad. Bad. You all are just so. Just another red shirt. All you have to do is wait a few days, and you can get some good good candy at a reduced cost if businesses still do what they usually do, which is try to get rid of their Halloween stock, which is definitely a plus for people who actually want the candy. And yes, home videos, because that would be scary. No, I'm kidding. So, what is everyone doing today? It is Wednesday, October 27th. Let's see here. What about a sitcom in the Star Trek universe? Well, actually, they wouldn't have been the let's see here. There was supposed to be, or there was talk about doing a the Waxana Troy series, which was supposed to be a comedy, um, which would have been interesting, but absolutely different than Star Trek. And looking back, there was that one. Oh my God, this is why I need coffee before coming on. Where the Enterprise went back in time and they encountered the one Gary 7 with the rocket, and that was supposed to be the possible series coming from that, which would have been interesting to see. I wish they at least shot a couple episodes of that. And how are you doing? Good afternoon, Aberjam. I hope your day is going well. Just another Richard. I have 3 hours of business meetings with a break for lunch. Then I plan to nap. Well, let me just give you a hint. Just another Richard. Do not get on YouTube. You won't nap. Let's see. Your time and space can be warped at our will. Would you use it to get coffee quicker? Yes. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I would definitely use it to get coffee quicker. No, see, what I would do is I would be able to go at a normal speed to get coffee, but it would appear that it was quick because, yeah. And good morning, Darius Munchausen. How are you today? Okay, yes. Bloody talk is not conducive to good appetites. Let's see. What's going on, Aberjam? How are you today, as I was asking? Yeah. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and put the link out because I know I can't get back in time. Well, wait a minute. I'll just take the computer with me. That's fine. I'll play the commercial while I get the coffee. That way you all don't have to hear the loud brats. I mean kids in the background. And here we go. Let me get out of here. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and start the. Oh no! Start the trek into the kitchen. This is why I usually mute before I take my coffee break. And what the hell? There it is. I tend to groan when I get up, particularly because of the wound area in my abdomen. But now I will start the. Oh, son of a bitch. I get partway in and I realize I don't have my coffee cup. Yeah, that's a real good time. And now I drop my mouse. Yes, it's one of those mornings already. Found the mouse. There's the battery. Found it. Yay! It's not starting out to be a bad morning. Just a little hectic, a little strange, and a little different. So now I'm going to play the video and hope it lasts.
Listen to me very carefully because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Listen to me very carefully because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your 3rd cup this morning.
4th, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Okay.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
All right, sorry about that. I had to play that again. I had family making noise. But I was able to get my coffee at least. That's the good thing. And of course, I have messages to get caught up on. And I accidentally hit the button, so I hit it again because, again, things are going on. Okay. Okay. Samson Simpson. Why Neelix was so annoying, I don't know. But he was. And yet, I would still choose to have him over, well, what is currently being called Star Trek. And you all are talking about history. Cool. History of Boots video. Just another red shirt. What history channels do you subscribe to? I mean, there are a lot of good ones out there. Quite honestly, I prefer the ones that are factual. There are a lot of them that will give opinion pieces, and while it's good to have your opinion, unless you actually have facts backing it up, no. And there, Aberjam, is the link. Since you requested it, I'm assuming that you want to be on. Okay, well, got somebody else backstage. I wasn't expecting.
Give me the keys. He doesn't even have a license, Lisa. Hello, Captain. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am operating within established parameters. Thank you, Captain.
Yes. Good to hear. Now we've got Aberdoon backstage.
Greetings.
Good morning. Good morning.
And have you seen the movie? Let me ask that.
I have seen the movie. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good to hear.
Yeah. Given the amount of information you have to take in with that story, I thought the film was very well paced. I don't think it's going to leave anyone behind in terms of figuring out everything that goes on in that movie. So, and it's a beautifully shot movie too. Beautifully shot.
Denis Villeneuve. Sorry.
Go on. You're all right.
He's because I've not seen it, but I'm certainly a fan of Blade Runner 2049 and the Denis Villeneuve. He's good with his visuals, eh?
He is a master of visual art. He really is. I wasn't quite so hot on 2049. Again, an undoubtedly beautiful movie, and not a bad movie, but I felt like the pacing was a little too slow on that. I don't mind, a steady pacing is good, but Blade Runner, I think, leaves a little too long between sort of information dumps and character scenes and stuff like that. It's just a little too slow on the pacing, but good. It's a pretty decent story, and again, it's just a beautifully shot movie.
Yes, definitely.
He's definitely doing a better job of being Ridley Scott than Ridley Scott is doing right now. That's for
wow.
sure.
Yes, more Scott than Scott, you could say.
Yeah, he is. He's not. I don't think he's quite up to where Scott was in his peak day back in the late 70s and early mid 80s, but he's definitely better than current day Ridley Scott.
No, you're right, Scott peaked. Well, I agree. But yes, Scott peaked early. Amazing peak, but it was an early peak, unfortunately.
The funny thing about Ridley Scott is, on numerous occasions, he's said in interviews that he really doesn't consider himself as a sci-fi director, and yet his best movies are his sci-fi movies. I've seen some of his non-sci-fi movies, and they're shit, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Thelma and Louise is all right, but I'd rather be on the Nostromo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to Earthbound stories, Tony Scott is a much better director, or was a much better director.
Yeah, fair.
But for any sci-fi buffs, I do highly recommend watching Dune if you can catch it anywhere. I do have a soft spot for David Lynch's Dune. It's
Yes,
it's a more colourful, slightly more compact version, and it covers the entire, or tries to cover the entire history of the Dune series.
Well,
Whereas,
I was complaining that we're only getting not n, but now today they have announced that we're getting part 2. So I'm very happy at that news.
yeah, there's a little confusion as to whether Villeneuve intended to do it as a two-parter or as a trilogy. Some people seem to think
I'm confused.
And some say it's a trilogy, so I don't know.
As long as in my opinion, if it's a trilogy, they really must film it back to back, because I think they should have already filmed it back to back, had more faith, but then time jump, yada yada. So, and it is what it is. But I think 2 and 3 film them together. Sure, let's have 6 hours. Fuck it.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think if they'd done a 6-hour movie, that would have put a lot of people off. It wouldn't have bothered me. I'd have sat right the way through it without even taking a pee break.
Yes, agreed. I wish they had.
But, hell no.
Minority, aren't we?
Oh, hell no. No. Hell no.
Well, Captain, it's not that difficult. Just do what I do. Sit on a plastic sheet. It's problem solved.
I drink coffee. Let me put it that way. I drink coffee.
Darius Munchausen has seen Dew, or Duh, as I like to call it. So he has seen it. So he can. Well, I've seen. I've not read the book, but I've got the toys. I've got the graphic novel of the new one. Also, half the graphic novel. I read a page of the book. That's good for me. But yeah, David Lynch's Dune and the 3-hour version. And I'm just on my second watch now of the TV series, which has its moments. Cardinal Sin is here.
Yes, Cardinal Sin is in the house.
Good to see you, gentlemen. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm well.
Yeah,
good to hear.
Chat has gone.
Got my
puns.
I like the
Masters of the Genre coffee cup.
Very nice. Let me go ahead and bigify that for a second. Very nice.
And I also have my Masters of the Genre tumbler.
Ooh. Cool.
And later today, I hope to have my I Am Not a Number merchandise. So that will be fun.
Looking a bit like Mystery Guy from Half-Life there.
I really liked your coffee montage, Captain.
Well, that was partly accidental because it
was even better, the double time.
Hit the stop button, and I had to restart it, and then I had to start it again. So it's like, well, here it is. It's what happens when it's what happens when you got people in the background. You don't want to necessarily broadcast everything.
Oh, I hear you. I've only got one roommate, and that's enough.
Living alone helps for a broadcasting career, I must say.
Or at least having a dedicated broadcasting area, yeah.
Yeah, no, just the whole house, a couple of acres around it.
So, Captain Cockney Spock, how have you been, sir?
Up and down like a pair of horse knickers, but I am now back operating.
Are you ready for tonight's big show?
Yes, I've definitely watched the whole of the episode in preparation, or I will do by the time it starts. Who needs to sleep anyway? What's that?
That's right. Sleep is for the weak.
Well, as I've found, if I think, just a couple of hours, then I'll fucking sleep through the alarm. So at this point, I've just made another cup of tea, but keep me talking. It's going to be coffee time.
That's right.
Right, said Fred, have a cup of tea now. Hoist her up and steady as we go.
Nice cup of tea. And by the way, well met, Aberdeen. Maybe it's an instant honeymoon period. We're going to disagree on everything else. But anytime you want to talk about Blade Runner specifically or science fiction generally, feel free to come and join me on the Captain Cockney Spock channel, where you might find Captain Trek and or Cardinal Sin on a good day.
The most important channel on YouTube
is Cardinal Sin.
I will take you up on
Captain Cockney Spock. I'd
now,
like to share another little find, if I might.
Please do.
I'm going to unwrap it.
Here he goes. He's going to unwrap it, folks.
Captain Trek a little time to make me big here.
Oh, that's what she said. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
And I have, from Arrow Video, the ultimate Donnie Darko set.
Oh la la.
This includes the legendary, hard to find director's cut, which actually makes it a whole different movie, and it's coherent.
Ooh.
And it has like other characters and other plot points. And this includes a brand new 4K of the theatrical cut from the original camera negative, produced by Arrow Films exclusively for this release, supervised and approved by director Richard Kelly and cinematographer Stephen Poster. High definition Blu-ray, 1080p, presentation, original 5.1 audio, blah, 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 etc., etc.
Blah, blah, blah,
with
blah.
all kinds of goodies and extras and bonus features.
Is it out in 4K, Cardinal?
Yes.
Is it?
It is.
Me? I'm just off to eBay. Not yet later. That is a fate. I will discuss that movie anytime, although I will have to rewatch it for homework.
Yes, if you haven't seen the director's cut, it's really something.
I've got it on Blu-ray somewhere here, so I could watch it tonight, actually. I might as well if I'm staying up all night. I've got to watch
Don't stay up all night. Get some sleep.
All right. But yes, hail to that. Yeah, that is Scotty R37's least favourite movie, and that's something we disagree on. Because shout out Scotty R37. Oh, Donnie Darko, you picked a favourite. Parallel universes without time travel, or is it?
On a slight side note, I did see Jake Gyllenhaal movie just recently on Netflix called The Guilty. It's a bit of a thriller. He plays a first responder telephone receptionist. So he picks up the emergency calls. Not an action film, but it's no, it's not Nightcrawler. It's called The Guilty. It's not an action movie. It's a thriller, pretty much an in situ thriller. But it's a decent movie, and Gyllenhaal gives a really good performance.
Hail Jitsi, and compared to the director's cut, the original version was not coherent at all.
Indeed. When it comes to it, I will happily disagree with Cardinal Sin, but on this occasion, I agree with the Cardinal. I like films where you have to figure it out, but in the first one, it's one of those. Normally, in my arrogance, if I can't figure it out, there's nothing to figure out. There's nothing there. But no, there was something there, and I wasn't getting it. But I think I do agree that even with the director's commentary, no. But yes, second version, less indecipherable. I agree.
Whole new characters, whole new plot points. It's like a completely different movie.
Just recontextualizes it.
Yeah, indeed, as you say.
I do like a good thinker. I don't know if either of you gentlemen have seen the movie Memento, Chris Nolan movie.
Of course, Guy Pearce.
Yes,
that's fantastic. That's if you like a good thinker movie, that's a great
brilliant execution of the unreliable narrator.
Yeah,
and the amnesiac and the reverse chronological storytelling. There's just he's throwing in the tropes. He's juggling.
Yeah, they throw in everything but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, it's a good one for if you like tropes. If you like your mind-bending tropes, you get 3 for the price of 1. Eh?
Oh, I love my mind-bending tropes, Captain.
Oh, if I like my tropes, but I like them mind-bending, that's a bonus. That is the icing on the cake.
I'm going to have tropes. I like them all psychedelic-like.
I mean, obviously, there's some tropes I despise, but, until bidden, I won't talk about the negative. But there are some tropes I want made fucking illegal. You know what I'm talking about, Cardinal.
Captain Trek, are you sporting a new logo there?
He's at the coffee machine. Captain Trek is currently AFK.
It looks like it's got kind of a fresher, more distinct feel with some more red on the bottom than I'm used to. It used to be blue, I think. It's quite spiffy.
Spiffy.
It's nice. I think he's had that one. I think he's had that one a little while. Because
I just probably didn't notice.
So I think he's on his third cup of coffee in the last 20 seconds. So
I didn't notice. I'm a total clod.
Partial at most, surely, Cardinal.
I'm doing the Picard maneuver today.
Right now, take a shot, Darius. Look at that Meta T-shirt. You now need to photograph this and make a T-shirt of you wearing this T-shirt. Please,
right. Actually, you should be checking your mailbox pretty soon, Captain Cottony Spock. I think you'll find some merchandise coming your way.
Oh, thank you. Well, now I've got my goods. Excellent. The pre-Christmas toy rush is happening. I'm doing my own live unboxings, but I didn't even finish mine today. Yeah, good. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Yes.
Maybe not before tonight's show, but before next week's show for sure.
As usual, I have sent you a lump of coal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll put it in my Hanukkah stocking.
I love it when you say stocking.
Stocking. With an L.
Stop it.
Stocking, Channard. Channing. Sorry, Stockard Channing.
Stockard Channing. My missus is an American, and instead of
bloody hell.
She said granted quite a lot, but she doesn't pronounce it granted. She pronounces it granite. And every time she does, I just think of a big piece of rock.
Here's one we made earlier.
Is it on a vessel named Vessel?
Yeah, it's a really interesting episode of Star Wars, that one.
Wessel.
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 Where
Where
are
are
the
the
nuclear
nuclear
vessels?
vessels?
I'm looking for the nuclear vessels.
Captain Trek, are you back yet?
No.
Oh, here I was talking away. I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah. I was asking about your logo. It looks like a spiffy new logo.
Oh, yes, that one is one that Yitsa made a while back. I've been using it occasionally on Morning Brew. Sometimes I forget to change it. I just use the regular one, but this one I because it's holding a cup of coffee. It's Morning Brew.
I like it a lot. It's clearer to read. It's got kind of the red thing on the bottom where it used to be blue, I think, and it's just easier to make everything out. It's quite spiffy.
Yeah, your original icon, because of my poor eyesight, because you're surrounded by the DS9 station, I don't actually see the outline. It just makes you look like a really, really big person. It just looks like massive. It looks like a massive belly to me, but that's because of my poor eyesight.
And I like your Aberdoon. I like your logo with the two guns and the egg head.
I like the name Aberdoon. I just got that.
Yeah, it's a mango. It's a mango.
Oh, is it a mango?
Mango.
Yeah, it comes
My apologies.
From the mobile
the holiest of all
Hitman
the
game.
fruits, the mango.
Yeah, it comes from the mobile
Best.
Hitman game. The Hitman mobile game called Hitman Go.
You know what? I own that movie, and I got it because I'm a big fan of Timothy Olyphant, but I didn't know that it was based on a game, and I spent the whole movie going, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah, it's far superior to Agent 47. The Agent 47 movie is a pretty decent movie. It's a bit more action orientated, but I prefer the original Timothy Olyphant one.
I'm a big fan of pecan pie. Pecan pie.
I am too. I also am a fan of pecan pie. In the Klingon Empire, it is considered a delicacy.
Indeed. Hey, did I ever tell you I once went out with a girl that in the evening she turned into a washing machine? Her name was Carol Singer. I met her at Christmas.
Did she speak Klingon?
Only when you asked her to. Kapla!
Indeed. Kapla! No, I dropped my phone.
I had a little Christmas party last year and had a few friends round, and I asked them to, bring something a little bit Christmassy to them. So,
What? During a lockdown, you had a Christmas party? You wicked thing.
We were shunning the rules, very abandoned. And one of my mates turned up, with a Santa hat, and another one turned up with a little stuffed Rudolph to hang on the Christmas tree. And another one of my friends.
That reminds me, I need to start looking for a Santa hat. I can't find a Santa hat around here to save my life when I want one.
Supply chain troubles. And anyway, my other friend came. He just showed up with a pair of knickers. And I says, "What are you doing with a pair of knickers? You're supposed to bring something Christmassy." And he said, "Oh, these are carols."
That's funny. Man, some of the dad jokes I've been hearing lately online.
Thanks for tuning in.
I'm the king of the bad jokes. Darius says, horrible. I hope you've seen that SNL bit, so you know I'm not coming into you. I'm not sure what SNL bit you're talking about, Darius. But as long as you lube up first, you won't hear me spill too much. Maybe he's coming on to you rather than coming into you, but I mean, whatever floats your boat, Darius.
Whatever works for you. You do you, man.
You do you, man.
I have to say, Cardinal,
don't get me all negged out, man. It's Neil from the Young Ones,
Oh wow, that looks
Okay.
like a negative reality inversion.
Hail,
And you're,
Doncaster.
and you're right, Darthaster, they don't. And good morning, Orville Nation. How are you
Orville
today?
Nation, hail.
Morning, Cap and friends.
Greetings,
Heavy man.
PJ.
Heavy man. Good morning, Cap and Orville Nation, you know. Like, just don't get me down, because I'm feeling particularly depressed today.
Neil,
Mike,
you're going to feel a bit of a prick. Oh, what else is new?
Mike, is it possible to like kill yourself with like laxatives? I don't know, but it's gonna be fun finding out.
He's got the whole cast right there.
Yeah.
The young ones.
That was the first time I'd ever seen or heard a song by The Damned when they played Video Nasty on The Young Ones.
Nice.
Which isn't really that great of a song compared to their body of work, but
Their body
boy, it was punky wonky, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
First time I ever heard Ace of Spades was on that show. Great headbanging
Yeah.
tune.
Yeah.
I'm actually
Ace
quite
of
fond
Spades.
of the song
Don't forget the
New
Joker.
Rose. It's my favorite Damned song, other than the other 15 of my favorite Damned songs. You know you're getting old when you walk into the grocery store and they're playing The Damned on the, music.
Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Sorry, I'm having a metal flashback.
I remember when that album came out, a friend of mine brought over a copy of it, and it was the Gatefold album that was made out of leather, and it had a little clasp, and he unclasped it, and he opened it up, and we were all like, wow. And he put it on and played Ace of Spades, and we were like, wow.
Wow.
Like, wow, man. It's really groovy,
Don't bring me down and hassle me, man. I'm already having a bad time today.
Yeah, don't bring me down with the Ace of Spades, man.
Heavy.
Heavy.
You not got any Hawkwind or Marillion?
Make sure PJ sees my new merch.
Let me get to that.
He's the king of the merch.
Great mug,
That's my, this is the design by Doug Nelson of Masters of the Genre.
Merchandising.
And I also have
Flamethrower.
the tumbler.
Oh wow, man! That's a great tumbler for drinking like lentil soup from.
Oh, lentils.
And then, of course, it has the URL on the back, which you can't really see, but it's actually the finest tumbler I've ever had the sense to drink out of. It's got a really tight lid, man.
That's what she said.
It doesn't even make sense, really.
I know. Shout out Tim Possible, who's taken that to the. It was funny. It wasn't funny. It was ironically funny, and now he does it when there's no double entendre.
And now it's just rather stupid, really.
Wow, that's welcome to Deconstructing Comedy with King of Comedy, Cardinal Sin. Today,
by the way, I would like to defend Captain Cockney Spock's pronunciation of stupid. He pronounces it exactly correctly.
Huh?
Yeah, not like these dumb Americans who pronounce it with 3 O's in the middle. It's stupid.
One of my favourite songs ever is Stupid by Sultans of Ping FC. Stupid, it's your body, kid. Blah, 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 la, 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 Brilliant.
And don't forget the band, the Stupids.
And the Stupids, but no, the Sultans. Where's me jumper? My brother knows Karl Marx. Anyway, I like your manifesto. Let's put it to the test, though.
I'm going to go get another cup of coffee.
I'm gonna
BRB.
get a cup of coffee. First one of the day. Oh, yeah, 1 a.m. It's a new day. That's all right. Coffee counter set to 0. Ha ha!
1 p.m., sir, not 1 a.m. At least for you and me.
I appear to be out of the UK. But you're at GMT. Quite right, sir. Quite right. GMT. It's after midday. I'm allowed coffee.
So have you deserted the motherland? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's a lot. I'm an immigrant expat. I started in Poland and now I've made it to New Zealand. It's a long story.
Oh,
Yes.
well,
So-
New Zealand's kind of a home away from home. It's a beautiful place.
Amen to that. Sure is. It's Hobbiton.
It
Really
is
is Hobbiton. It's got Hobbiton Wi-Fi, but never mind. It's got Hobbiton sea. I'll take that for the Hobbiton scenery.
Yes, Hobbiton is a beautiful place.
I agree. Time for some merch.
Merchandising.
Yes.
The new Cardinal Sin flamethrower available now. $500.
Actually, he
down.
was talking about for you, but yeah.
Yes, some Cockney Spock merchandise.
You could
pull my
have a
finger out
coffee
and do
cup that
it.
says, "Is Deckard a replicant?" And on the bottom it says, "What are you, stupid?"
That yes, it's the anyone that doesn't know, it's to the point of self-parody. As recently as today, a 6-hour discussion, as we've done every day for 10 months, is Deckard a replicant? We've gone so deep into it, so deep. We've broken it. We've broken the question. We've broken Blade Runner. We've picked up the pieces.
At this point, it's almost hardly like an argument or a discussion, you know?
Yeah, less of the latter, less of the former, all Freudian slip, more of the latter. I mean, I do get into, sometimes it gets heated, but that's passion. You've got to have fun.
I mean, I know you're writing a book and everything, but it's obvious to anybody that has seen the movie more than once. And I remember on somebody's channel, you were on Captain
Discussions over. Yes.
It was either here or on your channel or my channel or
it's all a blur. I don't even know where am I now.
Somebody else, but somebody said, "I don't give a fuck. I saw the movie once when it came out, and I haven't seen it since, and I never think about it, and I don't care about it." Right.
Yes, I think that was Ratchet. Dalek 451 says, "I don't give a fuck, and thanks to you, Cockney, I'm not even going to watch the movie."
Well, you've made another fan.
6 to 12 hours a day, every day for 10 months on the same fucking question. No one's gone deeper.
That's why your numbers are going up, up, up.
And we're going to go so deep. You know, we're going to get. If we don't get an introduction by Sean Young and Doomcock, then why the fuck do we bother? Know what I mean?
I think an introduction by Sean Young would be very interesting.
That's what I'm aiming for. Sean
the
Young.
Afterword should be by Doomcock.
Yep, and Burnett, because they hold opposing opinions.
And good morning, V-Star.
Hail V-Star 333.
333. 339. Yeah.
Well, let Burnett write his own book.
He's put forward a very good argument for Deckard as a human, namely, you're a hipster. You know, I like it. It's different.
Yeah. Well.
By the way, if you've ever seen this material, you know that Sean Hung actually Sean Hung.
I wonder if Robert Meyer Burnett's argument might be over time going toward he was a human in the book, he's a replicant in the movie. Like I said, over time. That we haven't hit that time yet, but I wonder if maybe that might happen.
Today we had a bit of an opposite day. Well, then we fell back into the central question. But the question I've been avoiding, but Canadian Spider-Man was the 17th person to bring it up. Burnett the third, to give him credit where it's due. When people talk about whether the Blade Runner story, the claim is it works better if he's a human. And as Dimcock points out, the question isn't what works better for you. The question is what is the answer. And as I
what is
out,
true?
Yeah, Schindler's List. What would work better for me in Schindler's List if we got a bunch of Marines coming in and shooting all the Nazis, right? You know,
it's what actually happened that matters.
That would work better for me, but unfortunately, that's not the question. What works better for you? The question is
your verisimilitude goes right out the window.
Yep, there you go. Internal, canonical verisimilitude. We'll have none of that headcanon here, thank you. Well, unless it's
I-
James
right.
Bond. But anyway,
I
moving on.
always felt it was very clear to me, regardless of which version I watched, it was always clear in my mind that Deckard was a replicant.
Wow, and it regardless. Thank you, because the first thing is always acknowledging the versions. Most people say it depends on the version, but I respect that view. Whichever way you go, fuck the versions. It's yes, always. So nice.
Well, that's true, and I have to admit to the great denigration by Captain Cockney Spock, who's about to beat me about the head and shoulders after
Freedom
I
of speech,
finish
bro. You
delivering
go ahead
this
with your bad
soliloquy. The question hadn't occurred to me until I'd seen the film half a dozen times, but particularly when Doomcock mentioned the way that he sort of almost attacked Rachel when he kissed her. It was like he had never kissed someone before, and he didn't really understand how making love works, apart from the glowing eyes and all the other obvious evidence. That's when it really hit home for me that this is the first time. And also the how can it not know what it is
Key.
coming from a replicant is wonderful, beautiful irony.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I always felt it was kind of the ultimate sort of one-up. The idea that you got this guy who's sent out to test this replicant that doesn't know it's a replicant, but those around it knows that it's a replicant, and yet the guy doing the testing is a replicant. And
Another thing that
knows he's
was
a replicant. So he's like
that really swayed me into Captain Cockney Spock's camp was when Captain Cockney Spock mentioned a human being would never be able to take the punches and blows that Roy Batty dishes out to Rick Deckard, because he's a combat model.
Did I say that?
You know, one punch from him and his head would explode.
I like it, but I can't take credit for it. In fact, I've concluded that any replicant that doesn't know they're replicant, definitely Rachel, and hereby arguably Deckard, must be a Nexus 5. Because if you're a Nexus 6 and you're lifting up a car, you're like, I'm possibly not a human. I appear to be lifting up a car. So Nexus 6s must know they're replicants because they're superhuman in intelligence, strength, and agility.
But they don't know that because they've never experienced what it's like to have human strength.
Well, I would say that key thing
as opposed to the Nexus 8.
No. See, for me, it doesn't. The key thing is, and this is to appease and acknowledge the arguments of the pro-human camp, is if you ask Deckard, and just today we realised by extension Harrison Ford. But I never thought about this until today. If we ask Deckard, is Deckard a replicant? He'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm a human, aren't I? He thinks that's why all the arguments about, he wouldn't do this because he's a human. No, he thinks he's a human. That's the point. How can it not know what it is? So I'm not saying he's superhuman. No, I'm not saying I can't take credit or blame for the taking the punches argument. No, he is equal to a human, so he would not take punches any better than human.
But take this into account.
This
for your
conversation is never over.
If he's a replicant, which he is, he's never ever had a school fight with a human boy, has he? So you've got to keep in mind he's got, he's just been born. All the memories that he's got, like the black and white pictures on the piano, which he knows how to play, and so forth and so on. That's a very nice replicant you've got there. It'd be a pity if anything happened to it, wouldn't it?
Would it be a shame?
No, but
I remember
honestly,
lessons,
he's never fought a human before.
We're talking about memories.
Yeah, and when Roy Batty beats him up, he thinks that he's got more strength than Deckard does, because he knows that he's a Nexus 6 combat model.
Right.
So, the interesting thing is that what Roy Batty does to him is, punches through the wall and he breaks the fingers. This is for Pris, etc. And then gives him his hand back. And he has the...
How come Leon didn't get one? What the fuck?
He has the pain response of a human, but he doesn't know that he's a replicant in the same way that Rachel doesn't know that she's a replicant. So he, in fact, is a Nexus 6 model, which is superior to Roy Batty in that he doesn't have a 4-year lifespan, but he has been born.
Sorry, go on. Yes. It's two different issues at stake, isn't it? The 4-year lifespan and the ability and the self-knowledge, because that's the difference between Deckard and Rachel. Neither of them know, but she hasn't got the 4-year lifespan, but maybe he has. And that's the other thing. Just today, new ground, fresh ground has been broken. Maybe 5 minutes after the end of Blade Runner, he collapses and crashes the fucking car. I didn't know how long we'd have together. Who does?
Well,
we do know
one of the great things about Blade Runner 2049 is, one, we know that they've had a child together, which is a miracle. And two, that Deckard does have an open-ended lifespan, as presumably did Rachel, but she died during childbirth. And so when Kay comes to find Deckard,
Ryan,
he's aged like a human. He's, stayed away and gone into the Las Vegas area, which apparently is the only part of the world that has intense radiation, which a human could not survive. And when Kay and Deckard start battling it out, they basically come to an impasse, and that's when Harrison Ford says, "Enough of this. Do you drink whiskey?" Which, of course, is the exact appropriate thing to do.
One more kiss, dear. One more sun.
Have we lost a panel member?
Looks like Aberjam had to drop his phone sometimes. Yeah,
I think his connection was a bit iffy.
Yeah.
Eastland Burkholder in the chat says Deckard is human. All right, conversation's over. Good night, everyone.
It's been wonderful. I'll be here all week. Good night.
And yes, Darius, you would be correct. That's assuming 2049 is canon.
Darius Munchausen, I'm not necessarily saying that it's canon in the same way that the first film is canon. However, if you take them both into account, the things that I mentioned will bear out the argument that Deckard didn't know in the first film that he was a replicant, and in the second film, it proves he's a replicant because he and Kay, who's much younger than he is, if he were a human, Kay would kick his ass. But that doesn't happen. They fight to a standstill. And I think that speaks volumes about Denis Villeneuve's authorial intent vis-a-vis whether Deckard is a replicant or not.
Voulez-vous? Uh-huh. Unboxing Blade Runner.
You know, it's interesting since you said unboxing. I have been asked why I haven't done any unboxing videos, and I said, well, because I haven't had anything to unbox. So eventually I will. Eventually.
Chin chin, old bean. Happy trails. Chin chin, Cardinal. Chin chin,
Ding,
Captain.
ding, ding, ding.
Ding.
That's the stuff right there.
That
Now,
is
I've got a
fucking
question.
strong coffee. Oh,
Going back to your montage, Captain Trek.
Yes.
How the fuck is Captain Janeway getting coffee in the Delta Quadrant 7 years into their voyage? Surely they've used up all the coffee.
replicator.
For coffee?
Yep.
For coffee. Tone of voice noted.
I guess.
You're right.
I mean, oh, isn't that nice?
It's a horse.
Did you make that yourself?
No. It came with a box set. The briefcase one. I dropped it. It's now a horse. It's an origami horse.
Well, at least you have the temerity to admit it.
Yeah, I fucked it. I'm terrible with stuff like that. Never mind. Yeah, Spidey and 70s rock fan came out with a lot of wisdom, but they're claiming that the unicorn's just a coincidence. I'm like, it came with a box set. I think the unicorn is relevant. Come on, guys. Let's not, not really. But, that's their...
And the fact that Ridley Scott shot a unicorn sequence at great expense.
Right.
And the studio removed it from the film, going, what the fuck is this? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And then after he made Legend, he took the footage of the unicorn from that and put it into the final cut or the director's cut or whichever one it was. Also speaks to his authorial intent.
Authorial intent. Death of the author.
Well, director is the author of the film.
Yeah, death of the author, let's just say auteur. You're right.
Death of a salesman, death of a director.
You are an editor. I was forgetting to eschew obfuscation by using 2 words. It's equally death of the author and author. How dare I say author and author when they're 2 different things? Clearly, author. So Peter,
author intent. Arthur the author.
Auteur, Arthur the author, and the auteur. It's always easier when the director and the writer are the same person, because then
that's
there's
true.
Really, but
it's a good thing for us that was not the case with Blade Runner.
Yeah,
or
then
Alien.
you got 3. Well, then you got 4 people. You got 2 script writers, 1 novelist, and a director. Notably absent, Harrison Ford. Go away, Harrison Ford. No one fucking cares.
Thank goodness for Dan O'Bannon.
Shout out who didn't work on Blade Runner.
Dan O'Bannon, no, I mean for Alien.
Yes, thank goodness. Good segue.
It was his idea, the whole thing.
Everything.
Based on Dark Star, which is
Star.
a great bloody movie.
All right, Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Or was that the other one?
That's the other one.
I always get them confused. Oh, yeah, that's the one with the hippies, isn't it?
Don't get me down. You know how much I hate bloody Blade Runner hippies.
Hey, man. Forming a drumming circle, man.
I'm really brought down by that idea, Blade Runner hippies.
Wow. What do you think, Captain?
I'm just enjoying what you're talking about.
Oh, good. Just checking. That's all right, then.
It's less talking that he has to do on his own show.
It's your show, so as long as you're having a good time, bro, don't mind us.
Speaking of which, Captain... Trek,
yes.
I invited you onto my last 2 panel shows.
Yeah.
And you didn't arrive. You were in the chat.
What the fuck?
I was in the chat. I know.
But you sent me this DM about, well, you don't send me the link anymore. And I'm like, it was an oversight. I'm sorry. And I send you the link twice and you don't show up.
Okay, well, I did show up in the chat. I just suck at trivia.
It's not about winning the game. It's about the experience of being there. It's a lot of fun, even if you don't win.
Play, you can't win. I fucking came second. Fuck. Gibraltar. Fucking Gibraltar.
Right. Gibraltar, right?
Stupid. Ignorance, not the same thing.
I think you'll agree that the questions are really good. And there's very little powder puff questions. I almost said powder puff.
Powder puff girls?
More history. Yeah, I included a good bit of history in there.
Yep. I mean, mainly British, of course.
I know that history is a big subject for folks. So, yes, it's true. My memory
was there
had been
for that.
altered, proving that I am in fact a replicant with a bad back.
Reading that stressed me out.
I thought that I had been on Darius's show before, but I was wrong. But now I have been on.
Yep, time travel. You tenanted the shit out of that one.
I think I just remembered him being on my channel quite a bit. Oh, thank you, the Random Menace.
You sound
Your lack
epic.
of faith I find disturbing.
Actually,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I think you'll find this microphone is fully operational.
I think you'll find this microphone is fully operational.
So
actually, the best way you
Rise of Skywalker.
The best way to get your audio sounding more epic is to go visit LDG backstage.
Oh,
he can help you with your audio.
Get your voice meter going.
Yeah, very good.
Or just find a, voice modulator and hook it up.
They call it Voight Comp for short.
Voight Comp modulator, yes. If you could give me 24 hours notice the next time you do Midnight to Midnight, that would be great. That generally doesn't happen. I don't know I'm going to do a Midnight to Midnight until I'm, all the way up to here and I've had it. And just as well last time because YouTube deleted my stream. I was talking and we were watching a show that I had appeared in and written on television, and they accused me of spamming. And I'm like, what? And I said, in my appeal, look at the credits after the... Well, they couldn't because they broke the stream off beforehand. But the previous show, they could have looked at the credits and seen my name as the writer, the production concepts, etc., etc. So, just as well. And then a lull set in.
I love the lulls, the uncomfortable silences. Whoa!
Oh, there are no uncomfortable silences.
We have 4.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Cardinal Sin. Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Mr. NB Geek is in the house.
In the house.
So, I don't usually mention what's said backstage, but what is your recent video about that you are concerned about?
I'm promoting the #1 rap song on iTunes titled "Let's Go Brandon."
Let's go, Brandon.
There isn't really a top 40 anymore, is there?
I don't think so. Well, I think there is.
Not a Billboard top 40 anyway.
They don't really focus on anymore, I think, what is being heard. I think it's more now is what is being downloaded the most. Or
it's all written by Norwegian computers anyway.
Do you know why it's top 40 and not 50 or 30? Trivia fans?
No, actually, I don't.
Because 40 apparently checked, but apparently it's the records with the number that held by an old-timey jukebox.
Oh, really?
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yes, it does.
Because
I did not know that.
Billboard kept track of the top 100 songs every week.
The Hot 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they only really recognized the top 40, and that makes absolute sense. So
yeah, my video is short; it's only 2 minutes. But yeah, I heard this morning. I heard the rap song "Let's Go Brandon" this morning. I was just like, "Oh, this is so good! I've got to say something about this song."
Are you being gently ironic?
No, I think he's been sincere.
Or just fully sarcastic?
Sarcastic. Go with sarcasm.
Sarcastically
Hello,
sincere.
Jedi Bill.
Good morning, Jedi Bill, and good morning, Frog G, as well as good morning,
Bill.
Professor.
No, I did enjoy the song, but if you listen to my it's like 2 minutes and 17 seconds of it. I'm basically you'll hear the sarcasm in my voice.
I see that you not only wanted your MTV, but you got it. Yeah. That's a bold statement these days. You could get executed for that, you know?
For less.
Make MTV musical again.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry.
Talk in Hollywood.
What the hell is the point of calling it MTV?
No, you know, they do that on VH1 now, but they don't even do that on VH1 now.
No.
Does VH1 even still exist?
I don't know. I haven't had, but I have Cardinal Sin. I haven't had regular TV in about 10 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, I cut the cable about 13 years ago.
Excuse me, more coffee.
Captain, you should get some sleep.
Yeah, whatever. There's talking to be done.
There's walking to be done.
If I'm not
Captain,
broadcasting,
you really should get some sleep.
24/7.
Hey,
I'm broadcasting.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They said it was banned on YouTube, but guess where I found it? And several different versions of it on there. You can still find it on You can still find it on YouTube.
Wow. Well, maybe it won't be deleted then.
Yeah, those.
You are crazy, chance-taking MF with your
music.
It might get deleted. The Random Menace. MTV to play music. What a radical thought.
Does anybody a trivia question for you guys? I think most of you probably know this. Do you guys know the first video they played? First music video they played?
Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles.
You got it.
Plausible.
You got it.
Hey, you're talking ostensibly to the trivia king here. So, man, come on with that.
Abajam UK in the chat says, "Fuck me, it's Grandad from Chitty Bang Bang. You off to India in your garden shed, Cockney? India. Memories of Mumbai. The gym was plentiful and yoga. Nice. Back to you, Captain, in the studio."
I actually went and for those of you who don't know, my wife works at a Christian private school, and they have a prayer huddle first thing in the morning. And I actually went in and wanted to be a part of it, mainly because I don't know what happened, but we had 3 ambulances.
A bunch of atheists come in and redo the whole thing? No, I'm kidding.
I don't believe that.
We had 3 ambulances, 2 deputy sheriff's cars, and a fire truck go by us. And we're not a big town. I was like 3 ambulances, and I think it was on Highway 63 because it was either 63 or 154, and I drove into 154 to go right over to the Illinois side, and there was nothing there, so something must have happened on 63. This is why I hate driving at night.
Are you in Missouri by any chance?
No, I'm in Indiana.
Okay.
I'm in Indiana. I am 5 miles from the border of Illinois. Actually, I'm also 5 miles from Central Time Zone, or as Cap puts it, the right time zone.
Quite right too. I'm a Kansas boy, you know.
Are you a Southerner?
No, Kansas is the free state. We talk normal here.
My wife's a Hoosier, and I'm from the Prairie State, so it's a
There you
compromise
go.
because, one, you can't pay me to go back to Illinois until they annex Chicago and Cook County out of our existence.
Make it its own protectorate.
Do you know the joke about Illinois governors? Do you guys know
Go
the
ahead.
joke about an Illinois
Go
governor?
for it.
What does an Illinois governor get when he gets out of office? He gets a prison number.
Yeah. Rod Blagojevich.
Or the guy before
Or as
him.
they say in Russia, Rod Blagojevich.
Or I think it was the guy before him, also Gray.
In Soviet Russia, Goyevich Rodzio.
Ooh, nice.
Speaking of Russia, did you guys know that...
LDG, what's up, my man?
Did you guys know that
Guten Morgen.
Putin is actually going to honor his constitution and not seek re-election, even though he's grandfathered in?
I did not know that.
So apparently in Russia's constitution, I guess president can only serve 2 consecutive terms and then come back and serve again. Now I think they have it at 2 consecutive terms, but they grandfathered in the previous presidents to allow for them to continue. And I guess Vladimir Putin saying he's not running for re-election. And people in Russia, I've seen the news cycle here. People in Russia are actually worried what it's going to be like in a post-Putin Russia. And like, what are you talking about? The guy's still going to be in charge.
Yeah, he'll just be prime minister again and let Medvedev have the presidency. I think that we should have term limits for senators and Congress beings. 2 terms, and then you get the boot. That's it.
I think
I'm
we should
gonna be
get
honest with
unicorns
you.
and rainbows every day.
Term limits
I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of wish we had that, but I also wish we had not. And hear me out here. I wish we had not done the amendment. I can't remember which number it is, where we started voting for senators instead of letting the electorates pick the senators, because then we'd have much more power, because we would be able to threaten the governors, be like, hey, this guy's a fuck up. You want to get reelected?
No, I think there should be a recall provision in all states. As a matter of fact, I would really like for the United States to have a parliamentary government, sort of like the Knesset does in Israel, where they have to come together and compromise
and create a coalition
with people that they don't necessarily agree with politically to form a coalition government. I think that's a much better way than just the duopoly, which I liken to the Democratic Party is on one hand, the Republican Party is on the other, and they meet at the Bobby, and they're the same thing. They have the same donors. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, to be able to get us to that kind of a coalition, we have to have a third party, maybe a fourth party, at least a third party.
I think we should have 8 parties, as many parties as they want.
Well, I agree with that. And then Captain Trek and I have talked about this. What should have happened is, and I 100% agree with this, if you are on the ballot and you have enough ballot, you're on enough of the ballots to where you can win the electoral college for president, then you should have the Republican, the Democrat, the Libertarian, and the Green Party all up there. They should all have their voices heard.
I think it was personally a mistake when Bernie Sanders was the most popular politician in the U.S. And this is just my personal feeling. I know it's not a popular one. But when the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton's campaign basically reformed their rules to disallow him from winning, he won the first 3 caucus states, which had never happened before in the history of this country. And then after that, every candidate dropped out and threw their support to Biden, who was like number 8 out of the 12, which is obvious, bribery and backroom deals and all that kind of thing. And after that, I think that he should have started his own third party. He had the whole Our Revolution thing going. He had, a huge amount of emails, phone numbers, people that were really upset at what had happened at the Democratic National Convention.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah, but I mean the first time. Yeah. He should have used all that momentum to form a third party, and I think it would have done a great deal of good. But that's just me personally. I know that most people on YouTube don't agree.
The problem is, Cardinal Sin, remember how this works. Anytime somebody tries to do a third party, they try to throw out the scenario, if for him you're voting for whatever the opposite party that you don't want into office is going to do. Yeah. That's the way they do it.
They have a different platform.
And they're absolutely right each time.
And
hey, Kapla, bird.
Greeting.
Kapla. You can't split one major party without helping the other.
Well, my point was, with all the momentum that Bernie Sanders had, it would have been a much bigger third party than the Reform Party or
it would have been a much
the Green
Party. Absolutely. But where are most of those people coming from? You're going to get maybe 80% of them from the Democrats and maybe 10% from Republicans and 10% from various others.
Well, he was a populist. That's true.
Okay, but the majority are coming from either the Democrats or the Republicans. It's always going to be the case.
Well, that's all there are.
The third party. Right.
So that's Democrats always, and Republicans and independents.
Regardless of the third party, it is always going to be the case that you're going to get most probably more than one from the other. Unless you had a truly down the middle party where you could get 50% from each of the other two.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that he had so much momentum and had been done dirty so much by the Democratic Party that, when they did all this
millions
stuff
of Republicans
at the Democratic National Convention, like they reseated all of his people at the back and they put in white noise generators so that you couldn't hear his people cheering for him.
I agree he was done wrong. Don't get me wrong. I agree.
But all that energy could have been made into a really healthy party.
For somebody I disagreed with still.
Oh, no.
But one of the things is... Okay,
so that's the thing. If you're going to make a third party, how do you get over the fact that you're giving the win to the party you like even less?
Okay.
Because I think in the case of Bernie Sanders, he had such a huge movement. The Our Revolution movement was already almost a party in and of itself. And he was the most popular politician in the United States. Like I said, he'd won the first 3 caucus states, which had never happened before. And then there were the backroom deals done by the Democrats, and everybody threw their support to Biden, who is like 8th out of 12.
That get you over the fact that had it been... You think Sanders would have won the presidency had he become...
Here's my point. To answer your question.
Here's my point. What happened to the Whig Party? Does anybody remember the Whig Party? Does anybody know?
Of course. Yeah. The Republicans started out as a third party.
No.
Yes.
It was the Democratic Republicans eventually becoming split. They eventually dropped it from Democratic Republican to Democrat. And then you had the Whig Party. And what did most of the Whigs become? Republicans.
Either Democrats or Republicans.
The Whig Party shut down. And the Republicans...
I heard the Whig Party wasn't even really a thing until they
went back. My point is, to answer Bird's question...
Yes, Darius, we know they weren't hairdressers.
That if all of that
which
momentum that he'd built up, because you've got Democrats who are largely corporate Democrats and have the same donors as Republicans do, but the people that were behind Bernie Sanders were progressives and really wanted change, and it was kind of a large number of people. And
AOC would have followed him, I
if
believe.
those people had gotten enough votes or enough, electoral college votes or whatever, and it hadn't been, the backroom deals and bribery and corporate donors and Citizens United and all that it was, I think it would have served him very well, and that we would have had a whole different turnout.
I agree.
But I think that the eventual conclusion would have been that we now have 3 parties, and one of them represents what the people want, which is called populism. But if the person that is the populist goes on to enact the policies on which he or she ran, instead of every single politician running on, hope and change and giving us nothing but the status quo, it would make a big difference in the lives of everyday people.
If he doesn't win the presidency, then no matter what happened that year, it's all going to be lost for the next time.
No, I disagree with that, because
But
if it had been
without
his third party,
without that party, that's going to happen anyway.
well, Cardinal Sin, think about this. If he had created his own party and it had shown to have a movement behind it, okay, you're all
the
thinking
movement wasn't behind the party.
Yeah.
The movement was behind the man.
Yes, and
Yes,
he
but that's what I'm
actually
going with here.
is an independent,
You're
but he
thinking
couldn't
too
run
much
as an
about-
independent. He had to run as a Democrat.
But you're thinking too one-dimensional here, and I'm sorry, Bert, I don't mean that as an insult. But think about this. If the popularity of a certain person swells
But
up
the
enough,
popularity of the person was based on his policies, the planks in his platform.
Policies are what people agree with. You could split into a third party, and then he could have gone and maybe got some local elections, maybe got some representatives. Got some
Absolutely.
state.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
you
could
gotta-
And that
have.
happened.
You can't build a national parties on maybes and could haves. I'm asking you, how does it help anybody if he started a party and Trump won re-election? Now, excuse me, as a Trump supporter, I would have been all for it. But how does it help any Democrat or anybody who disliked Trump to create a third party and hand Trump the presidency?
Because
He had
won,
such a
they could have gotten
huge
somewhere in
amount
the
of
House.
support
You all keep
behind
thinking-
him.
But a huge amount of support
And
compared to what?
progressives were so
81 million
disappointed
votes? No.
that he basically, bent the knee to Hillary because he had no other option. Instead, if he had translated all that support and all that enthusiasm from especially young people into
They already
forming,
won.
instead of
But they're not doing
By
anything.
the recordest numbers
Look at
ever
people like-
recorded.
Look at people like AOC right now, who is different from. And look, you guys know I'm a conservative. We're just pointing. Cardinal Sin and I are just pointing out, things that could actually do some good in this country, because you have people like AOC who were all for Bernie Sanders, and she wasn't the only one. There were other House of Representatives who were for Bernie Sanders. There were senators who were for him. And if he had actually, pushed that button and said, hey, the Democrat Party is not what we want it to be. We need to engage and create our own party. And if enough of them had switched, it would have been similar to maybe not what happened to the Whig Party, but what happened to the Whig Party. They all switched to
I'm
became
sorry,
Muslims,
Bernie
become
Sanders
Republicans, Democrats.
did not have the power to single-handedly flip every Democrat to his party.
No, and that's not the point. There were independents that supported him. There were some Republicans that supported him. There were some libertarians that supported him. My point is, instead of having all that momentum and all those people behind him in the Our Revolution movement and just stopping and banging against the Hillary Clinton and the National Democratic Party, if instead, after he lost the first time, he had translated all that into getting all 50 states to have him on the ballot and have all the down ticket, positions, like you were saying before, in that party, whether they called it the People's Party or Our Revolution Party or whatever. I think that was the best chance in the
modern era.
Current situation that we could have had, because it's so tightly controlled by the kingmakers, if you will, that that's the only chance that he would have had. I mean, I remember watching the news when the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party, had enacted rules that basically made it impossible for him to win, and they said so, and he continued to run anyway. And so the first time that he lost, if they had translated all that momentum and all those people, phone numbers, email addresses, people that were canvassing for him, making phone calls for him, etc., I think it would have made a big difference. And it might not have been as big a party as, say, the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, but it could have had the best chance that we've had in the history of this country, at least in modernity, to make a difference and to get people in the future to continue that momentum and to have down ticket elections where those people are elected, because that's where it makes the most difference.
Let's think about this. Take it this way. You don't need to win the majority. You just need to win a little bit in the House and Senate. Say Bernie Sanders created a third party, and that momentum swelled enough to where maybe he got 2 or 3 senators of that party done, and maybe 10 or 12 or 15 or so House of Representatives. Do you realize how big of a switch that would be in this country? Because now you have to deal with these guys. You have to deal with these ladies because they are not part of your party. You have to actually talk to them to get them to come to your side. That would have changed the dynamic of this country, and all it would have taken.
It wouldn't have, because they would have conventioned with the Democrats. Do you think they would have conventioned with the Republicans?
I'm not saying they would have gone
Bernie
with
Sanders supporters, really?
What I'm saying is,
I think that there would have been 3 people on the stage. I think there would have been 3 people on the stage, candidates for the federal election instead of 2, which is a duopoly. Like I said, one hand is the Republicans, one hand is the Democrats. They both have the same donors, and they meet at the central body.
Talking about Trump.
But that's what would have happened. It does matter if you.
We don't.
Absolutely, we know what would have happened.
No, we
and
don't.
Like you said before,
it happened during. It happened.
We're now
Clinton
talking about what
when
ifs
Ross Perot ran, and it would have happened for any major.
This
candidate.
is a whole different thing from Ross Perot.
You have a third candidate in the presidential election.
Not true. That's
They're
not true.
Spoiling. Yes,
Bernie Sanders and Our Revolution had so much momentum and people power and actual grassroots support. It would have been much bigger than the Reform Party.
Their own emotional responses.
Yeah, it would have been bigger than the Reform Party beating Trump. Would have won by even more than Bill Clinton did.
Not
Bill
necessarily.
Clinton, so what? Are you against a president winning a plurality like Clinton did? because Clinton didn't win the majority against Ross Perot and whoever the fuck he was running against. Bush. He won
Bush.
a plurality.
The caucus.
Yeah, but he won.
But he won a plurality.
It doesn't matter. He won.
It does matter.
It does matter.
Because
why does it matter?
Our Revolution Party, if you will,
to the guy who
had
took
a great deal more support behind it from the grassroots.
There's
because
no asterisks.
People wanted something because it showed a lot of people wanted something different. They wanted something.
They wanted something different, and did they get it? No.
That's not.
That's why I think he should have started a third party after he lost.
One position in the executive branch. I am talking, and Cardinal Sin is talking. If you get that kind of swell going up, you can affect the House. You can affect the Senate. You can affect local governments.
There are independents in the House and the Senate.
But
they
under the current duopoly, that doesn't matter.
One or the other.
Good now? We can all get the politician talk out of the way?
Yep.
Well, I can't help it if this is the way it's going to go. Cardinal Sin and I are passionate about what we're talking about. Bird's passionate about what he's talking about.
Yeah, and I think you're all fucking
I just think
nuts,
Bird
but
is
it's
wrong.
all good in the hood.
This is something I'm going to say, Bird, and I've never said this to you. I think you're 100% wrong on this.
Well, let's look at caucus states. I live in a caucus state. The only problem is the caucus takes place here after everybody else has decided what they're going to do. So it doesn't really matter. But I have caucused for a candidate before, and you're basically in a gymnasium full of people, and you have to decide, there's vote after vote after vote, and you have to basically decide by making a reasoned argument to some other people how to bring them to your side, or listening to their reasoned argument, give up your position and candidate and go to their side. And this is basically the parliamentary form of government that I was talking about that I would like to see on the national level, like the Knesset, like they have in Israel.
So you want to throw out our entire system of government and bring in another
I'd like to change it so that it actually, I'm answering your question. I'd like to change it so that it actually represents people instead of corporations and moneyed interests.
Okay, well, that's bullshit.
When was the last time that we spent serious money on infrastructure? You remember when I-35, that bridge collapsed in Minnesota? We haven't done a single penny's worth of infrastructure on the national level since then. That's something that people really want. Whether they're Republican or Democrat or whatever, everybody wants infrastructure to be dependable. Things like that, common sense rules. But they don't get done because there's so much corruption that the donors on the corporate level, especially since Citizens United was put into effect so that they're basically given the same rights as people, the huge corporate interests, the moneyed interests, give to both the Republicans and the Democrats. So whoever wins, they don't represent the will of the people. They represent the will of the moneyed interests.
To them too.
I'm going to point this out because it seems like people forget this. The RNC and the DNC are private corporations who deal in politics. They are not the government.
Nobody said they were.
And if more people realize that and listen to it, you might actually get some damn change, because we all bitch about so much. Oh, I'm voting for the lesser of two evil. Well, whose fucking fault is that? You let that go because you're like, oh, I can't change anything. Bullshit, you can't change anything. You can change it.
especially with all of the momentum that our revolution had after Bernie Sanders lost the first time, that could have been channeled into a huge amount of support on the grassroots level, getting that party, if he created it, on all 50 states, on the ballots of all 50 states, especially like you were saying earlier,
the people who
down
were
ticket
for
elections.
Bernie Sanders on the down tickets were the biggest jokes of the world. The AOC, she's a joke. She's not a politician. That's what you wanted,
now.
more AOCs?
No, I don't want more AOCs. I want people like AOC to be out there to put their message out so I can tell people how crazy their ideas are and how unconstitutional they are, but they're hiding behind a D when they are not a Democrat. She is not a Democrat. Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. You have so many people that they're not Democrats. They're only using that term because
and Trump wasn't a Republican. It doesn't matter.
The people I'm talking about that were in support of Bernie Sanders were progressives, and they were not people that wanted what corporations and moneyed interests wanted. They were people that wanted support and representation by politicians that would actually do what they said they would do, unlike Democrats and Republicans.
What, besides being a dictatorship?
No, we're not talking about a dictatorship. God damn.
That's what Republicans and Democrats are. What are you
It's
talking
just
about?
that magically you say, well, Republicans and Democrats are both corrupt, but magically my third party won't be corrupt because reasons.
No,
not because reasons, because they're tired of living in a political system where only the moneyed interests have any control.
Then they can vote for Republicans and Democrats who aren't corrupt.
If they're all corrupt, it doesn't make a difference, does it?
They're not all corrupt, though, are they?
But if they are, it doesn't make a difference, does it?
You're just assuming that they are because it makes your
how many
easier.
How many Republicans and Democrats on the federal level aren't multimillionaires?
Under this system, and you really believe there is nothing that can be changed.
I'm not saying there's nothing that can be changed. We should be voting for the better candidate.
Can you get a groundswell in New York to change things? Because you did. You got rid of Cuomo.
No, we didn't get a groundswell in New York to get rid of Cuomo. Cuomo got thrown out by his own party because he was about to be arrested or something.
And what were they talking about a year? And what were they talking about a year ago before he left? They were talking about Cuomo running for president.
Cuomo did it to himself.
I understand that.
Cuomo was harassing women in the Me Too movement era, and it was only a matter of time before it bit him in the ass. And it finally
let me address what Eastern Burkholder is saying.
They threw him out so that they didn't have to deal with the fact he killed thousands of people by putting them in nursing homes.
What Bird and Eastland Burkholder is saying with what I'm saying is that there was so much support on the grassroots level for Bernie Sanders and the progressives.
Support?
Let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. There was so much support in a groundswell of true grassroots support across the country because Bernie Sanders had actually gone to every single state and done, I'm losing the word for what he did.
Campaigned?
Inspired?
Campaign stops, rallies. that he got people fired up. He said the same thing in all 50 states. We're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And everybody was like, yes, finally, somebody that's going to, represent us, the people, instead of the moneyed interests. If he had taken all that momentum that he had, instead of having all these disappointed and disaffected people who might never vote again, and turned it into a third party, I think it would have done a lot more good than not. That's my point.
What is your problem, LDG? What is your problem, Captain Trek? Because honestly, this is one of the most spirited, passionate discussions you've had on your channel.
No, we've had plenty of others, my friend. But you guys are talking about
we're talking about a sensitive subject that nobody likes. Well, you know what? That's fine. Since I started it, Captain Trek, come back. I will leave. I will humbly bow out for you.
That's not your choice. That's not your choice. Get back up there, MD. Come on. Stop pussyfooting it around, buddy.
He can't come back up if Captain's gone.
No, he's still there. You guys are talking about a system that's corrupt to its core. So it doesn't matter what the fuck you guys are talking about, because it doesn't fucking matter. You're talking about term limits. Term limits don't do. You think that's going to do shit? All that does is create a system that one corrupt person promotes another corrupt person. You're just gonna make a cycle. That's not going to fix shit.
I didn't hear about term limits.
You're not going to magically get somebody who's actually good for the people come up just because you have fucking term limits. Okay, that's already been proven by the term limits dictated by the president. Okay, it ain't going to happen. Now, I'm all for one that's saying any government
dictated by the president.
I'm saying that the fact that we have term limits on the president. And look, when's the last time we had a decent president? I mean, it's been decades.
About 2 years ago.
No, decades.
Yeah, no.
Truly good president. I'm not talking about a half
2 years ago.
I'm talking about truly good president. Not 2 years. What, Trump? I think Trump was a really good president. Okay.
I think he was the best president in my lifetime.
You have the right to that opinion and that thought. That's fine. Okay, cool. But I would say it's a lot longer than that. Even Trump was the best of the two evils as far as I'm concerned, but that's my opinion. Anyway, if you want real change to happen in America, there's only one guaranteed proof way of doing that, and that starts at the people. Change comes from the people. The government's job is not to change the world, it's to maintain the status quo. Okay,
we were in the middle of real change.
To change the world, because without the people doing the change, there is no change that's going to work. The only effective change is going to come from the people. Okay, so you need people coming like Martin Luther King and all the others who came up from the ground up and gave their lives for effective, good, positive change to actually fucking happen. Like, I don't know, somebody promoting a free public platform. And that's
you comparing yourself to Martin Luther King?
Fuck yeah, I am. Martin Luther King wanted to free a race of people. I want to free the entire damn globe. And I hate to tell you, but it's a lot simpler my way. All I have to do is write a little program. I hit the wrong button again. Okay, no worries, Cardinal Sin. But that's where it comes from. You want to start talking about change, then let's talk about change at our level, not the government level, because I'm sick and tired of it. I'm 40 years old, and all I've seen is people talk about change at the government level, and I haven't seen any change. If anything, things have gotten worse.
So, LDG, do you agree with and or understand what I'm talking about with Bernie Sanders and our revolution and the huge amount of
huge, but it wasn't
grassroots support that he had with true progressives?
Yeah, but like at most his percentage was what, like 20-25%? I mean, it wasn't like it was an overall majority that he had back.
He was the most popular politician in the United States.
You know, would have more.
I would disagree with that. Or
of course you would, Bird.
You know, would have more support.
Where do you come up with that fact? I mean, if he was the most popular politician, wouldn't he have won?
You can find the numbers online.
Because the system was engineered against him winning.
It was engineered against Trump winning too, yet he still won.
Well, the system is...
Well, that's on its face not true, because it did happen.
Absolutely it was. You remember when he was in there was like, oh, he's a joke candidate. He won't be in.
That's not
He
what I'm
won't
saying.
even be-
People didn't take him seriously, but obviously it wasn't engineered against him to win because he won.
Well, it just wasn't
By
engineered well enough
definition, you're wrong.
against him. No, just because he surmounted the odds doesn't mean it wasn't engineered against him. You can be
If it
things
were
can be
engineered
against you
against
and
him
you
so
can
that he
still
couldn't
win.
win, then he wouldn't have won.
It's
By
engineered to make it
definition, de facto.
extremely difficult to win. It's not impossible. Okay, even
That's
Bernie
not what I
Sanders
said.
could have won. Bernie Sanders
No,
could
he
have
couldn't
won
have
if
won
he was
because the
popular
Democratic
enough.
Party made it so that he could not win. They actually changed the rules so that he could not win. I remember hearing it on the news.
Just because you heard it on the news doesn't make it true.
LDG,
Okay.
you were saying?
I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. We just had an
Bernie's
election where somebody
numbers were
was
nowhere
supposed to win,
close
and
winning the
all of a sudden
majority.
it magically lost because of impossible analytical information telling us that was bullshit. The system is so fixed right now; it doesn't matter. Whoever they want to win, that they can find a way to make them win. What was I going to say? You know, would have more support, even more than Bernie Sanders. Why don't you add a third option, a default option to the ticket vote called none of the above, and give people
Or
a vote?
ranked
I don't want
choice
either
voting.
people, and I bet you we'll have the very first year it comes out, we'll have that be the majority. None of the above.
I think ranked choice voting would help a great deal.
No, because
Yeah,
you're
we
not
added
giving people,
that
you're not
to New
giving
York
people
City
free
this
choice.
year.
You're still forcing people
Really
to vote
doesn't
for one
make a
person or the other.
difference. I was for ranked choice voting. I technically still am, but it doesn't really solve any problems.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't
Thank you. No,
create.
it doesn't. It doesn't. Because it still forces people to have to choose one or the other.
I think the point that I'm trying to get across is not being either listened to or understood, which is more or less that if the United States had more choices, real choices, than just the two corrupt parties that represent moneyed interests and are given donations to by the same mega corporations, and we had more choices to go with and ranked choice voting, we would have a serious chance like never before to affect change in this country.
Okay. First of all,
Okay,
if
but you
ever look at a
understand
presidential
your
ticket, it's not
premise
just people
there
voting for
is
president, right? There's like 16 people on the ballot ticket. You do have that already. The problem is they have a system set up where it only makes the two parties look like the primary choices.
That's my point.
It costs money to run for president. It costs money to campaign. They don't have a public forum. Oh my God, it's
And
back to that.
Bernie Sanders
Where
had
anybody can speak
all that
openly,
support
freely,
and
legally,
all that money.
run for
He
president.
could have affected change, but he wasn't allowed to. And the people that were supporting him and were behind him were so disenchanted and disaffected when he won the first 3 caucus states, which has never happened before, and then everybody threw their support to Biden and dropped out of the race because that's obviously corrupt. Somebody, put that together.
There's no transparency. There's no transparency.
That's right.
That would solve a lot of issues too. Everybody talks about transparency, but I don't see a damn thing about transparency going on. You got
That would be wonderful.
Got associations. You got all this shit going on, and that we don't see.
Why are you limiting it to caucus states when there were?
Because it had never happened before. That was
but
the
just
one
because something never
way.
happens before doesn't mean it.
I'm answering your question, Bird. That was the one way that we saw how much support there actually truly was for Bernie Sanders.
Caucus
After
states
that,
are a tiny
all those
percentage
other
of this
states
country.
that had what are they called? Primaries. All those other states were controlled by the machine that is either the corporate or democratic parties, and those were influenced by the moneyed interests. The caucus states weren't. Those are the reason that I mentioned that I've been to a caucus and I've been through the process is because it's the one thing that comes from the people. The people have to decide amongst themselves in a certain amount of time who they're going to put their support behind. And they have to do it, and eventually come up with one person. And in a caucus situation, when you have lots of different candidates that you can throw your support behind, that works. But when you get to a primary state, you've got two people in two corrupt parties that are the same party because they have the same donors, and it doesn't work. Thus, I think we should have a parliamentary form of government.
That's neither here or there. You can't. That's not just not. I mean, it's great to think that, but it's not going to happen, man. You just can't snap your feet. You can't then snap a parliament. Like I said, if you want change,
but Bernie Sanders. My point is, Bernie Sanders and our revolution had the money, the momentum, and the support of progressives and people that were disaffected and wanted real change. It was the best chance that we'd had in my lifetime for that to happen. Nationwide.
Excuse me. So, see here. Yeah, see, I'm not going to get any numbers from Google, but that's fine. Anywho, so that's a lovely chit chat about politics. Let's go ahead and see if we can move along home here. Cockney Spock, you got anything on your mind there, boss?
Oh, just the usual Blade Runner, French maids, time travel.
We should have a
trope
replicant
of the unreliable narrator. Yeah, I mean, well, politics, it's it's just two sides of the same bullshit salad bar. I'm with the spoil your ballot party, whichever country you live in. I suggest that you register to you vote. You go there in the polling booth and just spit on the ballot form, just go, fuck your bollocks, and submit that. And that is legit. That is spoiling your ballot. Everyone, please spoil your ballot. I am with the spoil your ballot party. Thank you and good night.
Billy party.
So, and then you got social media freaking doing a number now that it also hurting any kind of chances of the third party rising because of the slavery, the digital slavery we have to endure every day online. People being silenced and people being promoted and all this crap. We don't have a equal playing field. There's no equal playing field. And that's a huge issue no matter what.
That's right.
I mean, not even just politics. I mean, we're talking about anything, jobs, works, relationships, people, everything. It is so fucked up right now. And I'm surprised we don't have a digital. I mean, I'm smelling a digital renaissance revolution right now coming, and I just can't wait for it to actually happen.
How do you see that happening?
People getting fed up. When people get fed up enough, something might happen. Someone speaks loud enough and squeaks through the cracks and possibly gains support that way. I mean, there are still ways of it's not 100% censored. Don't get me wrong. It's just the major. It's almost like you got the two Democratic parties, right? The same thing online. You got like the two major playing people like Facebook and Twitter. They're like the. You know what I mean? There are ways of getting your voice heard. Just good luck trying to do it on any major platform.
That's why I'm saying if Bernie Sanders, the first time he lost, had taken all that momentum and channeled it into making an Our Revolution party, it would have been the closest we've ever come in my lifetime to having a party that actually represents the will of the people.
I don't know, because even Bernie Sanders
says Joe Biden won the Iowa caucus.
Do what?
We're talking about different elections.
The 2020 Iowa caucus.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 2016, the 2016 election, when he had a huge amount of support, grassroots support from all over the country, and he basically hit an immovable object, which was the Democratic Party, which he shouldn't have been running in the first place. But certainly, when he lost, he should have taken all that momentum and made a third party. And the fact that he didn't, I think, is a crime.
What up, Darius? What's going on, man?
Morning, guys.
What's
How
going
about
on?
them American politics?
Wait a second. Did you get assimilated?
Yes.
Wait, you got assimilated before me? Son of a bitch. What the hell, man?
I guess so. It's not something you ask for. It's just something that happens one day.
This happens. That's what I'm saying, man. Sheesh. Am I doing something wrong?
Be a pickleboard.
Something.
Pickleboard.
Big bad pickleboard.
Damn it.
If it says, don't make me come up there, please do.
All right.
Love to see a vet.
Also saying that Hillary won the 2016 Iowa presidential caucus.
Yeah, Hillary's also guilty of freaking data fraud, but whatever.
I'm just asking.
God.
I have no comment about politics.
Yeah, good.
Well,
good,
I've been hearing for the last that he won the first three caucuses. So he didn't win the first three caucuses in 2020 nor 2016. So
okay, so anyway, moving on. Let's not talk about caucuses anymore. The only caucus I want to hear about is none, actually.
Captain Caucus Spock.
Yeah, Cockney. That's what I want to hear about. Cockney Spock.
I will be your leader now. Follow me to the New Jerusalem. Darius,
the land of milk and honey.
Yep, milk and honey and coffee. Come on, everyone.
I like that better.
Yeah.
I gotta close a window because my shit's going to battery saving mode. So you lost a view.
No pun intended. Are you talking about like the breeze, or are you talking about on your computer?
Yeah, my computer.
Nurse Ratchet in the chat says, change the fucking subject.
Yeah. You know, I almost did another sleep stream last night, but then I got my senses and I was like, hell no.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on.
By a show of hands, anyone here, do you kiss with your eyes open? Anyone?
Both.
Interesting.
Depends. Sometimes I like eyes open, sometimes I like eyes closed. Yeah.
Criteria?
Yeah. Well, no, it's no, that's not funny. Anyway, I won't say that.
Phew.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Joseph said Jody is the best doctor. I think he's just being provocative.
Oh.
Yeah, he's about to lose his wrench in a heartbeat.
Random menace. Nice. Agent provocateur. She's the best doctor called Jody. That's true.
So far.
Yes,
you got a boy named Jody.
She's the best of the worst doctors.
There you go. She's the worst of the worst. All right, I'm Jody. I'm the time lord.
That makes her pretty good then. Now, if you're the best of the worst, that means you can't get any worse.
She's the second worst dressed doctor.
And number one worst?
I don't want to say it because I think Yvette likes him.
Say it. Say it, Darius. Say it. Do it.
It's the one with the hideous multicolored suit.
That's all of them.
Just stop, Darius.
Baker,
Darius, stop.
Davidson.
Stop while you're ahead. Stop. She's not going to like you finishing that sentence. Neither is Deej.
In any
He's not a
case,
bad doctor. He's just very badly dressed.
in any case,
To be fair, he was
I realized that,
very drunk.
as I said, what I began with, that my opinion was not a popular one. I apologize for making the conversation steer toward politics.
Apology
And
accepted.
I have
Captain
to
Leader.
cram for a show that I have to do tonight, and hope dearly that Captain Cockney Spock will get some sleep
At this point,
beforehand.
don't let me go to sleep. If I go to sleep, I ain't waking up, bro. At this point, you've got to keep me up all
Tracy
night.
Torme will not be with us tonight because he does not like the episode The General. But please do tune in to I Am Not a Number at 3 p.m. Central Time, which is coming very soon. And Rick
That's
Davey
9 a.m.
of the Unmutual website will be joining us.
Unmutual.
So we will hope to see you then. And I am out.
Later, Cardinal.
Oh, all right. Later, Cardinal.
Just remember, no matter what you think, no matter how popular something is, the rest of the universe doesn't care. So it really isn't that popular in comparison.
Prometheus?
Except for Prometheus. Even aliens want that.
I thought you were an alien.
I am an alien. We're all aliens.
He's a toaster.
Compared to any other planet, we're all aliens.
LDG's real form looks like an Andorian.
I knew it.
That's why he always plays that blue clip.
So, how about those Red Sox?
How about those Red Sox?
And Captain.
Welcome back, Captain Trek.
There
That's
you
right,
go.
Captain. Sorry, even I can only take so much political talk that goes nowhere.
Well, yeah, I had taken out the trash, like I said. I was going to pop on, but then I got very political. And I don't have anything to contribute to that.
Oh, like me and Cockney Spock, we're talking quite a bit as well, as you know. Totally.
I caught up on my reading, so that was good.
Yeah, I saw that. Was cool. Excuse me. Oops, sorry. This coffee I'm drinking right now is.
I do learn a lot just by listening, though.
Some kind of German blend I wanted to give a try, but God.
Deutsche Blends. You will drink the coffee.
Yeah,
you notice I removed myself from the stream, so that's why I just
I was waiting. I knew you were like. I was like, I'm surprised Captain hasn't said something in private chat yet. And then when he says, "Dear God, I can't believe I'm saying this. LDG, please speak up." Then I know that's like the worst kind of red alert there is when you want me to talk. That's a cry for help.
When he says it.
Yeah, when you want me changing the subject, you know there's an issue.
yes.
Ooh,
Which is why I worded it exactly the way I did.
Yeah.
That says 6 single episodes, 1 story called Flux, and and then 3 specials, and then Jodie's gone. Woohoo!
Yay!
Normality restored.
Yeah.
I gotta check out that Hitchhiker series. I keep hearing it's better than the movie.
What, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah, I just saw the movie like a month ago.
For the new one? Yeah, that sucks compared to the original, man. You gotta watch the original. TV made for movie, whatever. The Improbable Drive.
I could do with a pan-galactic gargle blaster right about now.
Because people wonder what 42 means, which is funny because 42 is the ASCII value for the asterisk, which is the wildcard statement for a computer that means anything.
Oh yeah, That's interesting.
You know that?
I forgot. I used to know some of the ASCII characters.
No.
Way
I meant
back.
the 42.
I knew about 42. Okay. I don't remember that asterisk was the value of 42 in ASCII. Well, it is, yes, because A is 65,
something like that. So yeah, that's an interesting cliff note. Why they chose 42? Because if you ask a computer, what's the meaning of everything? The asterisk is
life, the universe, and everything.
Right, because if you store asterisk as a character, but then you read that variable as an integer, it will say 42.
Integer. Everyone take a shot.
No, it's not. Oh,
close enough.
LG, the drinking game is that anytime I mention geometry, then everyone takes a shot.
Oh, what's your angle?
Well, that sounds square.
Right.
Stick around. Oh, cute. Oh, Captain, you're just being obtuse.
That still always makes me think of Shawshank Redemption. Which Family Guy parody, just like, how can you be so obtuse? And then the word's just sitting in the chair, like at a wide angle, with his arms up in the air.
The wide angle.
Oh yeah, Goblin Girl. Yeah, it's doing pretty well, right?
Oh, last I heard, yes.
$42 is 7 times 3 times 3. Oh, Eastland doing the prime factorization.
No, it isn't. It's 7 times 3 times 2. Right, and you need brackets. 7, 14, 21 times 2. See, we're paying attention.
You're right.
Hey, Eastland.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
Actually, thank you. You don't, but thanks for your confirmation. We'll just assume I'm right. That is the default position.
All right, my battery's about to die, so if I do drop out, I'm gonna have to switch over to my primary PC.
Switching over, compensating now, Lieutenant.
Just a wee bit.
A wee bit.
Enhance.
A wee bit. Next one, megabit.
Give me a hard copy right there. You ever buy snakes from the Egyptians, Happy?
All the time, pal.
Hey, Louis, the men's dry.
Aye.
I'm trying to come up with more merch for your channel. You know, like I'll eat any cheese, but I won't eat brie.
That's fast becoming a favorite, I think. With her toes on the B side. Yeah, get those toes in.
Oh God!
Come on, enhance full screen. Come on, Captain Shrek,
no,
full screen, please.
He's not going to do that. I guarantee you, he's not going to do that.
Do it.
What?
Can we have Darius on full screen,
No.
Captain?
No, he I have it queued up as a gag, so anytime he mentions Brie Larson's feet,
yes. Come on, do it, Darius. Suck on those toes.
No,
Darius,
get those Balrog claws down, yeah.
No, it's like it's gross out humor. So anytime he mentions it,
do it.
I created a layer in OBS just for that joke.
Do it. Feel the
1
anger
second
surging through you. More. That's not a second. That's 0.3 of a second recurring.
Subliminal.
5 seconds.
Suddenly, everyone throws up, but they don't know why.
5 seconds. On 5 seconds of the toes. You can count them off. Come on, 1 for every 2 toes.
Oh, Samson likes it.
Come on, do it, please. Oh no, we've lost the full screen. Oh, I'm so sad. Yes. Suck on those toes. Come on, get them down here. The Balrog, fly, you fools.
I always get a split reaction. Like 90% of everyone's is just
You know what you should do?
you
You
know,
should add
vomit
that-
emojis.
You should add the Goonie scene where what's his name was puking right after that, right after you show the feet.
Someone, can we have Kip Ellis and Problem Being in the edit bay now, please?
They're probably watching. They're always watching.
They're always watching.
You know, I wonder if you just did a channel or just did a show where you just showed Bree's feet, if you'd monetize.
Oh. I guess grosser things have made money.
Absolutely.
At least she's not eating Tide Pods.
So be it, Jedi.
Hey, what up, Frog? What's going on?
Samson Simpson in the chat says, "Bring back Bree's feet."
No. Yeah, no, I already did in response to that. But Frog says, "Why do you do this to me?" Yeah, yep. That's the emoji I was expecting. See, now for Frog, I will not bring it up again for the remainder of the show.
Thank you.
Because I like Frog. Frog's a great dude. Casper is a Sith Lord. Yeah, they were talking about that. There was a rumor that they were going to do that.
They're going to do it. Of course they are.
You think so? For the Acolyte?
Just to spite Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
It was the rumor, though, that for the Acolyte, that Bree was going to be a Sith Lord.
Do it.
And that's the Acolyte. It was basically a Sith-focused series, for whatever reason. And she was going to be a powerful Sith Lord. So it would be like the Star Wars equivalent of House of Cards, I guess.
House of Toes. Only a Sith deals in foot binding.
Wow, Eastland says, shooting at the pelvis of a sitting female gets numbers, but lacks classiness. I mean, it's not the most classless thing, but yeah, it's pretty.
But
we can do better.
Do better. But just as a general rule for anyone washing to discuss the classic question, yes, I'm just going to say it. Is Deckard a replicant? Just for the record, Blade Runner 2049 is not canon. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's like it's a hypothetical.
If anyone comes on my channel after today, the moment I'll discuss it as a movie, sure, but vis-a-vis the discussion, is Deckard a replicant? From now on, anyone saying Blade Runner 2049, I'm going to fucking mute you. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and he used Dave Bautista again. In a surprisingly small role again.
Yeah. Well, like that Coleman girl. She's in it for 7 minutes. What the fuck?
That Coleman girl. You talk about Zendaya?
Yep. Ooh, I don't have a surname. No. Yeah, Zendaya Coleman. Like the mustard.
She does have a last name. Yeah, she's barely in it. She probably has just as many lines as the Beast Urban.
Well,
and she doesn't even say, "Tell me of the waters of your homeworld, Usul."
She doesn't. I hate sand. Coarse, rough, gets fucking everywhere.
Yeah, and you know, I've because I've been saying that I loved the movie. I even loved the score, and I'm the only one. Everyone else hates it. But the casting is perfect, except maybe for Zendaya, because she doesn't hardly do anything. So she couldn't mess up too badly.
You can't fuck up if you haven't been given much to do, I guess.
Right. I mean, she spends most of her screen time just in a spice stream by Paul.
Okay,
and it's not a spoiler.
She's no Sean Young, put it that way.
Yeah, you could say that. But yeah, the movie was trippy, but I like that it's trippy because, Dune is weird because it's supposed to be weird. And it is kind of like...
Well, Spice is trippy.
Right, and I'm sure Herbert claimed that, oh no, he's never done psychedelics, and the spice wasn't intended to be a, metaphor for psychedelics. Then why is Dune so psychedelic? Why did they trip out on spice?
See, Terry Gilliam claims never to have taken psychedelics. Ultimately, it's ad hominem. Doesn't matter either way, does it?
Right. Well, Terry Gilliam movies are a psychedelic drug.
That's what I mean. So, and if he does that on his own or he's lying, I don't really care either way. So, what I made me realize, whatever, it's good. I believe him. Sure, Terry. I've got his autobiography here. Yep, no psychedelics apparently. Okay, all right, Terry.
Yeah, watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and see if you believe that.
Watch that film. When it's peaking in the bath, man, you took too much, man. You took too much.
Yeah. You see what God just did to me, man? God didn't do that. You did it.
That's pretty good. And of course, you, Darius, must appreciate more than anyone on this planet the meta nature of having the actual Hunter S. Thompson making a cameo in his own movie about his life or a part of it.
Of course. Although it's even more amusing to me that Johnny Depp stayed overnight at his house and he shaved his head while he was sleeping.
Wow. Yeah.
This is good preparation for living with Amber Heard.
Oh, God. Have you guys seen Get Him to the Greek? Yes! I love that movie. Are you talking about the Jeffrey scene? Dude, okay. Get Him to the Greek was actually a very entertaining movie to me, but my favorite scene is the scene with the Jeffrey. Where he's like, he tells, was it Jonah Hill? He's like, hey, smoke this Jeffrey. He's like, what's a Jeffrey? He's like, oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. Basically got everything in it rolled into one. And after he does it, and he's like, "What? Why would you call it a Jeffrey?" He's like, "Cause who could be afraid of a Jeffrey? Jeffrey's some bloke from down the street. Hello, Jeffrey." And so he starts, tripping out, and then he starts freaking out. Just rub the furry wall. So there's this big wall with shag carpeting on it, and so if you freak out from the Jeffrey, you just rub the furry wall.
This is a Camberwell carrot. It was invented in Camberwell and is the shape and size of a carrot.
A Nancy sickle. Ugh.
No takers on the Camberwell carrot. All right, reference passed. But back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that went over my head.
I'll leave it hanging. Thing about Zion is Zion's not actually real. It's another layer of the Matrix. You fools!
Yeah, that's LDG's position.
Yep. Well, he got it from me.
We call that the pickle position.
Yep. Cockney pickle.
Yeah, no, that would be an interesting twist if the Zion and the ruins of the real world were just another layer of the Matrix, and that there was a real world even beyond and outside of that.
The real,
which is
world.
Clear as day, and everything's fine. The machines have been keeping everything up just nicely. But see, it's a double fact. And so not only is Zion just another Matrix, right? The place that connects.
That's basic.
Because Limbo, right? Limbo connects
Limbo
the human Matrix with the machine Matrix. But
right, which is never fully
they're going to find out.
No,
exactly.
Right.
But it has to connect to something, right? It just doesn't materialize into the real world. It doesn't make sense. It has to connect two places. And they said it connects from where you come from where we come from. And they don't call it the real world. They call it the machine world.
That's true.
Which could be Zion, most likely. And but now that we're going to get the introduction to the lie of the battery story, we're going to realize the true story, which is this the concept of Ghost in a Shell, in which the machines are going to have to tell, yeah, there's a real world. Yeah, everything's fine. Oh, but we kind of can't free you, like really free you, because we'd kill ourselves if we did.
Mm-hmm. Well, according to the commentary tracks on the second and third film, the Matrix represents the mind, Zion represents the world of the body, and then the Machine City represents the spirit, which seems kind of counterintuitive that the machines would represent spirit, but they consistently say that throughout those movies, and that's like the symbolism, which is why the Machine City is that gold color.
Yeah,
the Matrix is green, Zion's blue. That's according, the Wachowskis didn't do their own commentary tracks. They got two philosophers to do it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So you had people who didn't know what they were talking about, trying to talk about what they think they know they're talking about. So unless you actually heard it from the Wachowskis, I'm not taking any of that shit.
Right. Well, I mean, they had to approve it being on the track.
Well, they could have approved it, but they still could have been a form of control. It still could have been, okay, true. This is still throwing people off. Like, they want nobody to see this coming, right? And
that was like 15 years
ago. Why even have somebody else say it? Like, you know what I mean? It just hints that
so
it's bullshit.
Disavow it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a hint. If you're not going to say it, you can go on the line and give people, okay, I said it, right? You can't argue if the Wachowskis say it, right? That just breeds or smells or feels like there's a setup here. But what was I going to say? So as far as the gold code, they gave a huge hint in the gold code.
Okay?
So a program, right? Any program that's non-sentient is a repeating program in some form or fashion, right? It's a set variable. Even if it's dynamic, it's still a set variable.
Right, now, like the birds, right? The program that controls the flight of the birds.
Yes.
It's dynamic, so they don't always fly in the exact same patterns, but it repeats every day. You loop, the birds flying around again and again.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to necessarily loop, but it still can be dynamic. But dynamic is like a fake sentience. Okay, but if you look at the beginning, right. Main point. If you look at the beginning of Matrix 2, they actually zoom in on the gold code. It was 2 or 3. It was right at the beginning of the movie. And if you look and you slow it down and you freeze frame it, when it zooms into the gold code, you see the Mandelbrot. And if you guys know what the Mandelbrot is,
yes,
that's infinite.
The Mandelbrot
gold code is infinite possibilities. It's not a dynamic code. It is consciousness in the form of an infinite set of numbers. So that's what the gold code is. Sentient code. And that's why I think because with the exception to what the Oracle did to Agent Smith, the agents are green code. So they're not conscious. They're highly advanced, but they're not gold code. And I think that's why they break apart in the fourth movie to the Merovingian, because they're like, they've always been the bitches of the Matrix, right? Well, they never really had self-determination, except for Smith. But that can be explained because of the cookie and the fact that he was gold code after the cookie when you saw him in Matrix 3. Okay, so he got transformed. There's the Mandelbrot. He got transformed into a conscious program. But the other agents, they're all just green bitch code. So when the peace with humans was established in Matrix 3, there's no purpose for them. They have no purpose now. So what do you think they're going to do? Who's the only other person who has a stake in the Matrix not changing? The Merovingian.
Mm-hmm.
Peace with humans directly threatens his existence.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see this where the agents are gonna freaking tuck tail and join the Merovingian.
Right. So yeah, he's like a renegade. Like he's been a renegade program, right? You know, surviving from one iteration of the Matrix to the next.
Yep.
So he basically now lives in the Matrix, but he's not bound by control of the source.
Yep. And he's got the limbo to retreat to.
Right. Because he's the one that has access to it.
Yep. So it should be interesting. And hopefully it's more than we think. And I really hope my theories are right. Especially when it comes to, I swear, Harris is the architect. He's he owns the cat, for God's sakes. That wasn't a change in the Matrix. That's him telling you, the audience, that's right, bitch. The cat's mine. I'm the architect. I do whatever I want.
Like you pointed out many times, the cat represents, is like deja vu. It represents when they change something, and they, when they change a building, that's the architect making the change, right? So the cat is a sign of the architect's action in the world.
Yeah, it's like a rewrite program.
Whoa,
you send the cat somewhere, and it changes whatever you want, whatever the fuck you want. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, when you first said that was the architect, I was just like, it's a stretch, LDG, but I don't know. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes.
It does. And the architect talks like him. He talked like a fucking therapist in Matrix 2.
Mm-hmm.
He sat like him. He talked like him. He even has a pen like him.
Yeah.
And then when he said triggered, I'm like, no, dude, you're here for therapy. You're going crazy. You don't use the term triggered. Right? That's not means you're losing your mind. Triggered means you're upset. You're angry.
Triggered. Take a chill pill.
Neo has a reason to be pissed off if he's the architect. And you saw his hand shaking.
Water.
So we will see. And I know there was a leak, or they say there was a leak, and they explained the entire Matrix movie, but I don't necessarily think that was completely true. I think that was just another.
Have you seen the leak?
For clicks.
I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah, I heard about the leak. Some guy said he got the leak, and he explained the entire show, which a lot of it makes sense, but I think he's missing some major points.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way he described it, let's just say this. If Matrix 4 is the way the leak was explained, I'm going to be pissed. And I am going to blow my fucking top the next show I'm on.
Emotional response.
Yeah, I'm going to be pissed.
Do you not want to explain the leak?
Well, he basically says
it's a vegetable
the therapist is just another program, which I don't make sense, because the architect didn't even want to give control to the fucking Oracle. He wanted to do everything himself. He even talks shit about the Oracle when he does mention them, calling her a intuitive program, right? And like
11
vaguely having to say that she's the mother, right?
Yeah.
Like you could hear the content in his he was supposed to be
if I
the
am
man.
the father of the Matrix,
Yeah,
she would
exactly.
inevitably be its mother.
Exactly.
Contentment or
why
contempt?
why would you set the responsibility of rehabilitating Neo to another program? Like, you would want to oversee everything, right? Especially when the last words you said to the Oracle was, you created a dangerous game.
Yeah.
Like, if it's that dangerous, you're going to want to be the person in charge. But Neo told you right in your face, we better not meet again. So you're going to change your shell, right? You're going to protect yourself with blue glasses so he can't see or help, disguise your true identity, right? So I think I think that's the point of the blue glasses. They're kind of like a shield, an additional layer of security, which Neo still sees through. That's why he was shaking, and he's like, "You seem triggered," because deep down, Neo knows he's talking to the architect again, and he's pissed.
He knows because he can still see the code, even though those blue pills that he's on suppress it.
But I don't know if he can see the code per se.
We see a shot in
the
trailer. Yeah, where
I think that wasn't him. That was us. And I think that scene that you're talking about, I think that's like the opening scene. I think that's a transit, because that square really gets confusing. That you see that square, and I think what they did is I think they fucked up, and they used a scene that already had a transition, and that was part of the transition. That square that didn't actually mean anything, and I don't think it was him. I think that was us seeing it, like when they showed us.
It looked like it was him to me. Like, he's walking around seeing the code of the Matrix, because I think that those blue pills he's on are suppressing his ability to see the code and suppressing his memories of past events.
I agree.
Right, which is why he senses
that
something's wrong.
Talking about memories.
Exactly. You're talking about memories, and so he senses that the analyst is a threat or someone he recognizes, but he can't put his finger on it.
Exactly.
So his hand is twitching. Do you see the name of the bar in the shot where the Matrix code is everywhere?
No, you're talking about the one with the shit. Yeah, I remember the name. I just can't think of it right.
It's the Exile Bar.
Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about the coffee shop. Okay, yeah, Exile Bar.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's the coffee shop, but yeah, when he's walking around and he sees the Matrix code in the trailer, the bar there with the neon sign is called the Exile Bar. So my theory is that he's going to meet with the Merovingian.
Possible.
And good morning, Zach Leary. How are you today? And
Zach Leary.
See that, let's see here. Where did that comment go? Yes, I see Brandon Minnis is a true fan of the Matrix.
Overrated.
You're a traitor. You're a fucking traitor. A computer guy talking shit about the Matrix. You know what? Oh, God. You make my skin boil. I'm triggered right now.
Where's my cat?
Give me a blue pill. Where's my blue pill?
There you go.
Your skin boil? Is it your skin crawl or your blood boil? I mean, how does your skin boil exactly?
I don't know. I dot my T's. I cross my eyes.
What's up, Zach?
I thought you'd do it on purpose to see if I'm paying attention.
Hey, and do you know what Eastland's Matrix theory is?
No.
What's that?
I don't know. Eastland keeps saying, my Matrix theory is right. Check my Matrix theory.
Which one is that? I'm sorry, I wasn't reading. My version of the Matrix movie is fun.
Eastland, why don't you come up and tell us your Matrix theory?
Pieces, terms comes to me.
My understanding of the Eastland Matrix theory is that they are inside a giant banana.
Oh, God. And this is going to be a sequel trilogy. Watch. There's going to be a Matrix 5 and 6. There is no way they're going to be able to close up the story of the Matrix in one movie. Sorry.
Leave it a mystery what True Earth looks like, but everything we've seen so far is a simulation. Let me back up a little bit.
Yes, I agree. Everything was a simulation. That's why it's called the Matrix. Right? Everything's been in the Matrix.
And there are, my Matrix theory is right, and there are no real humans. Oddly shaped aliens are far away, and playing humans as playable characters. Let's see.
Well, that's a stretch. I like that though.
Yeah, there are no real breathing humans, not walking around, not reclining and being batteries. Humans are a playable character. Some of them.
Now, see, a big clue, a huge clue that a lot of people didn't get, right? Why the Matrix is the way it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Go back further.
With exception, okay, so it is
right.
It is set in stone in canon that all programs need a shell, right? Even the Merovingian was like, the Oracle find a new shell. Tell me what happened. Like he wanted to know, like how she survived, right? Excuse me. Damn it, my brain. I hate getting old. The damn crap.
It's not the years,
the guys, the green code guys, the
agents.
The agents had to plug in. They just didn't materialize. Ask yourself why, in a so-called computer-generated world, did agents not just pop the fuck up and have invincible bodies? They were just digital code. They had to plug in. They had to take over somebody to come into the Matrix. Right? Why didn't they just materialize? Why weren't they just overall omnipotent, sentient, sentinels in the Matrix?
Yeah,
because that's not how the Matrix works.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the system works. And it supports the theory that everything you've seen is just another Matrix. The Matrix in a Matrix. Inception type.
Right, because how else would Agent Smith be able to upload into a human brain? How would Neo be able to affect the squids? Just with his mind when he's not plugged into the Matrix.
Exactly.
Right, and how would he be able to project his consciousness into the Matrix without jacking in? And when so they went into limbo, right? Everyone else, his team, they went into the Matrix to meet with the Merovingian in order to get on the train to go to limbo to pick up Neo. But Neo just woke up in limbo after passing out in the real world.
Exactly, in the real world. Yes, exactly. So, thank you.
Right. And so when they get there, right, so they jack into the Matrix, meet with the Merovingian, and then get on the train to Limbo, pick up Neo from Limbo, and then they take him back into the Matrix. Do they ever actually jack Neo in at that point?
I think he was, yes. I believe he was jacked back in, and so he had like a time limit to get back to his body.
They must have jacked him in at some point between when he passes out and wakes up in limbo and when they pull him out of the Matrix later.
Yeah, because that's when what's his name got into the Zion world.
Agent Smith, right?
Taking over. What's his name? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be funny if we actually do see them jacking Neo in at the exact moment that the train arrives back in the Matrix. I should remember, but I don't. Let's see. Eastland says psychotic aliens are doing therapy. Human personalities and personality problems are simpler, like a lower level reading. Some humans are simple NPCs. Yeah, we get that feeling anyway. Some humans are wacko aliens. Okay. Sorry, LDG, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. But yeah, so we're in for, hopefully, we're in for some huge eye-awakening changes, and hopefully it'll make people, if they do it right, it'll breathe fresh air into understanding the first three movies.
Do you mean eye-opening or mind-expanding? No, hang on. Fuck.
Well, I told you, LDG, maybe like a month ago, that the only two movies I was really excited for were Dune and Matrix 4. But I was like hesitant because everything else has turned out so bad. But Dune turned out great. I thought I loved it. And so with the Matrix, I'm maybe a little more skeptical.
Original creator.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's good. I'm definitely going to watch it no matter what. I'm hoping it's good, but I have the possibility reserved that maybe it won't be. But I hope it is.
Well, it's going to be the first movie that I'm definitely, like, hands down, I'm vaccinated. I'm going to the theater for Matrix 4. Like, that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's straight up happening.
Oh. So Zach asked, does anyone know why Fish isn't returning? Meaning Lawrence Fishburne. They must have asked him, right? No. He, as far as I understand, he called them saying, hey, you got any, you got a role for me in the new movie? And they just never called him back.
Whoa.
I know, right? And then they cast that younger actor who we were all pretty sure was young Morpheus. But, you know, Keanu came back. Carrie Ann came back. You'd think Keanu would have stood up for Fish.
Yeah. Actor, very
Yeah.
similitude. Exactly. John Wick, come on now.
Right, because Keanu stood up for the effects guys.
Right.
Bought them all Harley Davidson motorcycles.
Yeah, Fishburne's a deal breaker for me, so Matrix 4, get fucked.
That's fair. You won't go see it without him?
No, deal breaker.
He's dead. He can't be alive.
Who? The actor?
Well,
Fishburne. Yes, the actor Fishburne is dead.
Well, that's the irony. He's the only one that didn't die.
No,
He's the only one that didn't die.
No. If this, okay, it depends on how they do it. I mean,
well, he didn't die at the end of the trilogy, right?
No, he didn't die. His okay. How do I explain it? There's a couple ways they can. They can.
Aravic says, "Talk about fish burn."
Oh yes, passive aggressive.
There's a couple things they could do. First is if they introduce all of this is dependent on the Ghost in a Shell story.
Oh, it's actually you're talking about the video game that Morpheus dies in the video game.
Oh, he died in the video game. Yeah, but the video game's not canon.
That's what he's saying.
I believe he is.
Okay, so that's Zach's point here. He said, "If fuck that stupid game. If it's not in the film, it doesn't count." He died in the video game. Yeah. You know, continue.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to do some math here.
69, 8 something. Square root.
4, 1. That's it. Ooh, I win. Sorry, 1 second.
The house always wins.
Eastland says the unrevealed truth is that all humanity is dead. K.A. What Kilo
They're not
Anos?
humans, but Darius. How can you not know what it is?
Billions of years later, aliens are playing humans as playable characters. Sure.
Well, it's like the Descartes question, then it doesn't matter. If it thinks it's a human, it's a human. How can it not know
what it is?
It is.
Right. And well, that's already one simulation theory of our universe, right? That our future selves are basically aliens and they've created this universe as a simulation to an ancestor simulation, you might call it. And
so
and that we're
see what how the primitives live.
Right, and that maybe some of us are the aliens or the future humans in the simulation, and the rest of us are NPCs. But then, if it's a fully sentient, simulated person, is that not human? Does that make us not real?
More human than human, Derek.
Right. Cogito ergo sum.
I think, therefore I am, Sebastian. Sorry, I got that wrong. I think, Sebastian, therefore I am. Pretty good, Chris. Now show him why. How?
No, yeah. So it's. I think, therefore we are.
Is it? Oh,
yeah. I never liked that. I am part of it.
Didn't you? Always improved on Descartes. Oh la la! Someone's going to get laid in college.
This does not invalidate any victories and sacrifices made by the characters. Right. Frog says
like Star Wars.
That would explain the NPCs we see today. I'm not an NPC, said the NPC.
Ah, the Turing test. One of us here does not exist. Who is it? When Darius goes away, then Cockney Spock disappears. I do not exist outside of Darius's imagination. That's why I don't know anything that Darius does not know.
Oh, yeah. I am Calvin, you're Hobbes.
There you go. I'm the tiger.
Morning, MJ Garrick.
Good morning.
Humans are a myth to the aliens in the future. My concept is that they are not descendants of humans, but something very, very different, more different to us than
Do you remember that
swimming
Calvin
shrimp.
and Hobbes cartoon, speaking of the Matrix?
No.
Where, the one without the Hobbes, where you don't? Okay. Well, Calvin's dad explains to him that the world actually, looking at black and white photos, it's because the world was black and white. And he's like, but what about paintings, Dad? Well, when the world turned colour, Calvin, then so did the paintings. But unlike the photos, because they were photos of the world that was black and white. Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that one.
Groovy.
Boy.
What?
Boy.
Right, because of this elaborate explanation for it that Calvin believes.
He made it consistent. He explained. He convinced me. He's like, fuck, maybe the world was black and white. The pictures were of black and white things, Pickles, but the paintings were using the same pigments that turn colour with everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It blew his mind.
I think you'll find this battle station is quite operational.
When your friends arrive.
Your pitiful little band. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting replicants.
Eastland's got me looking for the channel here. Looking for Eastland Burkholder theory of Matrix. Not found. No results found.
It doesn't exist. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I thought there might be a video. Eastland, you should put out a video about that. Fucking strong coffee.
Actually is a brand of coffee. When you order the mug, you get a bit of coffee with it. Nice. Although I'm drinking a different coffee, but there you go. That's how I roll.
So it's funny, my girlfriend got me a bag of coffee from Kentucky.
Some coffee.
And, well, it's funny because you always make jokes about, hipsters grinding their own coffee.
Yeah,
and
yes,
she didn't realize
I do that, Bennett, with my teeth.
I opened the bag up to make the coffee, and it's just beans in there. And I said, "Did you realize you just got me beans?" She's like, "No." So
you have to grind the coffee.
Yeah.
She said, "Yeah, you're a hipster."
Well, yeah. Then she got me the grinder. She's like, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." So then she bought me a grinder, and she made me an accidental hipster now.
So, hand grinder or electric?
Well, okay. So here's the cool thing: if you got a grinder, you can put your
let him
additives
the question,
in
Claire.
with it.
I think it's manual.
If you use turmeric or anything.
You think? We don't want to think. We want to know.
I haven't done it yet.
Because if it's hand cranked, you are a hipster. Do you have a vinyl copy of New Order's Blue Monday?
My dad might have a copy of that. He's got a whole bunch of leftover vinyls.
Generations of hipsters.
Yeah, he's got two copies of Motley Crue. Shout out the devil.
With the umlauts, of course. The umlaut connection.
He's got Beat It by Michael Jackson.
Beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Ow. Good God.
Joseph says, Grinder, the app? Pervs.
Grinder.
No, we're not pervs. You're a prude.
Nice. It's all relative.
Right. Well, by Eastern European standards, I guess. People used to always grind their own beans.
Speaking of words and meanings, apparently otaku means two different things, depending on how you translate it.
Oh, yeah.
It means either porn or weird porn, which isn't the same thing.
Right. Well, that was the term we used to use when I was in high school before weeaboo became a thing.
Something else. Sorry. What's weeaboo?
Well,
that's a website, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Weeaboo is usually what you call like a Western person who's really into anime and manga and, Japanese culture.
Things. Yeah.
Right. But,
kimono, samurai, ninja.
So we used
kamikaze.
to just say like otaku. So if anyone was like an anime enthusiast, then they were an otaku. But in Japan, otaku is considered like
loner.
It's like a nerd, right? It's, someone who is also into anime.
A nerd or a geek?
Probably more of a geek.
Right. Yeah.
Someone who's basically like a lot of us on YouTube. Someone who is a grown adult but collects way too many figures of the cartoon characters that we like. And
I know what you're talking about. Neither does Cockney Spock over here. What the fuck's he talking about, mate? Figures? What figures? We've got no figures here, mate. Just people. All right, Kushni. Yeah. That was Captain Cockney Spock.
So, were you thinking of hentai?
Yes, I believe that's the word. I think. No, or is that? Yeah, probably. Yeah, let's go with that. Two meanings. What do you think, Pickles?
I don't think. Sorry, what?
I don't
about
think,
hentai?
Therefore, I'm therefore what? No, pachinko.
Hentai pachinko machine.
Yeah, I have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
well, try reading
hentai pachinko.
No, they're not the same thing. Pachinko's and then the look.
Like the thing on Price is Right. Oh, that's Plinko. Okay, never mind. Wrong one. I got the wrong thing in my head.
Well, I thought that was a communist. I thought that was a communist in the McCarthy witch hunt. Oh, that's a pinko.
V-Star, aka Nancy, had the most amazing LP collection. Lost them all in storage unit. Unless it is a strange unit. But they were happy as all get out.
Happy.
Oh,
arrogant,
you're talking about those games. Okay. Yeah, what about it? I love some hentai pachinko. Fuck yeah. Totally down for some of that shit. You kidding me?
Put me down for 20.
Absolutely. Fuck yeah.
Pickles likes tentacles.
Fuck yeah.
I want to hold your hand.
Are you sure?
Are you sure you want to send this tweet?
They should have that, yeah.
Are you sure you want to go ahead with this live stream? Fuck yeah.
Yeah, for you.
Am I?
Yeah. I just mean, you have that strong desire to do it. It's like on Twitter, people get that compulsion to type something that they probably shouldn't, but Twitter is set up so that you do it without thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then before you can change your mind and delete it, they push it out to everyone, everywhere in the four corners of the earth. Yep. You're like, ooh, maybe that was a little harsh. Maybe I shouldn't have said that too late.
All right, maybe I'm about to be harsh here in a second. Cap, can you highlight NB's comment real quick?
Oh, 1 moment.
Bella.
Huh? Yeah, okay. No, NB. Here's the problem. You leave because you think you take action on what you think, and you do not take in consideration what the viewers think. You had no reason to leave. You didn't have to leave. You could have stayed. But you do this all the time. When you feel you need to leave, you need to leave. And that's fine. But you don't need to leave.
Yeah,
you could have played your cards differently.
It's called respect, LDG.
But that's what you call it, though. That doesn't mean, just because you call it something doesn't make it that.
Yes, it is.
No.
Because this is not my fucking channel. This is not my YouTube channel. When Captain Trek left, I felt I overstepped my bounds. And
You didn't.
You know what? Shut up. Just shut
See?
the fuck
Here you
up
go
for a
again.
minute.
You,
Let me
Cat,
finish.
did he overstand?
Let me finish a goddamn sentence.
Dear God, NB Geek, you guys were talking over each other the whole time, and I speak one word, and you're going to yell at me? Calm the fuck down. Captain, did NB overstep?
Nope.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I need to hear that from Captain Trek, not you.
If you had, I would have said so.
Yeah, but you left, and I felt I overstepped my bounds. And
boy, that escalated quickly.
Because of our previous history of some topics I brought up, I felt it was better I leave out of respect. And if I'm wrong, fine, I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind being wrong, but just.
Understood.
I'm not sorry for bringing up the topic. I'm just sorry you left, because that made me feel like when the host leaves and it's a topic I brought up, I felt like I overstepped my bounds on your channel, and I wanted to, out of respect for you, out of our past and what we have had happen, I wanted to do right by your channel. That's it.
Understood. No, I chose to because the topic was obviously being talked about, and some people in the chat were interested, so I could let it continue because, well, there was still interest in it. So I stepped away, did what I needed to do, and that was done. I was done. I came back, and we've been talking since.
I left because I thought I disrespected your channel and overstepped my bounds. And I know you have had issues with me doing that in the past, and you have talked to me about that, and I want to make sure I didn't do that to you.
Absolutely. Understood. No.
All right. Then let's move on. What are you guys talking about? Anything fun?
The Matrix.
And LDG just every once in a while needs to learn how to shut up. Don't get me wrong, I like the guy, but damn, could he just shut up for once and let people finish a goddamn sentence?
To be fair, we all, well, I guess to different degree. I do that, so I have to admit I do that. People. I'm doing it now. Sorry.
Well, Captain Spock, my wife and I even do that to each other. We interrupt each other, and even we talk about we need to stop doing that.
Right.
Because it's rude.
But yeah, that's the double-sided thing. It's a human thing, and we all need to work. But to be fair, almost everyone does. Actually, shout out, apart from anti-derivative Jill, is about the only person on YouTube that doesn't do it. So shout out Jill.
I would agree with that. LDG, by the way, I still love you, man.
I still love you too, man. But
nice one, brothers.
When I'm trying to be on your side, you still make it feel like I'm Wolverine digging my shit in your chest. I'm trying to tell you it wasn't you, and that you're impulsive sometimes. And then you just screamed at my ass.
I am.
Like, dude, you guys were interrupting each other like crazy. Why didn't you? Now, there was a number of times when you guys were talking with Cardinal Sin. I was waiting for you to explode. Yet I say one word and you freaking chop my nuts off.
No. Actually, you know what? In your defense, you didn't say shit. So I probably was a little overdone when I came back. Because I said I wasn't going to come back. Which obviously makes me a liar and a hypocrite, but that's either the here or there. You are right. During that conversation, You were very respectful. So my attitude towards you when I came back should not have been as intense. I apologize for that. I am man enough.
I get it, man. I get
Yeah,
it.
but I'm man enough. But you know what? Unlike other people in this world, I'm man enough to admit when I was wrong, and I make a mistake, and I apologize to you for that.
That's fine.
And
No
you
worries.
are welcome to clip that all you want.
Like I would clip that. 1 second, be right back. But no, all I was trying to say, man, that sometimes you do that, and I'm just trying to bring the light that you don't take, you're impulsive on your own thoughts, and you think that you overstep, so you just leave. That doesn't help the situation, dude. If anything, that just puts more dirt in the water when you do that, and that's all I'm trying to let you know, man. You didn't have to leave.
Yitty lemons. Typo negative. Typo negative.
Like I said, LDG. When Captain Trek left, and we have had our history of me overstepping my bounds that he has told me to do. This is his channel. I felt I overstepped my bounds, and I wanted to back away so he felt like he could come back. It was not anger. It was.
But you were
my
wrong,
way of
though.
What?
But you were wrong. It wasn't you.
I was showing
You just
I disagree. I disagree.
You felt
I was
like
showing
that's what you just said.
respect to the host.
But that's not respect.
I disagree.
Respect is if you're driving in a car and I take the wrong turn, you jumping out of the car is not respect.
He didn't jump out of the car. He left the stream.
You jumped out of the car.
Apples and oranges.
You saw Captain Trek stream take a wrong turn, and you said, "I'm the wild card, bitches. I'm out," and you jumped out of the car. That doesn't help.
Not what I said. That is not.
No. I'm metaphoring here to make it funny and entertaining.
What do you mean? I'm not helping.
I mean, you're not helping.
I said I left out of respect for Captain Trek and his channel and the rest of the panel because I felt I overstepped my boundaries. Right now, whether I'm right or wrong does not matter.
It should.
No, it doesn't, because you're not going to change my opinion. I felt I did the right thing. You're not going to tell me I did the wrong thing. I did the right thing.
Right or wrong is subjective. I never tell anybody they're right or wrong particularly.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying it was a better option.
I did. LDG.
2 words. Physical media.
I'm going to kick your fucking ass. You know that, right? I'm going to come to your fucking channel. And
I can do this all day.
And good morning, Zach.
Hey, good.
Hey, Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How's everybody doing?
Yo.
Yeah.
Hey, LDG, I liked your commentary on the Matrix, man. To be honest with you, really good stuff.
Oh,
Thank you.
Did the new Matrix movie come out?
No, not yet.
I wish.
No, not yet.
Oh, but, you're excited to see it, LDG?
Fuck yeah, I'm decided. Kidding me?
I didn't know. I'm surprised because I'm actually excited to see it too. I think it looked good. The trailer looked good.
Original creator, no gender swapping, no race swapping. We got a little bit of freaking actor changes, but that couldn't be helped because of COVID and everything else, and possibly because of interesting plot development, because of the whole freaking Ghost in the Shell concept that hopefully is going to be shed light on. It could actually work in their advantage. Just like when the actress died for the Oracle, they turned that into a positive, and it introduced a whole shell. As a matter of fact, I think that's the first time they even said the word shell.
You're right. That's why I didn't know when I did my trailer on when I did my review on the trailer, I didn't know if this was actually Morpheus or somebody who was taking Morpheus' place. But like you said, it's when I looked it up and it was somebody different playing Morpheus. I was like, oh, okay, it's a new, as my son would say, a new skin.
Shell. Yeah,
exactly.
I would stick with Shell, but
in the Matrix, And you know this, LDG, in the Matrix, with what you just said, that makes total sense.
Yeah. Morpheus, because and then the scene where you saw Neo older could explain it too. Now that they can go in different directions. This is why I'm like on edge, because they can, everything they've shown doesn't have finality to it. They can still go one way or the other with the story, with the plot. But it could be very well that whole, when he sees the mirror and he sees his old self, just like in the first movie, when he looked in the mirror and the mirror just happened to be cracked right along his face, that this was, this is the introduction to the whole shell concept, and that your real, actual, real physical body isn't what you think it is.
What did you think about the whole, because I said this in my review, everybody's, because remember when the Matrix first came out, we didn't have all the technology we have now. And then you see all those people, on their phones. Is it possible, LDG, that they made a Matrix within the Matrix?
Oh, I thought that from the first movie.
Oh, nice. Okay, we're on the same page with that one.
Yeah,
but
I mean, as soon as I saw Zion, I questioned Zion the second I saw it. The second when Neo got freed, the second the robot didn't snap his fucking neck, I questioned everything.
I didn't even think about that. You're probably right. But okay, think about this. Remember back in the first movie that they said you couldn't go back into the Matrix.
Okay.
Obviously, I do. No, hold on a second. I gotta
watch that, 'cause I don't
Obviously, that was either a human misconception or the programs learned how to put people back in the Matrix.
If you can put them in once, there's no reason why you can't put them in again. It's just a plug. It's no different than them plugging into the Matrix from an external source to begin with. It doesn't make sense. I'd have to watch that, because someone, whether you or someone else, said that thing about you can't go back in the Matrix. I don't remember that actually being said. I'd have to watch the scene.
No, the only person who said that was, I believe, Trinity, when she was talking to, and I can't remember the guy's name who was going to betray them, said you can't go back in the Matrix. Cypher, yeah. And maybe they were wrong. I mean, the second and third movie never established. Obviously, they could go back into the Matrix because they would jack into it via, as you and I understand, remote desktop.
Well,
remote RDC, remote
they had a hard
desktop.
line.
Exactly.
Right, but we see the robots. The repairing him.
Yeah, exactly. So how is it so hard to believe? Because for me, and I think LG as technician computer guys, this makes total sense. They figured out how to. We obviously saw in the trailer, Trinity is back in the Matrix. We know Neo is back in the Matrix. So, did they really both die?
No, they didn't.
Are they alive?
They were never confirmed dead to begin with.
Trinity is alive because we saw her jacked in, but we didn't see it with Neo. So is it possible Neo is a program?
Sure. Although we do see the machines repairing his body.
I must have missed that part.
It's like a split second. That's what.
But even
I froze it on this frame where you could see them like repairing him. They're like cauterizing his wounds, right? And they're healing up his wounds. I had to freeze frame it on like a single frame that they found at the beginning of the trailer. But yeah, you could see it. And then later on, there's like a split second where you see a close up, and
you see his eyes burnt.
Yeah, his eyes are still burnt, and you see them closing up a wound.
I'm gonna have to rewatch the trailer, even though I did.
Oh yeah,
I'd
watched it like 100 times.
Let me just throw this out there: the Wachowskis have a very checkered track record. I would be very surprised if this movie was up to par. I would be very surprised. I mean, take a look at their last major film, which was Jupiter Ascending. I don't think any of us have seen a bigger piece of shit than Jupiter Ascending.
But didn't they also do V for Vendetta, which was very
That's
faithful to the
an
comic?
older film. That's
Usual
an older
Suspects
That
says
was
hold my
very
beer.
faithful to the
And
comic.
Ninja Assassin was pretty good.
Over the course of time, they have gotten worse as directors.
Speed Racer
and producers. What a piece of shit was that? That's another great example.
I
Speed
refuse
Racer
to watch that
and
movie.
Jupiter Ascending. We're
I
talking
saw
about
Jupiter
two.
Ascending. I initially thought it was okay. It was okay, but it's not something I'll rewatch again.
It's not even okay. It's atrocious. It's
I haven't
terrible.
seen Jupiter Ascending.
doesn't the whole movie happen twice within the film? Like
It just sucks. Everything about it
Happened
sucks.
twice within the film.
The problem, Zach, is
Yeah, like the plot just
with that
repeats.
movie. Oh, sorry, Darius.
Well, even the acting is bad.
that's it.
You take a look at the acting, the story, to everything about that movie sucks. And they were also able to single-handedly derail Aaron Paul's career with Speed Racer. We're talking about two individuals who have a checkered history. Aside from The Matrix, can you name a single major accomplishment they've done? And plus, now they're older and out of touch.
If
you take a look,
I will be for Vendetta.
Okay, well, that one. Okay, well, I'll agree with you.
You asked, I'm answering.
I'll agree with you on that one. But aside from those two, there's not much to talk
that
about.
was based on the
Later,
greatness
Frog.
of the actors.
Later, Frog.
Later, Frog.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Later,
but,
Frog.
The Matrix is like the Star Wars of the Lawnmower Man genre.
Nice.
I haven't heard the Lawnmower Man in forever.
That's a good way of putting it.
It basically is, and they didn't go into the Matrix with just an idea. They went into the Matrix with the entire thought out plan. I mean, they went to the producers not with just some kind of treatment. They went in with a fully developed front to back, fucking completely finished thought, storyboarded out to the T. They put a lot of thought into the Matrix. So whether or not their other movies have been good or bad, okay, everybody has, everybody has dubs, everybody has whatever. They have motivations, whether they do a movie just for money and just shoot something out. I mean, I can think of so many things. The Matrix was very well done.
Well,
let
me throw this. Well, wait a minute. Let me throw this out there. So I'm not trying to oppose. I'm not trying to oppose you, LDG, but I would say over time, the Matrix trilogy declined. Each movie got worse, and there's interesting elements within every single film, and some good stuff within all of them. But the second one was not as good as the first. The third was not as good as the second.
And I get it. People say that the second and third should have been one movie, but they wanted to push the profits out. They wanted to do whatever. Maybe that was pushed from the producers or whatnot. The second and third should have been one movie. And the second movie was actually good. Okay,
No, it was not.
The second movie was great.
No, it was not.
They just didn't. People didn't like the CGI. Some of the
because
CGI
it was garbage.
No, I'll give it a pass. Some of these movies to me have interesting ideas within all three of them. I can watch all three of them. I can enjoy all three of them, but there's a decline of quality throughout the series. So it's hard for me if you pair that with, and again, I'm not trying to oppose you. I like your points, but if you pair that with the fact that the Wachowskis have such a terrible track record, it's hard for me to get excited about this. The trailer to me is basically neutral. It's like I don't feel good or bad. It's like, okay, I kind of see what they showed us some stuff, but it doesn't tell me what they're doing.
That's good.
And
I'm glad they're kind of doing that because it leaves it open.
It's only one though, right? The now is this the one who transitioned? I think.
What?
I'm guessing it's the one who transitioned from the Wakazashi brothers. But it's only one Wakazashi. It's not both of them.
It's only one of them. The other one couldn't do it. The other one had prior engagements. But yeah. But it doesn't matter. As long as you still got one of them, that's fine with me. I'm happy with that. But rather one than none.
Speaking of which, Darius, instant subscriber update on my channel. Me. I just today, after a 7-hour broadcast, I lost a subscriber.
After 7 hours? Thanks,
I'm
YouTube.
down one. I'm on -1 today.
I thought I lost
shit,
a couple
Trey
from my.
and me. I'm almost back to the last highest I ever had. I'm at 239. I'm almost at 240 again.
Sliding back. No. Please
Funny
subscribe.
story.
Project 300s. Ah, so
Oh,
close.
I gained one since I've been on here.
Yeah, you
There you
must
go.
have taken my one.
But the trailer. Let's go off the trailer itself. First off, does anybody think Neil Patrick Harris can play a doctor?
Fuck yeah, dude! That Neil Patrick dude, that was the best pick they could have gotten for
Come
this movie.
on, you know that
He
was
rocked.
a joke.
All right,
You
so
know
let
that was
me
a
throw this out
Doogie
there.
Howser joke.
In terms of him as an actor, he's kind of iffy too. The only good part I've liked him in, actually, two, Harold and Kumar. He was funny.
How I Met Your
And
Mother?
no, I'm not a big fan of sitcoms, just in general. But I liked him in the movie Gone Girl, where he plays that creepy friend.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
What was that,
that
other
was
one? Doctor Dangerous or Doctor something or other?
Dr.
That was
Horrible.
Dr. Horrible.
Dr. Horrible sing along blog. I love that one.
Shit was good. I like that.
Yeah, he's not bad. I'd be interested to see what he's going to do with it.
No,
is he supposed to be a main character? Is that what's going on? Because
I've had some people think he might be the director.
What, you talking about the Matrix?
Yeah.
No, I think he's the architect. You
No,
talking about
that's
the
what I
architect?
meant. The architect.
Yeah, I
I'm
think he's the
sorry, I
architect. My
said
money's on it,
director.
man.
I should have said architect.
There
You're
are too
right.
many similarities. He owns the cat. He's got a pen. He talks like the
cat was
architect. He's in
big.
a house that looks like it was made by a master architect.
No,
yeah.
the cat was the big thing, though. The cat was the key point.
Yeah, he owns the cat.
Which, yeah, you're right. I said director. I was wrong. I should have meant architecture. And maybe we'll see him in those couple of times where it's one character and then we see another character and Neo is on one side and there's another character on the other side. And he says, let's go back to me. Who's to say the architect doesn't change his skin?
No, he can. He
Or
can change
Avatar.
his shell on demand. I'm sure he's the fucking architect. I don't have no issue with him being able to change his shell on command. I mean, of course, or change, or even just change his visual perception, which again could be part of the glasses too. But I think the glasses are just a safety protocol for him, so Neo doesn't see him.
What
realize
about
who
the
he
fact
actually
that
is.
all the blue pills and stuff, that was metaphoric, I believe.
No. The blue pills were because he's Neo. He's still the one.
Yeah.
So they have to put him on some medication. So he's like, okay, if you're going to be rehabilitated, so we can bring you back to being the one, we just can't have you going all fucking, mutant on us and shit. And
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
LPG. Wait a minute. Let me see if I understand you correctly. You think that the architect wants him to still be the one?
He is the one. There is no way around it.
What
He
I'm
is the
saying
one.
is you're saying the architect is trying to
keeping his
Jet
promise.
Li is the one.
He's keeping his promise. He said peace with humans. They got to move forward. What is peace with humans? They're all fucking enslaved. What does peace with humans mean? They have to move forward with whatever this peace is. And he wants Neo to be part of that. He saved Neo's life. The Source saved Neo's life. The Source put Neo back into the Matrix and told the architect, listen, all right, peace with humans. Here we go. If we're going to have ambassador, you might as well make it the motherfucking one.
But why save? Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you because that sounds like an interesting concept and makes sense. Do you think they saved Trinity to help that aspect?
Well, yeah, because I think the whole Trinity thing is the fact that none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened if it wasn't Trinity was the key that pushed the bar over the limit. The
She was
Oracle
the key that opened the door for Neo.
How'd you push a bar over a limit? Is that because
it wasn't for the Oracle pushing them together, Neo would have turned right again, like he did the 5 times prior.
The
Remember?
previous versions.
The previous
Remember,
5 versions of the Matrix, Neo kept turning right, going back to the source, destroying Zion, recreating Zion, rebooting the Matrix, and doing the whole thing over again. Remember,
And
the
he
humans had
changed
no
it
free
this
will
time.
until Matrix 3. Everything the humans were doing were already known. If you got to watch the Matrix knowing that the humans are nothing but a repeated piece of code. They're doing the same thing they did the 5 iterations before with the small changes brought to you by the architect or the oracle. They didn't have
This
any
time
free
it's
will.
KFC Neo. Next time it's going to
Pay
be White
attention to how
Castle.
the oracle talks to Neo. The very first time she actually admits she doesn't know what's happening is after the very first meeting after Neo turned left to save Trinity. She finally freed, and she goes, "You've been lying to me this whole time." Well, I've been telling you what you need to know. You've been a puppet this entire time, and I've had to play a game a certain way. But now that you actually passed the test and you didn't reboot the Matrix, now we're talking at a real level right now. Now I'm being real with you. You're realizing I'm not the Oracle. I'm not all-seeing. She actually said the words, "I don't know," the very first time.
Neo, spicy chicken wings are extra. So coleslaw.
LDG, this is the most comprehensive I've ever heard about the other 2 movies.
Well, let me throw.
I've never heard anybody talk about them like that.
Months ago,
okay.
man.
Let me throw this out there.
Zach, go ahead.
Here's yeah. All right, thanks, Trek. Here's kind of a superficial point, but does it bother anybody else that Keanu looks like John Wick and not Neo in this? Does that bother anybody else? He's got the long hair. He's got the beard.
God damn it.
Am I wrong?
Actually, Zach,
Yes.
I said that in my review. I said after I made the joke about Doogie Howser, I said, "What's John Wick doing in this movie?" I literally, that's what I said. I said, "What is John Wick doing in this movie?"
He looks like Keanu Reeves. He doesn't look like Neo. I mean, what's the deal?
No, he looks like John Wick.
Can he cut his hair and shave his face? Is that so hard?
He looks older. Because if they shaved his face, the whole point was that this takes place in the future. This takes place 40 years after.
Yeah, but
Everyone's
he's got the
gotten
same
AIDS.
look as John Wick, though. He's become iconic for a different part with the same look.
He's the same
Maybe
actor.
they wanted him to look like that. I just thought it was a fun joke. I just made it as a fun joke. I don't care that he has the long hair and the beard. In fact, I think it looks good on him.
Well, I'm talking about continuity. And again, I said it's superficial. I agree, but if you look at continuity, he doesn't look like Neo. He looks like John Wick. He looks like
That's
Keanu
fine.
Reeves.
I don't even care. Like, okay, point taken. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. Maybe they even did it just to hang a light on it, for shits and giggles. But that doesn't affect the movie at all. It's not going to make me. I don't care. It's superficial, completely.
Well,
superficial.
Darius also mentioned to me that they didn't even call Lawrence Fishburne. How can you not call Lawrence Fishburne? What in the hell is going on there? And the other guy that they brought into it is the guy from Candyman. The guy seems to be doing pretty well for himself, but he's not. It's not Fishburne, dude. I mean, Fishburne made that part an iconic part in cinema history. How could they not call him?
It could be part of the plot. That's what I'm trying to say. He could.
How could they not call him? Agreed.
Because Ghost in a Shell. It is Morpheus. It's just Morpheus plugged into a new body.
Now, I would say this probably because Lawrence Fishburne is not in the shape he was.
Doesn't matter if he's fat. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
right? Do you? Do you? I don't care. Right? It's Fishburne.
Or maybe
just take a look at him.
Did it for the purpose of the story.
Well, Geek, just take a look at him in the John Wick movies. He's fat in those. He still does a great fucking job. Great character in that. The Bowery.
I don't disagree
Bowery
with you
King.
with that. Maybe it has to do with, and we'll find out. Maybe it has to do with the story. Maybe that's actually part.
I don't know if it's true that
has a different skin.
If it's true that they didn't call him, that's very disturbing.
Now that
I don't know if it's true, but that's what Darius has said.
Now that I did not know. That I have
how
not
can you
heard
not call
about.
him? I mean, imagine if they had recasted, Luke Skywalker or something. Even though we didn't like the character in the new ones, I still wanted Mark to do the part.
No, Mark Hamill at least got redemption in the last episode of The Mandalorian. Because that was the Luke Skywalker we wanted.
Well, all I'm saying is you got to at least consult Larry Fishburne at somewhat. You got to.
Well, I don't disagree with you that he's a great actor. I have no disagreements about his acting. He's a phenomenal actor. So the fact that they didn't call him, yeah, I would agree.
All right, so here's a quote. Here's a quote from Lawrence Fishburne.
Uh-oh.
The only thing I can tell you is that Lana Wachowski can answer those questions better for you than I can. So that suggests that it is plot related. Because the whole Ghost in the Shell concept is right. The producers.
Why do you keep mentioning this?
Because it makes sense. Because Ghost in the Shell reference does make sense. See, I understand.
Explain it to me.
I've seen Ghost in the Shell, and I don't mean that shitty ass movie they made. I mean the actual animation. Well, I've seen both, and the live action was garbage. But I understand where LDG is going with the Ghost in the Shell reference.
And I'm completely fine with that. Matter of fact, I think that's a bold move, and I think it could pay off in the big term because their physical bodies age. So the physical
Fish
body
is still
of
a savage, though.
him died.
You would agree.
Huh?
But I'm sure you'd agree Fish is still a savage.
Savage what? I don't understand.
That means he's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he's still a badass motherfucker, but his consciousness was uploaded to a new shell. And that new shell has, remember, when you're in the Matrix, that's your self-projected image of yourself. That's why he looks different, because he's been put into a new body. And when that body plugs into the Matrix, you get a
I get what you're saying. Now, hold on a second. Let's remember this, Zach. What they look like on the outside was not necessarily what they looked like on the inside of the Matrix. Remember, their clothes changed, their hair sometimes changed. It was, it's an avatar. It's a skin, or as LDG said, a shell. And to us computer guys who understand this stuff, this makes total sense.
Okay, but okay. Well, aside from that, and that's kind of a confusing metaphor that you keep bringing up, but I would like to see Fish no matter what, even if I see him just plugged in. I would still like to see him as a part of the film, as a part of the character, even if he is an older guy, but.
You're going to see him. It looks like you're going to get you're going to get your wish, because they already showed that they're in part of Neo's path is being shown the original Matrix. So I have no doubt that you're going to have a scene or two where you see the OG Fishburne.
Well, would you be pissed if he wasn't in it?
Well, here's the thing. Let's just put this in perspective. Who's to say we don't see Lawrence Fishburne in the movie as a cameo outside of the Matrix, and they're playing a game with us? This is possible. How movies well, LEG and everybody here, we know how movies do that stuff.
I'm not a fan of cameos, Geek. I don't like them. I do not like them. If you take a look at this actor has replaced two major iconic characters in film history, Candyman, and now Lawrence Fishburne in The Matrix. So, he's
no
Morpheus.
Candyman other than the guy who played the original Candyman, and I can't think of his name.
To the new film. You're talking about Tony.
I don't give a shit. That's like me saying that's like the guy who played Freddy Krueger. Sorry.
Yeah.
You weren't Freddy Krueger.
His name. Robert Englund.
No, yeah.
Yes.
England is Freddy Krueger. That's just it. Nobody else is going to play that role.
Yeah, well, so did anybody see Candyman? In Candyman, the same guy who's going to play Morpheus, you have, hopefully I don't spoil anything for anybody. You have Tony Todd showing up at the very end for a cameo.
Thank you. That's the guy who did Candyman.
But that's it. That's all he has in the film. And to me, I'm not a big fan of cameos. I think it's honestly a waste of time.
Well, the thing is, he is when you look at that, when you look at the Candyman series, it's like looking at the Nightmare on Elm Streets. These people are these actors are recognized to it. So when they replace it, it's shit. It's just shit. But the difference is these are horror movies based on certain genres, whereas LDG and I, like I said, we understand, computer skins, avatars, and shit like that. So for us, and I don't know about anybody else, and I'm not demeaning you guys for that, it just makes sense to us as computer technicians, programmers and stuff. It just makes sense to us, and we're able to accept it. I guess maybe easier than some of you guys can, and that's all it is.
Okay.
LDG, am I off on that?
Well, let me respond to it real quickly. So this may sound like a harsh response, but that's not my intention. As somebody who is a writer or whatever you want to say, or who is involved in this sort of thing, or even as just a fan of cinema, I do not understand where you're coming from.
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't get it.
I accept that. No, that's fine, and I respect that. I have no comeback or anything else. I've stated my position. You have stated your position, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the end of it.
I think if you replace an iconic actor, it's a waste of time. You might as well invent a new character. I mean, imagine doing an Indiana Jones with a different actor. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's because Indiana Jones is supposed to be a real person.
I don't get what
the Matrix is not a real person. They're not real people. I mean, they're not. What you see is not actually them. You're talking about a computer-generated holodeck, for God's sakes.
I think there's speculation. There's speculation and there's theory within some of your arguments, LDG. I mean, if
the speculation that the sky is blue,
Fishburne's character is a real character. That's a real person.
Are you saying the Matrix is a computer program, Pickles?
Remember how it works
Mind blown.
Look at how it works out. Remember how they all look when they go back into the Matrix. They all have the same skin, but here's the thing. Who's to say that skin would not have changed if they had desired it during the Matrix? Because obviously they had the power to change.
Still speculation.
Well, I know it's speculation, but I'm coming from a computer. I'm coming from a computer.
Whoa, deja vu.
That's it. That's it, Zach. You're coming from a writer's point of view, and that's fine. I don't know shit about writing. I'm only coming from this.
It's not that
totally
hard.
fine.
I'm sure you would be a great writer if you wrote something. It's not that hard.
Well, I wrote a few things, but none of you all are ever going to read it.
Well, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good. I mean, all I'm and I brought in the fan.
We need NB leaks.
As long as you're a fan, you can do a good job writing this stuff. That's why we've had all these different things on the Last
You can
Jedi
type
and so
this
forth.
shit.
If you're a fan of sci-fi or
Lucas.
whatever genre, you can write for that genre. I'm convinced of that.
Well, I think any one of us could write a better Star Trek episode than what we've fucking seen over the last few years.
Amen.
Yes.
In fact, you know what? Hey, CBS, you want to get good Star Trek? Get the 6 of us right here to write 6 episodes. I guarantee you we'll do better than what you fucking have done, you little shits.
Okay.
Amen.
I think I think Patrick Stewart's favorite episode was written by a fan. Am I wrong about that?
Oh,
guys.
Well, let me fact check that.
So it's either
Computer.
Stewart for Next Gen or it's somebody else involved in one of the different. But one of the main actors said that their favorite episode was a fan episode. I forget who it was, but I thought it was Patrick Stewart.
Let's see. Patrick Stewart's favorite episode. It was Inner Light.
Episode of Q Card. Hey, Q
God,
Card,
that's
are
a
you
beautiful
replicant?
episode.
Yes. The end.
Inner Light is an absolutely beautifully well done episode of Star Trek. One of the best of TNG.
So I'm trying to remember. It could have been Shatner that said it, but somebody said that a fan had come up with an episode and sent it in, and it became one of the best episodes. I forget exactly which one it is, though.
Pickles. What if the Matrix is actually in the holodeck on Star Trek? Shared universe.
Well, one of my favorite episodes, and here's the problem.
But then the holodeck is in the Matrix. Whoa, double mind blow.
LDG, is that your nickname, Pickles?
Yep.
Yes.
Where did that come from, by the way?
Here we go.
Blame me.
That was Captain Trek.
He was on a live stream. Well, I was on a live stream on somebody else's channel. All of a sudden, LDG wanted to come on. He came on, and I'm going, and we want to welcome LDG Pickles. And that wasn't the name. It stuck.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that whole thing with the Pickles scenario. But think about this. When you have these new, quote, new Star Trek fans, these younger fans, let's remember, and let's be honest, do you know what these people are doing during Star Trek while watching it? They're like
cleaning their house. They're doing laundry.
No, they're on their goddamn phones, and they're waiting for some explosion. These people wouldn't understand. They wouldn't be able to get through an episode like Data's Day. One of my favorite episodes. And it's all about a day in the life of Data. And it's Chief O'Brien and Keiko getting married. That is the whole premise of the story. These new fans wouldn't be able to comprehend doing this because Star Trek is intellectual. Data's Day, Balance of Terror. Balance of Terror is basically an allegory for Enemy Below. We all know this. They wouldn't understand that. They wouldn't grasp the concept. Remember looking at Captain Kirk when he's like, we are prepared to beam your people aboard. What does it serve the purpose of dying? And you see Kirk about to open his mouth, and he shuts up because he's like, okay, I don't know these people, but I respect the captain commander's way of thinking. You don't get that now in... Fuck, they can't even get the Ferengi right, for God's sake.
Here's my honest opinion when it comes to making something. It's all about who you hire to do it. I mean, Villeneuve was amazing for doing. Imagine the same film J.J. Abrams had been hired. Okay, been a piece of shit. So it all depends on who you hire to do your thing. It all depends on casting. When it comes to casting, if you had had another guy aside from Ian McDermott playing Palpatine, it would have been a hammy. And Ian is hammy, but it would have been a shitty part probably. Right? It depends on casting. It depends on the director. It depends on all that. Hiring the right people is the most important factor when it comes to making something good.
Zach, you have just repeated almost what I say. When you hire talent and merit, you're going to get diversity. When you hire for diversity, you are not guaranteed to get talent. Take The Why the Last Man. One of my favorite comics to read. It has been canceled by FX and Hulu before the season even ended. And they can't figure out what. We had such a diverse cast. We had all these women. what does that have to do with a diverse cast? That's why you fucked up. You didn't hire for talent, you hired for diversity, and that is why your fucking show failed. And you're blaming us. You're blaming people like me who read the entire comic, who love the concept of the comic, because the comic has a concept. It's very simple. There are only two things on the planet with a Y chromosome. That's Yorick and his monkey. That's it. There are no other males left. And they decided, oh, well, we have to add transgenders in to make it more modern. It's like, no. And they were like, well, he wouldn't need to keep the mask on because everybody would assume he's transgender. I'm like, are you fucking stupid?
So they're kind of like changing the whole point of Y the Last Man.
Well, that's kind of a tricky subject. I would say it's a character-based situation. I don't think the gender necessarily matters, and I get the political thing you're talking about, but it's like Spawn. Todd McFarlane's Spawn is he put a black man under the mask, even though he wore the mask almost all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it to prove a point and to prove that, yeah, it doesn't matter what color my character is as long as he's a good character. That's, to me, that's what's important, is if a character has
exactly
the merits, and if a character
Zach,
can contribute to if a character adds to the overall story, that's to me what matters. Gender, race, none of that shit matters. All that matters to me is compelling characters and a compelling story in the right direction.
I had okay, I don't know if you Zach, you might know this, but one of the reasons why Todd McFarlane left is because left writing Spider-Man.
Yep.
Was because he said everybody treated Spider-Man as just a good old white boy. And he was not wrong in his assessment. He wanted to actually do a story where somebody made a racist comment against a person of color. And he wanted to have Peter Parker point at himself and goes, what color do you think I am under this? And they wouldn't allow him to do it.
Well, the point he was making, Geek, is how do you know what color I am if you don't know my identity?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And
which is interesting. It's interesting. I mean, some people would say it's a little bit social justice-y. I don't really agree with that. If you do something correctly and you do something in an intellectual way, it doesn't really matter what anybody's political interpretation is. As long as it's good, that's all that really matters.
I'll give you an example. We have I'm watching the show now, Justified. I had never watched it before.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, it's a good show.
Yeah, it's a great show. But the guy who plays Crowder, for those of you who don't know, he also played in what was the movie, the series? Anyway, he shows up in Sons of Anarchy, which was one of my all-time favorite shows. I have all of it. And he plays a transgender character.
Oh, you're talking about Walton Goggins, Boyd Crowder.
Yes, I'm talking about Boyd Crowder. And I was like,
Venus
I didn't care. I did not care that it was a transgender. I cared that the
Venus with a
was
penis.
Good and the story was good. And the reason why that character was the way they were was actually well written
and well casted.
What's that?
That's the trifecta: well written and well casted.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
that's the trifecta.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm watching a show down in Mexico that's on Netflix called Who Killed Sarah, and one of the best characters, one of the most well-loved characters my wife and I liked, gets killed off. They're a gay man. I didn't give a shit that they were gay. I gave a shit that the character was well written, well defined, and well done, and I was sad to see that character leave. That is what writing is about.
Well, the casting, you can't really hire a better actor than Walton Goggins, to be honest with you. He's one of the best ever. I mean, he's had a great career lately. I mean, he's been working with Tarantino, did 2 films with him. Just a phenomenal actor.
Well, it's like I said about Woody Harrelson. You know, back when I was growing up, and many of us were growing up, he was on Cheers. And then we see him in Natural Born Killers and things like it's like, can he pull this off? And it's like, holy shit, this guy has range.
Well, you know, Zach, you know, with Walton Goggins as Venus and Sons of Anarchy, I was kind of impressed because, they introduced the character, and there are some jokes and gags, but then there are moments of real humanity and emotion that they give to that character that he pulls off, and it's really surprising because you watch that and you're just like, holy shit, you know, this is
Yeah, but what about his interaction with him and Twig? Tell me that was not good.
Well, he's a phenomenal actor. I mean, he's one of those guys where I would hire for just about any part. And if you cast him specifically for a part, it makes him even better. His Justified part is what put him on the map, Geek, as you mentioned. That put him on the map. And really turned him into kind of a force. And in terms of TV shows and stuff that's and see, here's the problem I have too, is anything not a big, gigantic superhero or franchise film is not mainstream, which kind of annoys me. Okay. But that being said, this guy has popped up in tons of great shit. Vice Principals. Did you see that, Darius? Vice Principals or
No.
Righteous Gemstones? Really good. I mean, Walton Goggins in Righteous
He was
Gemstones
in Fat Man.
with Mel Gibson.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Did you like that movie?
Yeah, of course.
I love that movie, and I thought he did. You know, he was a little over the top, but you know, he played it well doing over the top. I was like, this guy's got range. You know, it's like
he knows when to ham it up.
He knows how to bring his A game to his acting and the role he's doing. Like, he really gives a shit about the character he's playing.
And by the way, his teeth are clearly fake, and I'm sure you've noticed that. When he was a child, he's an interesting guy. I've actually listened to him talk and stuff. When he was a child, he had all of his teeth knocked out in like a horrific accident. So he's got all fake teeth. Anyway, but he did a part on Righteous Gemstones where he plays a 75-year-old man and nails it. The character is fucking hilarious. Baby Billy. Yeah, there he is in Vice Principals. He was awesome in that. And with Danny McBride, he does both shows are with Danny McBride, Gemstones and Vice Principals. Very funny guy too. Good for comedy.
I honestly think he has got to be one of the. This guy could be a movie star. I think he could play a villain or a hero and really nail it, because I believe he actually puts his heart and soul into the character he's doing, and I am seeing that. When I saw that when he did Sons of Anarchy, and I'm seeing it now in him doing Boyd Crowder. Just the way he's doing, I'm like, this guy is fucking excellent.
I would say he's not an A-lister. I would put him in the same category as somebody like Bob Odenkirk, who is an awesome actor.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like Odenkirk, you know, it's if they hire guys like this to be leading men, it'll turn out to be an interesting film. I mean, Odenkirk did Nobody, which was directed by the same guy who did John Wick.
And it was an excellent movie.
It was a beautiful fucking movie. It was awesome.
Oh, it was beautiful. When I saw the trailer, I was like,
and Chris Lloyd.
This is the guy from and I'll be the first one to admit that show he was on, the prequel to Better Call Saul. I can't remember the name of it.
That's the name of it. That is
no,
Better Call Saul.
I'm talking about the prequel.
Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
Breaking Bad. Yeah.
I didn't really care for Breaking Bad.
Oh my God.
Personally, I watched all of it, and it's just personal preference. That's all it is.
Okay.
But him as Saul was very good. And then when I saw the trailer for Nobody, hence why, you know, for those of you who don't know, NB stands for Nobody. And for those of you who don't know, the reason why I picked that is from the poem, The Odyssey.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's killing me.
Exactly. That is exactly why I went that route. because Odysseus claimed to be nobody, and he blinds a Cyclops, and the Cyclops goes to see others, and I've been blinded. Who blinded you? Nobody. And actually, if for those of you who don't remember, there was a scene in, I believe it was Justice League or Justice League Unlimited, I don't remember which one, where somebody says, why are we going into this? He's a nobody. And Batman makes a reference to Odysseus in the Odyssey about what a nobody really is. And I thought that was beautiful. And I understood the reference because I love Greek mythology and I grew up on it. But yeah, when he did the movie Nobody, I mean, I watched the movie and I was like, damn, this is good shit.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. It might be my favorite movie of the past few years, but to me, Geek, it was one of those movies where I was surprised that the movie itself happened. Bob Odenkirk is not a leading guy. I mean, it would be much easier to get your funding for that film with a guy like Liam Neeson at the top or Dwayne Johnson at the top, and yet they went with fucking Bob Odenkirk, and I think it paid off.
I think Bob did a fantastic job.
Yeah, fucking
in that movie. It's one of those movies. It's what we talk about, and it's what I know Captain Trek wants to do. It's one of those movies where we want to promote because it was maybe underrated, but it had such great writing, such great directing, such great characters.
It made its money back, so we don't have to worry about that. So which is good for Bob, which is good for me, because I think he's great.
Oh, I would agree, hands down.
But anyway, if I can change the subject a little
Go for it.
LDG, so you're the leak guy. That's what the comments are telling me. You read all the leaks and stuff. Is that right?
I don't know if that's exactly true. I mean, I read whatever.
Okay, what can you tell me about Michael Keaton as Batman coming back?
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. I have no fucking clue. I didn't read anything about that shit.
All right, gotcha. That's one of the few superhero things I'm looking forward to, like the Eternals, all this new stuff, Shang-Chi. I'm not going to even watch the Eternals. The only superhero films I'm looking forward to is seeing Michael Keaton come back and the new Batman. That's it. Aside from that, I'm done with it. I'm over it. Frankly, if they
You're
would
not
stop,
going to go see Top Gun.
Which one?
You're not going to see Top Gun
with Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
Oh, well,
that's fine with me.
The fire on that one.
No. I'm not that type of person. I'm not going to give him shit for disagreeing about a movie I'm excited about.
No, I will not see it again or see the sequel. Frankly, I would be happy if they stopped releasing films and trailers for a year. I mean, they're throwing too much shit out there right now for me. It's like, goddamn, give me a second. It's like, how much shit do you want me to see?
Well, I think Captain Trek and I talked about this with others. The problem with trailers is they're showing too much.
Well, the market is oversaturated.
If you look at older trailers, if you look at older trailers, Zach, they used to only be 30 seconds to a minute. Now they're like, oh, here's a teaser trailer. It's 2.5 minutes long. How's that a teaser?
Some of them are a lot longer. 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Now they're doing the sneak peeks, or here's the first 15 minutes of the movie, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing, if they did the Empire Strikes Back now, one of the scenes in the preview would be,
"I am your
I am your father," and it'd be like, huh? There would be everything would be gone.
You're right, Cap. Cap, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right on that one. They're putting too much in these trailers, and it's like, oh, we need to give them more to entice them. And they're not realizing it's actually turning us off because it's like, you're giving us too much. You need to give us just enough to make us want to go see the movie. give us 30 seconds, give us a minute. Look at old trailers and how they were done. They were done to entice people to go see the movie. Now, and without giving away too much, now they're giving away so much. And on top of that, we get scenes that aren't even in the fucking movies.
Well, that's a problem too. Yeah, that's a problem too. But here, I think I would be preaching to the choir saying this to you guys is I am kind of sick of CGI movies.
Amen to that.
CGI can't do everything.
If they brought me in,
what are you talking about?
if they brought me in for the new Star Wars, which they never would do, okay, impossible. But if hypothetically, if I was sitting there at the table with them, I would ask for a budget that's about 75% of the budgets that they use today on the new Star Wars movies. I would say, yeah, maybe I'll do matte paintings and I'll do model starships and model cities. They would say, get the fuck out of here. Right? Wouldn't they? I think they would.
Well, it's like I told Captain Truck and several other people. I was like, I don't want to hear how dedicated these CGI people are because I'm an IT guy. I'd rather give the true beauty to those stop motion animation people who actually had to work 30 hours just to get a 30-second scene. That is fucking dedication. That is beauty. That is caring about your craft. Playing with a computer and programs, it does not compare. And this is coming from a guy who works on computers. It doesn't compare at all.
Well, I do agree that stop motion is more intensive as far as that, because you have to pose each frame individually and do it one by one. And with CGI, we have the ability to interpolate keyframes and all. But I mean, there's the number of things that have to be modeled and textured and animated and all going, and particles all going on at the same time in CGI is of a very large number, and they need a large number of people, and they have been working really long hours, and the studios just kind of throw more at it, right? And then they have to cram it all in, and sometimes it comes out undercooked, like that the final battle scene in Black Panther. It didn't look very good, and it needed more time in the oven, not just more money, but like you can't substitute additional passes that make it look really good.
100% agree. But Darius, wouldn't you say also that they could improve some of those old techniques that feel a little bit more real? I mean, the human eye is pretty capable at determining what is fake and what is not.
Yes, especially with human faces.
Yeah. So would you say that they could improve those older techniques and kind of build upon them and maybe come out with a different result? Because that's what I think.
Yeah.
I
And
agree.
when I say that CGI can't do everything, that's speaking as like a CGI trained person. And there are some things, like Luigi says, yes, it can do everything. Well, for example, they made a CGI Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One, and some people thought it was real, but most of us got that uncanny valley feeling from it. We could tell that it was not really real. And when especially because it's a human being, and when you detect that, it's not real, you disconnect a little bit from what's happening. Whereas with like a puppet, you look at Grogu, and even on set, Werner Herzog was talking to it like it was a real living thing, like it was a baby.
He a robot? Is Grogu a robot?
He was Grogu was an animatronic done by several people, and even when they used CGI, Jon Favreau and the other guy said, "Don't do anything in the CGI he can't do as a puppet."
Well, that's I have a problem, Geek, too, with recasting. Why fuck with what Peter Cushing did? Why fuck with him? He's dead.
They asked permission from the family.
I get that, but still, why fuck with what he did?
I think their idea was that they didn't want to recast him, so like their next best option that they went with is to sort of bring him back from the dead using CGI. And I think Disney is going to be at the forefront of, resurrecting dead actors through deep fakes. I think so too.
No, I disagree what they fucked up, because what they did was what
I didn't say they fucked up.
No,
I
it's
said
fucked up.
It's fucked up.
No.
Exactly.
What I was going to say is what they tried to do was make sure they didn't do what happened in Back to the Future 2, if any of you remember that.
What are you referring to?
Remember when
it changed the main actor?
George McFly was changed out. They recast George McFly, and they used in Back to the Future, from Back to the Future 1 to Back to the Future 2. They recast him and made him, likeness just like that without his permission.
Are
And
you
he
talking about
sued
George?
and
Talking
won.
about George McFly, or I mean,
Yes, I'm talking about
Crispin
George
Glover.
McFly.
So they darrened him.
Well, I've heard about that. I mean, he's done some interviews about how pissed off he was. I don't agree with that. That's even worse, frankly, when the dude is still alive and it doesn't give.
No,
his,
but he sued and won. He sued them for likeness rights and won.
I'm sure, man. I saw him in interviews pissed off about the whole thing,
and he had every right to be.
Well, if they did another Clone Wars movie or Clone Wars flashback, just hypothetically in Kenobi with Count Dooku, and they brought Chris Lee back from the dead.
George McFly's in the Clone Wars?
No.
I don't agree with that. If you bring Chris Lee back from the dead, or Peter Cushing, or any of these people, I don't like it. I think what they could do and should have done is brought in a different character. Would it be that hard to instead just, let's just cast Jeremy Irons and bring him in as Tarkin, or not as Tarkin, as Admiral Thrawn? What's the problem with that? Just change the character, and it doesn't have to be Tarkin.
Never, other than
yeah, but they went and wiped out everything regarding him, so they could have done whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
Well, that is true, but up until the Clone Wars, or Rebels, actually, I think is when he first showed up, Thrawn had never been actually in a Star Wars show, whereas he had only been in the books for the Thrawn trilogy, which was what launched the EU.
No, I'm aware of that. What's his name? Timothy Zahn? Is that his name?
Timothy Zahn wrote the Thrawn trilogy.
Oh, yeah, the author.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying. You could have brought in a different character to preside over the Death Star construction. There's no doubt about it. And you could have
they could have just not had Thrawn in there, or not Thrawn. Sorry, Tarkin in there to begin with.
Well, you could.
Yeah, but they want those member berries.
You could have had his name mentioned. That would have been just as effective.
Sure.
And just have those scenes with Krennic instead. Krennic talking to an underling, reverse the positions, put Krennic in the badass spot, and it probably would have strengthened the Krennic character.
Mm-hmm. Or even a compromise where you just have him on a screen.
Oh, that would work, where he was just a hologram.
Right, he could just be a hologram, and that way you don't have to make it look as lifelike. You just have like a hologram recreation, and he's and Krennic can sweat and clench his teeth just as much, and then the acting it focuses entirely on him. What's his name? Ben
Mendelsohn.
Mendelsohn, yeah, right. And so you get those member berries through Tarkin, but he's not physically there, like they did with the Emperor in Empire Strikes Back.
If I was in charge of Star Wars, we would never see another Stormtrooper again. We would never see the Rebels again. We would never see Leia or Luke or any of these people again. What Disney has managed to do is shrink Star Wars down and make it very small. We keep seeing the Empire. We keep seeing the Rebels. Even Luke, if they hadn't botched and fucked up his character, I don't think we would have needed to see him again, to be honest with you.
Now, Zach, I would disagree with you on that because between the rebels, and
well, I wouldn't have commissioned
Bad
that
Batch
show either,
and
Geek. I would not.
Mandalorian, they
I'd
are
have fired
trying.
those people.
Well, what I'm saying is what those people are doing now is they are trying to do what the EU did now and expand on it, despite what Kathleen Kennedy is an idiot about, who had the audacity to say, oh, well, we don't have 800-page books. I've got a whole fucking shelf that I could show you guys.
Well, her most atrocious comment was the comment that Star Wars does not need men to make money. Are you fucking kidding me? That statement
the most atrocious comment was she. No, the most atrocious comment is the one I heard this morning on Twitter, where she's joking and laughing about, well, some people. She's talking about starting. We made a controversial movie. Well, that movie wasn't made for you. Well, if the movie wasn't made for Star Wars fans, who the fuck did you make it for?
The new fans, the future fans,
who don't exist.
Right.
And who is going to get these new fans in? You know why? You know who gets new fans in? The old fans teach their children. That is how I got into Star Wars. That is how I got into Star Trek. That is how I got into horror movies. That is why I'm making, because my parents introduced me to these movies.
My dad introduced me to Star Trek, and my grandfather introduced me to Indiana Jones.
All right. I introduced my son to Predator and Aliens.
There you go. Yeah, that's
it was a real funny story, Zach. I don't know if I told you this, but he came to me one day and he was like, I want to watch a movie. And I'm like, okay. And he picks me. I said, no, we're not going to watch a movie you've seen 100 times. We're going to watch a movie you haven't seen. And I put Predator in. And I never forget when he's like, the Predator is doing that thing. And you start seeing the countdown. And my son literally yells at the screen, run, bitch, it's a bomb.
You know who's very underrated, Geek, is Jesse Ventura as an actor.
Yes.
Oh.
Blaine, right? Wasn't he Blaine, his character Blaine in that movie, right?
I don't have time to bleed.
Exactly. Ventura is totally underrated. What else was he in? Running Man.
Blade Runner.
Was he in Blade Runner?
Yes,
I don't think so. Who was he in Blade Runner?
No, he was in Blade Runner. Or not Blade Runner, sorry. Total Recall, sorry. Total Recall, that's what I meant to say. Total Recall.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why I said Blade Runner.
Oh, it's another Philip K. Dick adaptation.
Well, he's in a bunch of Schwarzenegger movies. He was even in the Batman Forever, dude. He was the Arkham guard that Poison Ivy seduced.
Yeah, you already mentioned the Running Man.
Yep. No, I like Ventura. He's pretty fun actor. I haven't seen him in anything though. He fell off the map, didn't he?
Well, he became governor.
He did become governor. Actually, there's an honest trailer that talks about Predator.
Can I be honest?
How all these guys a lot of these guys ended up becoming governors and mayors who are trying to run for politics.
Let me just throw this out here. You don't have to comment on it. I would vote for Ventura for president if he ever ran. I'd vote for him. I don't give a fuck. I like him.
Are you from his state?
No, I'm not.
Now, what state's he from? Michigan, Minnesota?
No, not Michigan. Yeah.
Minnesota.
Because I don't really know how he's done as a governor, having not lived in Minnesota.
Well, he's just a maverick. He didn't go with either party. He's an independent.
Yeah, he went in and won under the Reform
Bull Moose Party.
No, he didn't.
Reform Party.
No, that's not right either. He went with the Independent Party.
I thought I read that he was part of the Reform Party.
No, that's not correct. No, he's an independent, no party.
That was a joke about the Bull Moose Party because he's got kind of a Teddy Roosevelt thing going on.
Well, he looks fucked up. He looks like a fucking weirdo, but But I think he would probably do a good. Who knows? I think he's probably a good guy. I don't know, but I like him as an actor. You know, I thought he was great in Predator and Running Man. It's too bad he doesn't get more parts. He's probably been blackballed based on his politics, you would think.
Oh yeah, I looked it up, and it says he was elected governor with the Reform Party, and is the party's only candidate to win a major government office.
I don't think that's correct.
Who did he play in Total Recall? Because I don't recall him being in Total Recall.
I screwed up and said Total Recall. I should have said Running Man. I fucked up. I fucked up on both accounts. I'm sorry, guys. Feel free to pull a few geek points from me for that.
I thought you were
thinking of when I was thinking of Total Recall. When I was thinking of Total Recall, for some damn reason, I was thinking of Michael Ironside.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he wasn't in Blade Runner or Total Recall. He wasn't the Running Man.
That's a fuck up on my part. That is a total fuck up on my part.
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man, yeah.
And that's basically the movies he did. But yes. I forget his character's name, but he was like a mercenary. But
that's right. He was in there with
Captain Freedom. He was Captain Freedom in The Running Man, and he was Cryocon in Demolition Man. He played Arkham Asylum guard in Batman and Robin.
Yep. And Blade or something in Predator.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're bleeding. I ain't got time to bleed.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
And plus a savage motherfucker, too. Underwater demolition expert, which is pretty badass. I mean, imagine putting that on your resume. Former Navy SEAL, underwater demolition guy. That's pretty cool.
I give a lot of respect to Dolph Lundgren for his education.
Is that a chemical engineer?
That guy is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize
he's got very high IQ.
Educated. Oh, sorry, Darius.
Oh well, yeah, he's got a very high IQ, and he's got is it a master's degree?
Yes.
In chemical engineering.
You know, it's funny. It's funny how people get my name wrong all the fucking time. Where did you get Zach Larry? My name is on the screen.
It's Zach Leary.
What did you say, Larry?
Yeah, no, it's like, what the fuck?
It's not Larry, it's Leary.
People get that all the time.
Like the game?
Well, I'm a Dennis Leary fan, so I know what Leary sounds like. How is it I'm the one person getting the name right when I'm the guy who fucks up the most words?
I'll get Zach Leary, and my name is on the fucking screen. It's like, how do people
I get
do
pickles,
this?
pebbles. Count yourself lucky. Okay.
LDC.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay,
hey,
so
how is it I'm getting his name right when I'm the guy who fucks up the most words?
Well, it's not that hard, right? I don't think it's that hard.
No,
okay,
but
so
Kat always corrects me on the way I pronounce.
That's what she said.
I have an update on the on Ventura's political party.
To you.
Okay, so go for it.
It says he was Reform Party from 1998 to 2000. He was independent before 1998, and from 2003 to 2020. It also says he was Green Party from 2020 to present. So he's recently switched to the Green Party.
Well, we were both right then, Darius.
I think so.
Yeah.
He was briefly Reform Party. It looks like around the time he got elected.
Interesting dude, though. There's no doubt about that. I respect him. He might be crazy, but I do respect him. At least he says what he thinks. That's a fucking plus.
Yeah, an honest politician is almost as rare as an honest lawyer.
Are you trying to make an oxymoron?
Yeah.
Well, he's more than that, though. He's an actor. He's a wrestler. He's done a lot of shit, man. Interesting dude, Ventura.
Yeah, I remember I think he was one of my stepfather's favorite wrestlers. Him and, of course, Macho Man Randy Savage. Although for some reason, I always remembered him as the Macho King.
Jesse the Body.
Jesse the Body Ventura, yep.
And here's a fun fact about him too, is apparently he's the only wrestler who has ever gotten Vince McMahon to talk to a representative, an agent. He kind of put it to Vince McMahon more so than anybody else, which is why we don't see him anymore in like the
I didn't
reunions
watch.
and stuff.
I didn't watch a lot of WWF, and yes, folks, I'm saying WWF because I stopped before that got copyrighted. I always liked Jesse Ventura and the Macho Man Randy Savage. I liked them more than, and also a couple. Oh God, the guy who played in They Live. Why can't I remember his name?
Oh,
right now?
Roddy Piper.
Thank you, Roddy Piper. I love those guys more than Hulk Hogan, hands down. They were just better actors in their career field than even Hulk Hogan was. Hulk Hogan may have been popular, but they were just better.
Dude, I would agree with you. I don't think Hulk Hogan is that good at all, man. And plus, he's kind of a corrupt dude. If you listen to like the shit he pulled while he was a wrestler, like he was kind of a corrupt guy.
I remember him in Thunder in Paradise.
Oh, I do have a Roddy Piper toy. You guys might remember this little known movie.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. I found that at a when I went to the retro toy store, they had their they had a parking lot sale going with other vendors, and I saw that, and I literally looked at the guy, and I was like, "How come nobody has this up yet?" He goes, "I guess people don't know who it is." I'm like, "Well, it's going with me."
Well, let me respond to a comment really quickly. What in the fuck is a super blubberpuss?
Well,
what
as
in
far as I
God's
know,
name
he's
is
a
that?
retired. Well, he's a retired teacher. That much I know about him.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. Is that a picture of? Is that picture of like it looks like a chick?
It's a blubberpuss in Dragon Ball Z. Super blubberpuss.
Oh, okay, all right.
That might be my issue.
Oh.
I don't watch Dragon Ball Z.
Nor do I.
I know nothing about it.
It's a fucking joke. Oh my god. Super Saiyan, Super Blubberpuss. I'm joking. It has nothing to do with Dragon Ball.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
What?
You know, why do people have to announce that they're leaving?
Yeah, just leave.
What's with that? Like, oh my god, I'm so important. Which I'm
This
sure
is
we. I'm
Super
sure
Blubberpuss is good, peeps. Don't worry.
Can I say this real quick? Super Blubberpuss, if this ain't much fun, why don't you bring a topic up or come on the panel and bring up a topic that interests you?
He would. He can. There's nothing wrong with announcing the leave. I know what the perception is. But remember, perception is 9/10 of stupidity. Okay? People want to say they want to leave. There's nothing wrong with saying you want to leave. Now, if you do it in a dickish way and said, "You guys suck. This is blow you. I'm out," then that's a different story.
That's what he's saying, though. I'm out too. This isn't much fun.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, I kind of disagree. It's kind to me, and it's not a big deal or anything like that, but it's kind of self-important, I think.
I think it's just disrespectful and rude.
It's called expressing yourself. Freedom of speech, expressing yourself.
Yeah, well.
Just because it's not your cup of tea doesn't mean there's a place for it.
Oh, cup of tea, love one, thanks. One sugar.
No,
I mean,
think it's
NB.
so important.
No offense. Okay, if you really want to talk about this, NB, you do the same
You
thing.
do the same thing.
You literally announce when you're leaving. You just did it today.
Hey, I didn't say I was perfect.
I'm not saying you're not. That's not the point. I'm trying to make a point that it doesn't matter. It's fine if you're saying, just because he's saying this isn't that much fun, that doesn't mean he's talking shit.
But he did. Look at his comment.
And my reason for leaving was completely different, LDG, and you know that.
If I say I'm leaving in a chat, which I usually never do, but if I do, I'll say, "Take it easy, fellas," or something like that.
My response is
yes, but see, here's the problem.
Never, so
yeah, well, what I normally say
early?
is I've got to leave because I have to homeschool my kids or I have to do something, and I say I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
No, this is what I'm talking about. You think the world's got to be all 100% hunky-dory fucking blue bears and rainbows, and everything's got to be super positive. And if it doesn't come off super positive, then you blow the guy for it. You know what? No, that's not the way it is. People think differently, and just because and this is a kettle calling the kettle black or whatever the fuck you call it. Okay, take it from me, who says something to mean one thing, and you all take it as the exact opposite.
Hello, Kettle.
Okay, you can't win.
The pot, you're black. So the pot is calling the. See what it is, right? You got the pot and the kettle, right? And
am I race swapping? My bad. I'm sorry.
No,
my bad.
it's enamel. It's matte versus gloss. If you get an enamel finish, so
matte versus gloss.
Morning, guys. What the hell? Who broke MB's brain?
What brain?
Really?
Good morning, what he said to me just made me laugh my fucking head off. It was probably one of the most funny things I've ever heard him say.
Not a high bar, but okay. I mean, hi, morning.
Hello.
All right, it's slightly loud, just slightly ear ripping, piercing through my brain. Loud, Eagle. Sorry, I don't know if it's your microphone.
Yeah,
Ow! No, seriously, it hurts. It hurts.
I'm working on
my
it.
ears are
Calm
bleeding.
down.
Hey, shut up and let her work on it so she can get it modified.
There.
I don't know why it's having issues, but
Much better.
There you go. There you
Okay.
go, Rosetta.
Good.
It was
Guys,
still in
when
the
somebody's
middle where
trying
You
to
went
work
from
on- Hey.
Freddy Krueger, give me a wet willy, to really? No laugh?
Hey,
Okay.
someone's trying
Shut
to
up.
work on their mic issue. Shut up so they can actually respond to the person, respond to the panel, so they can know that it sounds right. Show
Yes,
some
Christopher
respect.
Robin.
Well, but LDG, you don't see what I'm saying at all. You don't get where I'm coming from whatsoever. And
Dude,
again,
I totally forgot what the hell what were we talking about again?
somebody announcing their exit, like, "Oh my God! Oh, here I go, everybody!" Oh, it's like, come on, man.
Well, I get what you're saying, but if you
Come on, man,
do
that was
know
4 or
Super
5 days
Blubberpuss,
ago.
see, that's the thing. That's where I don't think you get. You don't
I
know
don't really
Super
care.
Blubberpuss.
I don't
He talks
care.
a certain way, and that's not over the top.
No,
for
but
Super
it's not just him.
Blubberpuss.
A lot of people do that, and I just
Well,
don't get it.
no. You got to take a wrong case by case basis. Don't call Super Blubberpuss something else. Don't judge him because he says something that you're judging because other people say it for a different reason.
How the
Don't
hell
fall into
are
that.
you a computer guy and you don't realize the basic concept of netiquette?
Don't judge a puss by its blubber.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I didn't
right?
say
Like-
anything
like-
regarding his integrity or anything, or what. I don't even know who the fuck he is. I'm just saying, as a general point, why do people have to announce the fact that they're leaving the podcast?
Oh, just the fact that they're leaving?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that goes across the board. I there's
do
no
it.
problem with it. I don't exactly. I have no issue if you're
correct me if I'm
if you
wrong.
come to my channel,
Okay,
right?
well-
and I'm talking about Prometheus, and you say, "Oh man, I'm out. Fuck this, I'm out."
But
All
I
right, no
wouldn't say
problem.
that.
Cool.
I wouldn't
Done.
say that.
Why
But
not?
because
It's fun.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what they want is goodbye, thank you for stopping. They want to be mentioned, right?
Well, I just do it like if I have to go to work on the weekend, I'll say, all right, Captain Trek, I'm going to work, but thanks for the show, bye.
Yeah.
Just so he knows that I'm gone. Because a lot of times I'll be lurking when I'm working my normal
Because
job.
if you-
I'm lurking for hours.
Yeah. I will also say that
I mean, I have
lot
a
of
pet
people-
peeve.
What?
If you just leave, I'll shut up after this. Let me say
Mhm.
this. If you just leave without saying anything, that's a pet peeve for me. I want you to say when you're leaving. If you just leave, my mind starts wondering, did I do something wrong? You just left. Did I piss them off? And I say this in the backstage all the time. Anybody who comes to the backstage, if they just bounce, the next time I see them, I'm like, dude, don't you just fucking bounce? Let me know you're leaving. Say later, bro.
Right.
Whatever.
When someone says they're leaving, it gives me the chance to actually say goodbye.
I think placing that, I'll be real quick, placing that much individual care or attention upon a single subscriber, to me, is not worth it. I think it's kind of crazy.
As I was starting to say and waiting for, the thing is, there's two different things with that too. A, general goodbyes and announcements are one thing. B, when it comes to the fuck this and out, there's a couple different reasons it happens. So that also depends on if it's in the chat or on the panel. Now, I'll say I've done it a couple times, but usually it comes down to absolutely nasty, abusive drama bullshit people try to pull. And when that happens, yeah, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
I did it when I quit a panel a few weeks ago, and because I was done with the way they were sitting there bashing men constantly on the panel, and I actually said it on air, and then went in chat and told them off. So I mean, there is a thing where you can't stand them being absolute assholes anymore, and you feel like you have to say something. But as a general, most people are a little quick on that jump too.
I will say this. There are people who have written me in the past because whether it's intentional or not, Super Blubberpuss does come across as negative at times.
Yeah. Perception.
And I'm choosing not to take it negatively.
Yeah, it's feedback, just like Bert said too.
When
somebody feedback, it's what feedback
Yeah, but I've
is
also
involved in
had
that?
conversations with Super Blubberpuss before, just like I've
But
had conversations with Rosetta. So to say I don't know anything about this person's personality is a mischaracterization, because I've been on panels with him, just like I've been on panels with Rosetta. Just like Rosetta will tell you and Captain Trek will tell you that I have been a complete fucking total ass in the past, and they made no bones about it to remind me that I needed to behave myself. So
you're forgetting one person who also did that. Yvette.
Oh, well, yeah.
We can't forget Richard. Richard's the one who actually banned him on my channel.
Hey, but the point of the matter is, the point of the matter is, I got the feedback, I screwed up, and I owned up to it.
I will give you that, yeah. And that's the thing. Most of us will make mistakes, especially when you're dealing with most of the people in the internet community. We are different forms of geeks. Now, it's just statistics and true, whether it's from bullying, whether it's from physical or mental issues, that, as they say, the line between genius and insanity is a real thing. And those who are in the geeky side tend to have more mental disorders or stress or other issues. That's just statistical. So we have a different response to things than the normal public anyways.
Which is bad.
No,
Right?
I think it just makes us. No, I disagree. I think it just makes us unique because we
I
are
think it's
different
bad.
from. No, I would say this: we are different from most societal norms because we accept. Take what Rosetta said is almost gospel there. Rosetta, I mean, okay. For those of you who don't know, I was a total 100% ass on her channel one time. I had a mental breakdown. I fucked up. And
I remember that.
should have had no business being on her channel. And I said some horrible fucking things. Kat yelled at me the next day, screamed at me. And, you know what? I deserved it. I 100% deserved it for the way I acted. I didn't try to defend myself. I tried, in overtime, I apologized to Rosetta. I apologized, Captain. I even told Rosetta, I said, if I ever met your husband and he wanted to punch me in the gut, I wouldn't blame him for what I said.
Of course, what I told you is if he actually felt that way, he'd probably just have me do it. But
that's true.
Or you, well, if you had punched me in the stomach or slapped me in the face, I would have accepted it because I crossed the line I shouldn't have crossed. And
But
that's just the truth.
I don't agree with the mental health point. I don't think that's a good way to paint any group of people, to be honest with you.
First of all, I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying statistically there's more, and there's many reasons for it. But it's the fact that you guys feel that like look, whether again it's physical things we've been through, mental abuse or emotional or bullying we've been through, or the fact that we have a lot of us have different learning styles and stuff. I'm not saying we're mentally deficient. I'm not saying we're sociopathic. I'm saying we have a higher average of things that are considered mental issues. Most of those are not negative things. The problem is that society has a really horrific stigma for things that are really benign things. They're usually just different physical chemistry or brain chemistry.
I'm one of those guys that will never talk publicly about any physical or mental thing that's ever happened to me. That's just who I am.
I'm the exact opposite.
I'm the type of guy who would like to handle my business in private.
Right.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
You're introverted. I used to be introverted.
I don't know if that's
I had to become
introverted
extroverted
specifically.
because I'm just saying you have introverted, you have extroverted. You have people like me who used to be introverted and are now extrovert. And one of the things why I think, and I agree with Rosetta on this, one of the reasons why so many of us got into, I think, science fiction and the stuff we do is because it gave us that escape from the horror of the real life we had to deal with. Rosetta, am I off on that one?
No. Look, again, I'm not even when I say that, I'm also talking about just maybe things we have where we struggle with interacting with people more because we were more bullied and stuff, which is, again, pretty much most all geeks and nerds are. And so I'm talking about the general overall. And again, most of the people that I know who are from the different parts of the geek community have something generally that's different than them, whether it's just different learning techniques or basic bipolar or stuff like that. But again, it's not saying a negative, and it's not saying that there's something wrong with that. And that's what I was getting at.
Well, remember, Rosetta, back when we were in school, and I think most of us of our age group, you brought up the point, we were bullied. It was considered a stigma to be a fan of anything geek or sci-fi or what we thought was popular because they didn't like it. The popular people didn't like it. Now they like it, and this is what pisses me off. And I know, Rosetta, it pisses you off because I've seen your posts. These people are coming into our community now telling us we need to change. It's like, no. You are now in our community because you now feel it's popular to be in our community because of movies and stuff. We were the ones who you bullied when we thought this stuff was popular. Now you want to come in and tell us how to do things? Fuck you. You're not coming into our community and changing who we are.
Again,
would you kick me out of it, Geek?
Again, to what Yvette said, I'm not saying blanket statement. There's a really specific reason I say a lot of, or some, or most to these comments, and not all. I don't believe in full blanketing. Nobody's all the same. But
yeah, I agree with her too.
But if you look at just look at our communities here, most of us have been through more or have some issue we deal with.
I think
Apparently on
every
out of
oh, go ahead.
every 7, apparently if you get any 7 panelists on YouTube, at least 2 of them statistically will be very
drunk.
I freely admit.
I don't think any human being has gone through their lifespan without having people say negative shit to them, which is my opinion. I don't think anybody has had a situation where there's been zero criticism or negativity or whatever.
Yeah, there's a difference between some negativity or somebody's an ass versus consistent and continuous bullying.
Yeah, I want to mention this. Super Blubberpuss. I don't know what you thought we said that made
How
you
was
feel
he
we
was
were unhappy
informed
with
about
you.
this?
We only
okay.
We what?
I'm
No,
just
I was
saying
just
he
saying
says he
it
was
was like
informed.
No, I'm just saying we were making statements about the comment. And by the way, JP's, our community is a bullshit line. Okay, well, I can't help you with that, but if you think our community we are not a community, and then I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. We are a community. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking about the things we talk about.
Now, to the comment earlier that you prefer to be very private with things, I was that way for a long time, but I can't, for a few reasons, pull that off. The things I deal with affect how I can communicate or function sometimes in front of people. So, proper warning to people that they might deal with or interact with is also a thing, but it's also for a lot of the stuff I deal with. I've seen the stigmas on them a long time. I've seen the way people hide it, and I've seen a lot of people hide it to their own detriment because they're ashamed or afraid to tell people. So I just want people to hear that one voice.
No.
Can
I'm not ashamed
calmly
or
no.
afraid.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. Can I
let me
please
give
finish real
you-
quick?
Yeah,
Please let me finish real quick.
Go ahead.
But to those who are afraid to come forward because of the stigma, or afraid to talk to people and find out things, or even sometimes afraid to get medical or mental help because they're afraid of what people think. And I work with abuse victims, I work with rescues and stuff for a long time in real life, so I've seen this a lot. I try to be that voice who I am open about what I go through, but it's not all I am, and I show people the good and positive things I do while I deal with it.
All right. What I would say about myself, speaking just about myself, is that I feel it's my job to entertain people when I do a podcast or when I go on somebody else's podcast, to have a good time and therefore have the audience have a good time. I don't want to burden other people with my problems. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, and I think that's also a different behavior. Are you somebody who's just constantly telling people, feel sorry for me, I'm going through this? Or are you somebody going, well, yeah, I can deal with this, but I'm open about it, but I'm going to have fun and I'm going to try to share life with you? I think Sweet Anita is a good example of that. She is open on her tags and on her streams that she's got Tourette's because it affects how she communicates with people, affects things she says on air.
Well, that's kind of different.
But she's very happy. She's very outgoing with it. And so, well, again, it depends on what things you're dealing with, what conditions you're dealing with. Especially with the stuff I deal with, it's similar to her. Actually, that's why I'm citing her.
Well, I can agree with Rosetta on a lot of that, because that's why I said I'm extrovert. Because when I was younger, I was very introverted. I was raised to keep everything outside of other people's purview. Unfortunately, it turned out I couldn't handle that. Now, what Rosetta is saying is we're not asking for sympathy. We're just open about what we've been through. And when somebody says, I'm sorry you went through it, it's like, it's okay. We've made it through it. We've learned from it and we've moved on and we are stronger people for it. Rosetta is that about what you were going with? Because that's how you always sound.
Yeah, and kind of the reason why I cited Sweet Anita is because that's part of why I decided I had to be open with a lot of it, because I do have forms of tics. I do have forms of things I can't control and say. I do have times where I spasm or twitch or so. It's easier to explain to people outright and just kind of nip it in the bud than it is to try to get people to believe you later when you fuck up and say something that they don't understand.
Well,
which unfortunately I did before I started
Story
being
of my
open
life.
about it. I did,
This
and
guy
it kind
right
of fucked
here,
up the whole
this
relationship
guy right
for
here
me.
on Rosetta's channel, this guy right here on Rosetta's channel did that. I make no bones about the fact that I fucked up.
You know,
Please
when I
come
heard
check.
that Norm Macdonald died of cancer and hadn't told anybody for 10 years, I had a great deal of respect for him doing that. Because it didn't change people's perception or perception of him, and to me that was very honorable, and I'm kind of that same mindset. Not to,
I think both
everybody's got their own way of doing things, and I totally get that. I'm not
that's
I'm not
what
even
I'm saying.
arguing against you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you the other perspective that
I think what you're Zach. I think what you're going with is okay, and I agree with where you're going with there. But there is a difference between physical illness and mental illness. And for those of us who have, and I know Rosetta has mental illnesses, I have a mental illness. I have PTS and I have anxiety and other things.
Private chat.
These are just things that we have decided as individuals that we are comfortable with saying it because it sets us, it makes us feel free and comfortable. It's not about, getting sympathy or anything like it. It's just we are comfortable in
Well,
who
that's not
we
what
are.
I said.
And no. I'm not trying to say. I'm trying to give you the perspective of that. When you have a physical,
well, if you put it like I'm trying to say, people are trying to get sympathy. It's kind of gross.
No. That is not what I said, Zach. Zach, that is not what I meant. If you take it that way, I am sorry. That is not what I meant. Some people, and I know these people, and I know Rosetta knows them, who use their illnesses to get sympathy. I am not saying that is what you are saying in any way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is, when it comes to our mental illnesses, we have become comfortable in being able to talk about it because it actually helps us. Some people want to keep things closed in. For people like Rosetta and I, that doesn't work for us. For some people, that works for if that works for you, Zach, that's fine. I respect Chad Boseman for keeping his cancer private because that must have been something hard to go through and probably only told a small amount of people. There's nothing wrong with that. What
I
I'm
can
saying
cite
we are
2 cases, by the way, when you're done.
Well, what I was saying is we're just comfortable in doing it. We don't want sympathy, but it sometimes it actually helps us with other people because we're open. I've had people in the past, and I think Rosetta probably has too. When you're open about who you are, sometimes it allows them to open up as well, and it actually helps them.
And that's what I was going to say. I was going to take 2 positions that I find were very respectful, very honorable, that are the opposite side of this. As you guys were talking about, he didn't come forward about the cancer. He dealt with it privately, and he was a public face of strength to people. And I respect the hell out of that. There's also the other side. Let's go back to the 90s. And when Drescher went through her breast cancer, she wrote a book about it. She did all this public speaking for herself, but she involved what I went through as a way to talk to other people going through it and try to help them learn how to deal with it, to let other women know how to prevent themselves from getting in as bad of a situation with it as she had. And she actually helped encourage a lot of people to get help who actually end up saving lives. And I think as long as you're approaching it the right way and with a decency and honor, both sides can be good depending on your situation.
Well, Rosetta, remember when back in the 80s and 90s, we used to have people come to our schools and stuff and talk about, going through, and I'm just going to throw this out there because that was the time, AIDS and how they were dealing with it. And they weren't there for sympathy. They were there to educate and save lives.
I mean, I know that happened. I didn't personally witness it because I was always homeschooled other than 1 year in a private school.
All right, you're back.
So
I got you. Okay. Well, we had in my school a thing called Channel 1. And there was a segment, and I didn't even know what AIDS was or anything about it until I saw this newsreel about this woman who talked about it. I had no clue what it was, and it educated me and made me understand, okay, there is a certain risk to a certain lifestyle if I do this. And
Is that
she
chick
was
on
trying-
Nickelodeon that tried to have serious freaking segments on Nickelodeon with kids?
No, it wasn't Nickelodeon, you shithead.
All right. Sorry.
Wow.
There was some lady. I don't remember. Some overweight
That
lady
escalated
like,
quickly.
Anyway.
I don't
Never
know
mind.
what he's talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
Go ahead. Continue. Sorry.
No, but like I'm saying with Rosetta, and we talk about this stuff not because, like I said, we don't want sympathy. We just, we're more interested in educating people and helping them. And one of the big problems you'll see with people is they don't always feel that they have someone they can talk to that is going to just shut up and listen. But if we tell them something about ourselves that is very personal, it gives them, they don't have to talk to us because sometimes they don't, but they find someone they can talk to and open up about whatever issue they have.
I can give an example of myself here. When I found out at the beginning of the year that hey, most likely have Parkinson's and I'm having these deterioration issues, my first response was then I'm going back up Crazy Horse and I'm getting more photos of me doing it. Because to show people we don't have to give up just because things are bad. My first response is then I'm going to show people that it's not going to win and they can do it too.
I see nothing wrong with that.
Hey guys, I need to let you all know I need to go. I got to do the homeschooling stuff with my children.
Yep.
You all have a blessed
No problem.
I will
You have
catch
a
you
good
later.
day.
Later.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. All I'm saying is I keep my shit private. That's just the way I am.
I understand that.
Any kind of health problems I've had, and I've had a few, I've never mentioned them in public.
Mm-hmm. And that's understandable.
It is. And that's why I think we all have to approach how we handle mental, medical, and stuff case by case to what's best for us with our situation and our conditions and how we are. The only thing I ask people not to do is to try to use it to manipulate or control other people. And that's the people that I can't stand.
Well, the worst ones are the ones who lie about having something. Have you ever come across that?
Yes.
How bad is that? I mean, that's pretty disgusting.
That is as disgusting as the women who run around and turn everything into rape and abuse, because it really does stigmatize and make it harder for those actually going through those things to get help because nobody believes them.
Mm-hmm. I could give a name right here of somebody who faked cancer and raised like $10,000. Faked it because I knew the inside scoop on it and knew the stuff that this individual said and sent to me and so forth. Faked having cancer to make money off his audience. So, I've had that sort of thing happen too.
Look, I know somebody who literally faked his own suicide trying to get money for his wife.
Jesus. Well, that's even worse. That's even worse.
And and everyone actually tracked out and found out, yeah, he was still alive. He lied about it. And him and her did this whole thing to try to sucker people out of money. Yeah.
That's like kind of embarrassing. right? Don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
That side of it, where if people are faking having something, what in the fuck are people thinking?
Well, I've never understood that. Okay, him I get because it was literally a con artist grift for money. The people who either try to fake conditions for streaming or who go around to every streamer with medical or mental issues and tell them they're faking their condition. Those are the people I can't understand.
I've never accused anybody of faking their condition aside from one individual, where the proof to me was evident and people sent me emails and stuff, and it's like, okay.
There's a
Right?
lot of people that go around these streams and accuse them. Again, I cite what the stuff I've seen in Anita's chat and the stuff I've dealt with myself. I had people literally clip scenes where I was spazzing out having a reaction to my medical and backstage and send it to people trying to tell people I was faking it.
Which is no good. Which is no good.
Yeah, so it's people are crazy, I swear, but again,
that's a pretty good bottom line. I would agree with that.
My basic view is unless there's something really right in front of my face that proves it's fake, I'm not going to assume people are faking things, because if you're that asshole that assumes it when somebody's really going through shit and causes them problems when they're really going through shit, you really do become just scum.
I mean, if I told you the info I had on the person I'm talking about, I mean, you would be shocked at how fake it was. But I'm not the type of guy to expose somebody, right?
No. Well, there's a reason I didn't say names to when I said people did this stuff to me either, because I don't think that spreading that stuff helps anyone. Talking about the fact that people who do this stuff to each other does, but actually sharing the names and stuff, you just become gossips.
Yeah.
Well, not even that. I have receipts on this guy.
Yeah.
Like, I considered it and I said, that's not really what I want to do. It's just not who I am. Hopefully somebody else does it, but it's unlikely. And it's kind of sad.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And that's the position. I don't understand those that do fake. I also don't understand those who assume everybody's faking. Because both of those positions are kind of insane.
Not if you have the evidence, though. So, Eagle, if somebody had sent you the information that I got,
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who assume everyone's faking if they talk about having anything.
Well, I've heard people
go
on
around
this
and
channel
harass
talk about that sort of thing, and I feel for them. I understand where they're coming from.
The Tourette streamers and the people who like I do, where they can't control what they speak. I've had people literally say to me on air, "You're just faking that so you can get with being crass." It's like, yeah, because I really loved spazzing out and yelling the F word in the middle of church that time.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
get the fuck out of here. That's what I would say to those people.
It's like, yeah, because that's really, really fun when that happens in front of people. It's embarrassing. Why would anybody want that?
And I joked once about this, but you know what? Even if it did happen, I would laugh my ass off. I would literally, it would be the most entertaining stream ever, is if Berto Prey goes live one day and says, "Guys, I won the lottery," and then stands up and shuts down his stream. I'd be so happy for him.
Watch the movie Greedy, and that's all I'm going to say.
Well, that's an interesting concept too. I'm happy when people I like succeed. Some people don't have that mindset. I like seeing good people win. I always have.
Well, the comment about stands up and ends the stream is because everyone knows Prey's the bed life guy.
Yeah, he can't walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, I don't know him that well, but
yeah, no, he can't. He literally can't stand up. Like, he doesn't
okay.
Anything like that, and then like he stands up and walks away or shuts down the stream.
No, I like seeing people succeed. I always have. It makes me feel good watching other people win.
I would agree with that. See, I'm not that.
Then again, you have the opposite too, because if let's say Bird said a miracle happened, I prayed to whatever, and says, I'm cured, and he stands up. You know, there'll be people who actually believe him. Yeah, I mean, people would buy anything today.
Messed up, though.
It is kind of messed up, and I'm just trying to throw that wrench in there.
He's throwing some longevity. Well, I can't even fucking speak this morning. He's just trying to throw some laughter into the conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. Ridiculous, upside down. What the fuck?
But yeah, and that's the thing, and that's where we are a lot of time with this stuff. Is most of it's ridiculous, crazy. What the fuck's going on? And we gotta laugh at ourselves because if we don't, who will? Right?
My strategy has been not to pay attention to it.
I will.
Much.
Because I have two responses I could really have usually. Ignoring doesn't work when you start spazzing on air swearing, but laughing at yourself later and going, well, that fucked up. Now let's see if I can get things back on track is a lot better than getting emotional and crying and getting upset. You know?
Well,
I try not to take anything personally.
When I first started on YouTube, I really tried to hide all of that stuff. I really did, to the point where I didn't tell anybody that I have these spazzes, that I have these twitches, or I have these places where my brain can't communicate and I only say a fraction of what I mean to. And it was affecting every group I was a part of because I was having more issues on air than I realized. And then it came to one point where I was spazzing out bad, and it actually did make me sound like I said the opposite of what I was trying to say about somebody, and it upset an entire community. And yeah, I made up with, and me and her are fine, but the fact that I even had to sit there and go through that, and the fact that a lot of people still don't believe me from that group is unfortunately because I tried to hide it, and it's not something you can really hide.
Well, we are allowed to change our opinions, which some people have a hard time with.
Oh, exactly. I mean, yes, it's difficult to do, but when presented with facts, it is quite possible to change your stance on something. You know,
and that was it. And I talked it out with her, and she showed me the clip everyone sent her, and about 1/3 of what I was actually trying to say came out, and it came out sounding really bad, and it sounded like I was insulting her, and I wasn't at all.
You could take me out of context too, and I would sound probably pretty bad too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
she also I sound horrible.
She also came to me about it too, but me and her worked out. We're fine, but there's a lot of people who still think I meant to do that to her, that I was faking the other issues and telling people I had it because I wanted to get forgiven for what I did to her, and it wasn't the situation. It was that I thought I could try to hide how bad things were, and it didn't work. It really didn't work. It pretty epically didn't work.
Yeah. And then you still got trolls too. I mean, I remember when I called somebody a dead pixel, and I had people literally saying, I just made a death threat. Are you fucking stupid? You're fucking stupid. Yeah.
Some people are stupid, man.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the population. Not everybody is a genius, man. Not everybody. And we had somebody in the chat earlier talking about robots. Not everybody has the ability of self-inflection. I do. I try and get better over time. I'm pretty aware of my shortcomings, and I try and improve them.
Right.
I get more annoying over time. So that
this is true.
That's not true.
This is absolutely
fair, you
true.
were starting pretty annoying to begin with. I mean,
yeah, noted. You interrupting fucking limey motherfucker. But I noticed. So,
damn limeys are always responsible for everything. Fucking Brits. I mean,
we
wankers.
boil our pizza.
You're all wankers. You're all fucking wankers.
Well, he's a Kiwi now, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Polish Kiwi. Hey, I'm from New York. What the fuck? Queens, New York, in the house.
He's an international man of mystery, or mustery, something like that.
Mustery.
Or fuckery.
An international man of fuckery.
Well, on a good day.
I want a movie made with that title just to see it made. Available. I mean, it would probably turn into a porno spoof of James Bond, though.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Mike Myers.
A porno, right? Can we bookmark that and edit that out for later and cut it and splice it? That's for a clip. That's porno spoof James. But that is my life. Yes.
Porno spoof of James Bond. Wouldn't that be Octopussy?
Men want to be with him. Women want to be him. Hang on.
And that it's a joke. You know, most of my friends that I have right now are British. I
Oh
tease
my
them, though.
god! And yes, we've got Culture Casino in the chat.
Oh yeah,
God!
Welcome back,
Hello.
Darth Master. And welcome, Culture Casino.
Hi, Hoster and Culture.
Culture Casino.
Oh dear Lord!
Oh, you know what? I missed his 6 minutes.
Well, yeah, so did I.
Sorry for missing the show, Culture.
Put your stories in the
watching
section,
it. But...
Let me get the link to that.
Thank
you. Not that far back. There we go.
So I'm still
Culture
waiting
Casino is live.
for LDG to invite me over on his podcast, dude.
Ooh.
Debate the freedom of speech thing we were talking about.
As soon as I actually do a live stream, I got you.
There's a freedom of speech live stream, and you weren't free to speak on it.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, right?
No, I'll do it, man. I was hoping you would invite me to it.
I know one stream I will never be invited to, and that's Captain Cockney Spock, because he doesn't invite anybody.
Is that correct?
He makes it very difficult.
Very strict. Sorry, your name's not Dan. You're not coming in. Very strict door policy. That is correct.
Oh, I better make that list eventually.
Well, you know, several complex hoops to go through. First of all, there's
You've already said I was welcome, but you don't invite people on.
Yeah, if I have my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
You never know. No, I've got a list. I've checked it twice. I've got it right here. So, Captain Shrek, welcome tomorrow. There you go. Boom.
He's got a closed border policy for his podcast.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, to everybody who can care, this is what I'm dealing with while I try to talk to you guys.
You know, everyone wants to come on his show, but he says, sorry, you got to get blooded on the Brown channel first.
Got to get blooded on the Brown channel.
Yeah. And then he says, anyone who's ever been on is welcome back, but then you don't really know if you're really going to get an invite or not.
You know, it's the
Keeps things exciting.
slowest way up, fastest way down. No, of course, Captain Shrek, you are, of course, welcome, but you will be faced with the question. There are 4 questions on the channel, and one of them, you know what it is. Do I have to say it? Darius, what is the question?
Oh, yeah. We know the question.
No.
We say it.
Is Deckard a replicant?
Don't go there now. I'm just saying, when you come on the channel, that's, guys, all of you, you know, sooner or later, it will happen if you wish it to, but... that'll be the first of 4 questions. And
I would say it doesn't really matter if he is or isn't.
That's not entirely different from my position on it.
Oh my!
Because I mean,
yes.
we have word from Ridley Scott who says he's human. And,
replicant.
Oh, that's what I meant. And Harrison Ford says he's
but
a
Ford
regular
says
guy.
human.
Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, Ridley Scott seems to be pretty, insistent that in his position. It's very interesting. We have a different interpretation between the star and the director.
Mm-hmm.
Good films, though. I like them both.
And the perception, and between Doomcock and Burnett. I mean, it's endless. We're going there now. It's like a plug hole. You get sucked in, anti-clockwise, clockwise. It makes no difference.
I will say this though, Spock, that I think Harrison Ford's performance in 2049, especially in that scene with what's that guy's name who played the Joker? What is his name?
Oh, Leto.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah,
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto. That scene with him and Leto, I think, is probably Harrison Ford's best acting work he's done, where he's about to cry in that scene. In about 20 years. Probably his best work he's done in 20 years.
I must rewatch 2049 again.
Very impressive what he did with that scene. Yeah.
Okay, lay down. Okay.
And
Somebody doesn't like
Culture
sharing her tension with you guys.
Very precious thing.
At Culture Casino, you are more than welcome to come on. I can always get rid of Rosetta. That's easy enough.
Hey. I didn't do anything wrong yet.
He asked you if you're okay, Rosetta.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm just stiff because it's season change, so it's hard to get up for a while.
30 seconds to Mars. Wankers.
Yeah, just send it back to Mars.
Yeah, in 30 seconds. Just space them, get it over with. Why are you clapping, man? Because you're shit.
Yeah, tell him get your ass to Mars.
Consider it a divorce. Get to the chopper. See at the party, Pebbles.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I want the name of all your dealers.
Chill out. Yeah, it's not the tomb.
Tumba.
Culture Casino is rendering. Rendering is hard work.
For the processor, not for you. You just sit there with your thumb in your ass and watching it go.
Just that problem being.
Super Loverpuss, no. You still have your wrench, so no. I'm not upset with
Don't
you.
worry.
I'm not upset with you. I'm fine.
Blubberpuss, I'll read out every chat that you write. Every chat on my channel was a super chat, Blubberpuss.
That's true. Sometimes painfully true, but it's definitely true.
Yeah. Sometimes we're going to have to do a regular chat square up. Moving on. No, 30 Seconds to Mars should be banned. I'm all for free speech, but come on, let's be reasonable.
Robert Rose Jr. said they're making a new Riddick movie.
Really?
Yeah. I've got bad news for you. If I go to sleep now, I'm going to sleep through my alarm and miss the Cardinal Sin show. So you guys got to keep me awake for the next 3 hours. It's going to be an all-nighter, folks.
Go play.
Yeah, I was up so late.
I think Riddick.
We're driving to Florida.
Should be allowed to die. I mean,
The
why do
Riddick
we need
franchise?
Yeah, what the fuck are we doing? Why do we need another one?
I will say what I say to everything at this point. I will say what I say to everything at this point. No more reboots, no more remakes, no more sequels, no more prequels. Let's do some new stories.
Although they could remake the original Star Wars trilogy. Fuck it, get
Pushing
it
over.
over with.
No.
If they did that, they would have to do it as a cartoon.
Yeah.
Whoa, Ornery, what the fuck?
Didn't you hear they were going to do that?
I would like it if they would redo them as cartoons. Would be good.
On a long enough timeline, it is inevitable. Do it, Kennedy.
Culture would know because I think they talked about it. I remember them talking about it on Comics Division. That Disney is going to do an animated redo of the Star Wars trilogy.
And by the way, it's too bad LDG left. I was about to ask him when I'm going to do his podcast.
Let's see here. I'm going to look something up real quick.
But I'm probably going to head out too, though. But take it easy, folks.
Before you go, let me put something backstage for you.
All right.
You can go over here. Excuse me. Had to get the address first. And backstage. Here we go. Private chat. Here we go. Go on to that StreamYard link. That is LDG's backstage. You can talk to him and arrange a time.
What, he's on there right now?
He should be.
I'm going to tell him you sent me then.
Okay.
All right. Well, good to see everybody.
Always good to see you. Thank you.
Good
All
talking
right,
with
great.
you.
Yeah,
All right,
good to see you,
Take
Zach.
care.
Later.
All right. Good to see everybody.
Oh man, I just tagged him in that link I found that according to a report that Lucasfilm is currently developing a trilogy of animated movies inspired by the original concept art for Star Wars by Ralph McQuarrie.
Let's not and say we did. How about that?
It's just an interesting idea to do it based on that concept art, because I think that McQuarrie is a huge part of the feel of Star Wars because he's responsible for so much of the look of Star Wars.
But considering who's in control right now, let's just not fucking say we did.
Oh yeah, no, they'll definitely fuck it up, but it's an interesting concept. Because he designed everything from Darth Vader and C-3PO to the ships.
Stormtroopers, Death Star.
Yep.
All right. Darth Aster, why are you scared? Let me ask that. Now we got somebody backstage. Okay.
We lose everybody?
You're supposed to be backstage.
What do you mean backstage?
Yeah. Zach's heading over there looking for you.
Why? I said I was switching over. I didn't hear
missed that.
for the last 5 minutes. So if I just what's going on?
You're like the Borg. You keep switching the frequency.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where you are.
I said I was switching over. That means I was coming to the laptop to come back in here. So if he went to the backstage, he needs to come back here.
You need to get to your backstage and tell him that.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought you were going to sleep. You were just taking a shower.
I said I was switching over.
That was a joke from Saturday. So.
Oh.
Yay!
Hey, you went to Marie took a shower.
I mean,
you went to sleep.
I showered with the good captain this morning.
You put your phone in a Ziploc.
He's not over there.
Well, maybe he'll be there later.
Backstage is empty.
Huh.
Like your head.
Oh, snap.
My head is empty of bad ideas.
Yeah, that's the
come back. 15-all.
All right, one more burn.
I don't plan them; they just happen.
That's what he
Not
said.
a tap you can turn on and off, Darius.
No, I had a sound effect queued up if there was a really good burn, but I'll save it. I'll save it for later.
Good burn, empty like your dance card on a Saturday night. Good burn.
Yawn.
That's what she said.
Yeah, when you showed her yourself naked.
Naked? Oh.
That one was good enough, I thought.
Ooh, Parrothead sent me something.
Oh God! Always beware of what Parrothead sends.
What the hell is he sending me here? The fuck is that?
I've had that response to Parrothead messages before.
All right, we got Zach in the chat.
All I was saying was let's do a debate. Yeah, definitely. As soon as I do another stream.
Which one? Which debate?
I have to line up a free speech debate. He thinks I'm against free speech because I'm for telling people, I'm for not forcing companies or forcing people to forcing Facebook to do shit against their will is not being for freedom of speech.
Right.
Literally saying that they have the freedom of speech. Because remember, it's not your speech on these platforms. It's their speech. They use your speech to dictate their speech. You can't call an apple an orange. It's a fucking apple. You can call it an orange all you want.
The whole free speech versus censorship when it comes to things like
What
Facebook,
if you
Twitter, and
spray
stuff is
paint?
a very, very
If you-
nuanced argument, because there's arguments on both sides because they want to be public services, but at the same time they want to have full control and be private. And
Either are or not. There is no in between. There's no both sides argument.
They're
Any
trying to
argument-
do it.
Yeah, there is actually.
Nobody can give me one argument yet that holds water.
A glass jar.
Well,
You can't
considering the fact
moderate
that you
free
just
speech.
interrupted something that actually had a point to it, it is a nuanced discussion, because if they are actually wanting to be a public service, then they have to adhere to government regulations like government. But if they want to be private fully, then they are. And so the fact that they try to cozy into the government and claim themselves as a public service does cause nuance. It does.
Because I am doing a few things today, boss. So it's a little. Last few months haven't been easy for me. That's why I haven't been streaming often. No. And by the way, when you say public service is not the same as a public platform. Public service is a whole nother definition, so I'm a little confused on that. Public platform is a public platform. You can't moderate a public platform. It ceases to be a public platform.
Well, they're wanting to be considered like a utility, like cable
That's
is
a
now
public
considered
service.
a utility. And if they are, then they are under government regulation.
Yeah, but that's not the argument that I was making with Zach. The public service argument is a whole nother animal conversation.
My point is that unfortunately is a part of the debate when you get into all of it between these companies and speech, because they
Public
want to
service is
have
not-
it both ways.
Yes, I understand that. But if you really want to look into what an online public platform is, it can't be controlled. It's controllers. It's just no. It's a public platform, a true, real, 100% public platform that can't be corrupted, that can't be bought out, that can't be sold out, that can't be corrupted.
It will
in
not
any way.
stop until you are dead.
Cannot be a public service because
cannot be negotiated with.
Yeah, it's
And-
impossible.
Later, Robert Rose Jr.
Let me get my coffee. Whoa.
And somebody's got an echo.
Let me see here. I think I took care of it.
Yes, they do change country to country, which is also part of that discussion and debate, because you can't play it on every side, and it's difficult to argue fully for either side, because I think if you do, you're missing nuances there. I do think people should have a right to censor what people say on their platform or in their home. But if you want to cozy into the government to try to make yourself any form of public platform or service, then that becomes a whole different beast.
You're talking about the freedom to listen. You should have the right to filter whatever you want to you, but you shouldn't be able to shut somebody else up, period. Completely.
Yeah.
There's a difference between censoring and filtering. And that's how a public platform should be. You have the right to listen. You can filter out whatever the hell you don't want to listen to, but you don't have the right to hit a button and shut somebody up from everybody else who wants to listen.
Yeah. There's a reason why I'm all for mute and block buttons, because we have the
Not
right
block.
to say, no, block even if it's only for us.
Ruined that.
If it's only for us.
But that's what I'm saying. But
Because
that's
we
not what it
should.
is, though. When you block someone on Twitter, you're stopping somebody from being able to speak to other people.
No.
Yes. When you
No,
block
you're not.
somebody on a thread,
Actually,
nobody
yes,
can
you
see
are.
that. Nobody can see
Yeah.
it. Not just you, anyone. You are shutting somebody up by force when you use the block on Twitter.
No, not on Twitter, on Facebook. Twitter, you can still talk to people after other people in the thread have blocked them.
I'm talking
And
about Twitter.
No, Twitter
I don't know
does
about
not. You
Facebook, but I have no
absolutely,
experience
you
in
can
that.
absolutely still see people when you block
And if for example, because this is what happened yesterday, somebody decided to block me. I was in a group.
Yeah,
it was somebody else's group.
That I have a problem with. The block should not remove somebody from a group. It should only make it so you don't see each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But on the public posts, it does not block other people from talking to them. No, it doesn't.
No.
If I respond to your tweet and you have me blocked, nobody sees that.
Yes, they do.
They do?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did I not see somebody that somebody blocked and I didn't see it?
That does not make any sense. Because I have whole conversations with people on the same threads after people in that group have been blocking each other. I do it all the time. Again, mute has its purposes, but with certain people, it will not be enough, and you cannot get them to stop stalking you without basically blocking every name they make up. And you have to keep blocking them until they take the hit and fuck off. Because some people, that's the only way to get them to leave you alone.
I had an issue with that on Twitter where I had a group with 25 people in it, and one person blocked another person, and it ejected them from the group, and I didn't even know this until they told me about it.
Yep.
That should not be. In fact, if it's an issue where Twitter doesn't want them to be in the group together if they're blocking each other, then it should go as an automatic message to the host to choose who they want to keep, at least.
Yeah. Unless the person who created the group is blocking people, then that's a different story.
In that case, they should be booted because it's that person's group.
Well, the funny thing is, it was the group owner that contacted me asking why I left the group. I'm going, I didn't leave a group. I said, oh, by the way, if this person is in the group, that's why, because they blocked me. And could you contact them about muting me instead of blocking? That way I can be in the group.
That'd be funny. If you block the head of a group, will it kick the group leader out?
I have actually seen it happen. I hate to say that. I have actually seen that happen.
Which leaves a loophole because somebody can just be malicious, go into a group and block everybody in the group, kick everybody
right,
out.
It kicks them all out.
Well, that's what the soft blocking is where you literally block somebody briefly to kick them out of every group they're in and then unblock them.
Yeah, they said they fixed that too. Didn't they come up with something that stops something like that? Or
it still works. I've seen people do it recently. It still works.
I know what it is. They said you can control, and I think you should be able to do this on YouTube. You should be able to unsubscribe people from you, and you can force somebody to not follow you on Twitter now without blocking them. You can unsubscribe people who are followed to you, and you should be able to give you a list of everybody who subscribed to you, and you should be able to manage that. And, hey, that's the only way to really manage the trolls. I guarantee you right now, Captain Trek and I both have people that we would unsubscribe from us immediately.
Mm-hmm. I have a few. They've been stalking me almost a year, even though they're blocked on every platform, because they have to try to downvote me. They have to clip stuff to try to harass me.
As far as the downvote concerned, it doesn't just
no. That I laugh at because it still gets me attention, but. That's not all they do. They clip things and edit them and share them out on their stuff while trying to do things. And it is absolutely malicious. And honestly, considering half of the shit they say and do, sexual harassment.
Yeah.
And they've been doing this for almost a year, even though they've been blocked.
Absolutely horrible.
And that you should be allowed to say this person can't view my stuff or this IP address can't view me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think most YouTubers would do that unless it's a last resort, anyways, because we don't want to lose the subs if we don't have to.
LDG
A sub is just a sub.
Does YouTube show the channel owner who? What does YouTube show the channel owner who the subs are? No.
Only if they have it. There is a way to go in and view your
Only.
subs, but only if they actually list. They have to publicly allow people to see who they subscribe to or not.
You have to have the privacy.
But you can go through all of the people like that are on your subscriber list.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a limited way of doing it, but you can't do anything about it. And if people have it set to privacy, then I don't know if you're sub to me or not.
I know somebody who is sub to me who I can't see because of their settings.
Yeah.
So
exactly. And then you got spies too, and I love those.
The people who go to your
Double
channel
agents.
to try to catch you saying something bad or doing something bad so they can narc on you to everybody you know.
Dude, you know how many DMs I've gotten from people where they showed me somebody taking something completely out of context that I said to specifically like nail me? It's everywhere.
I've gotten a lot of DMs from people going, do you even know this person's talking about you on their streams, or this person's doing this about you on their streams? It's like, no, I didn't actually. Because I don't watch them because I think they're douche wagons, but okay.
Yep. I mean, I had somebody specifically spreading the hate message about me that I hate, that I'm a hater. And that really pissed me off. You don't get to tell me who I hate.
No, that's our choice. Who do we hate? Damn it! If I want to hate somebody or like somebody, it's my choice.
I was there for that person since day one, and it's on record. It's on their channel. Anyone with a half-wit brain watches this person's channel, you'll know that I don't hate this person.
Been there, done that. Been there for somebody, and they completely fuck over and lie. You know.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are people that have done the same thing to me, and I, no longer associate with them. Big deal.
Hey, LDG, do you know why YouTube might deactivate live chat replay for a live stream?
Depends what's set in.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't deactivate it, but on my last one, it's just not there. It's been unchecked.
Did you check mark it again? Did you try to recheck mark it to see if it comes back?
Yeah, I did that right before I asked the question.
Oh,
yeah, it's
back?
No, I can't check it again. The box is there, but it's just deactivated.
Maybe something
That's
was said
weird.
in it. Either something was said in it or somebody was in it.
Maybe.
Because YouTube does
And
association.
I was over 200 views. I had like 202, and I just lost 9 views somehow.
Well, that's
so I'm back to 193.
Because people on cell phones or people on limited connections, like Mr. Cockney, they'll watch a video, and every time the behind-the-scenes network lags for a split second, that technically counts as a secondary view. And then they see that and they take away the extra view because it's just the same person watching. What you want to look at, the number you want to look at is the unique viewers, and that shouldn't change.
That I've had that change on my views.
I've had that
many times.
too. Yeah.
And the only way that would change is if it's the same account on a different IP address or separate accounts that are marked as, because YouTube, any platform, it would be idiotic for them not to have some kind of identification algorithm to identify users. If you're identified or flagged as a secondary alt account, your alt accounts are linked to you, whether you like it or not. If you weren't smart enough to use a different email address and a different phone number and a VPN with a different IP address every single time you use it, then there's chances are the AI has labeled you as the same person. So These are all lovely things that people need to know about. No problem, Super. So, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. Things are going to happen, especially with what's going on in Australia right now. Some serious shit's on the horizon.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you right now. And I'll apologize now if I can't get Prometheus up fast enough, because if we don't have something, then it's going to go the other direction. I'm almost like to the point where I think we should force there's got to be some kind of action to force these so-called public platforms to start paying us as employees. They're making billions of dollars off of us. We're doing all this work for them, and they're making billions of dollars off of it. Where's our paycheck? Right? Any public forum, like as if we get approved for our messages and you're approving our messages and our posts and our live streams, and you're publicating those, then where's our fucking paycheck? I ain't even talking about monetization as far as that's extra for advertising. I'm talking about just strictly doing the work that you make billions of dollars on.
I mean, if I were to, hell, I'll be greedy. Why the hell not? If I were to get monetized and they said, hey, you want to run ads, I would prefer, now, I'll be honest, I'd prefer to control what kind of ads. They won't allow that. But since I'm never going to be a monetized channel, I can say whatever the hell I want. Be like, hey, I could do this. But, yeah.
The problem
There's some. Go ahead.
The problem is a scary thing called anonymous monetization. And I'm calling it that, but there might be a better word for it. So forgive me if you guys are not on to what I'm saying. But anonymous monetization basically means you're getting paid to do something else other than what you're doing on what you're doing. Case in point, there are thousands of YouTube channels breaking copyright and making money by doing it. Because they're not making money to break copyright. They're getting paid by super chats and other shit. So they're technically not making money by breaking copyright. They're getting money other ways to support them breaking copyright. Now, if they did some kind of global monetization, that would skyrocket through the roof. And I'm sure all these companies who think they have their right over imaginary intellectual property, which is an oxymoron, it would go through the roof. You see lawsuits left and right, see humongous issues happening because now people are making money to do whatever the hell they want, whatever the hell that want actually is. And they're trying to that's why it's so hard to monetize. They're trying to slow that gap as much as possible, because if they opened up the floodgates and everybody started making money just by doing this shit, it would be messy. It'd be very messy. For not for us though, only for the morons who don't have enough money to begin with after making $1 billion. If that made sense.
Okay. No, not really, but okay.
I'm gonna bow out of here because I'm back to sleep. I'm hurting today.
Absolutely. And wow, I've gone almost 6 hours. Darius, hit me up on Twitter, please.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and call this a stream. I do want to thank everybody who's joined me. Thank you so very much. And have a great day.
Hey, Darius, backstage if you can.